Commissioner Combs said he was waiting on me. He was ready. So I'd like to call the meeting to order at this time for the Nash County Board of Commissioners for April the 5th. It is customary for us to begin each one of our meetings with a prayer by a sitting commissioner. During this time, you're welcome to join us, stand and join us in the prayer. You're welcome to use it for your own prayer if you like, or you're welcome to use it for a moment of silence. We also like to have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag that will be led by Commissioner Outlaw. And at this time, I'd like to call on Commissioner Marvin Arrington to do the invocation for us. Mr. Arrington.
Let us pray. In God we trust. As believers, we give thanks today for bringing us all together. We ask your special blessings for our beloved colleague, Commissioner Mary Wells, that she will get strong to join us again. We thank you for protecting our Nash County personnel and to continue to give strength to our health director and all responsible for vaccinating our citizens. We ask and thank you for all our blessings. In God we trust. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, if you would note in the record that Ms. Wells is out today with an excused absence due to health reasons. And at this time, we do have 4 sets of minutes for March, our regular meeting on March the 1st, a call meeting, actually was a recess meeting for March the 10th, recess meeting for March the 30th, and a recess meeting for March the 31st. You have those minutes in your packet, and at this time, I'd entertain a motion for approval or any changes to it or any addition to either of those 4 minutes.
Move for approval.
I have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw for approval of the 4 sets of minutes. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Minutes stand approved, and thank you, Madam Clerk. We talk about a lot how well our minutes are always done, and I've never mentioned the fact that the agenda itself and the packet goes along with it, but I couldn't help but notice today, after several of us had a little bit of issue getting our agenda package open on our iPads, that it was a total of 461 pages in that packet, and the same lady puts all that together. And again, well, somebody does.
Stacy.
Stacy puts it all together, okay? Not the same lady. They done got in trouble and just getting started. Thank you, Assistant County Manager Stacy, because it's got to be a daunting task to put all that together and keep it straight, which it always is. But I certainly appreciate what all of you do in the administration office to get us ready for these meetings. We're now on item 5, which is public comments, and during this time, the Board of Commissioners is pleased to hear from anyone that has anything they'd like to bring to the Board of Commissioners that's not otherwise on the agenda. We do ask if it's on the agenda later, like a public hearing maybe, or something of that nature, that you would wait until that particular item comes up, and we'd be glad to hear from you now. We do ask that you sign up out front before our meeting, but if you happen to miss that, didn't realize, and you were here today, didn't realize you were supposed to do that, we will certainly be glad to hear from you at the appropriate time anyway, because the commissioners always like to hear from their citizens. I do have 2 people that signed up this morning, and I will call on those first. And the first one is a Jane Flowers Finch. And I'd ask Jane to come forward at this time. If you would state your name and your address for the record, commissioners will be glad to hear from you. Good morning, Ms. Finch.
Good morning. I'm Jane Flowers Finch. I use that middle name because there are about 7 of us in the Bailey community. I'm from Raleigh, but I grew up in Nash County. My mother is Pearl Finch. She's 93 years old and lives out in Nash County. My sister-in-law is elderly, Louise Finch, lives in Nash County. I'm here, I wanted to ask the board this morning to consider conducting research and investigating for a regulation of the firing of firearms in the rural areas of Nash County for public safety, public health, and emotional well-being of the residents. We've recently had two bad instances of people shooting off automatic weapons in the backyard of my mother's home out in the country, and then also at the backyard of my sister-in-law's home. We knew who the landowners were, and we contacted them, and in one case, the people were very nice, and they were target shooting. It was in the afternoon, and it was handled very amicably, and they agreed to let my mother know when they were going to target shoot so she would not be sitting in her chair just with jitters, because it echoes right through the woods, and the distance was pretty significant. At my sister-in-law's house, we had a totally different reaction when we contacted the neighbor. And that was also a much scarier situation. It was in the dark of the night, shooting guns off their back porch, automatic weapons over and over for 45 minutes to an hour, and they only own a lot. And so they're shooting to my sister-in-law's woods, and it's not that deep of a woods, and they just went on and did it, and it's very unnerving. I researched, the sheriff's department was called and spoken. They came one time, and they were at least called and consulted on another time. The only thing I think that you could argue to use there would be the noise ordinance, and that's pretty subjective. I started researching it, and most all your municipalities in the state of North Carolina, even your small towns, have ordinances to prevent the firing of firearms within the city limits. But in Nash County, I couldn't find anything. If y'all have something, I called Mr. Lamb to ask him if he knew of something, and he referred me to the wildlife and hunting guidelines and that sort of thing, but I really couldn't find anything. If I've missed something, I would like to know what it is. I do know some counties restrict the firing of firearms within 900 feet of a residence, and this person was firing rapid automatic weapons, multiple ones. They're young men. They've been known to be drinking and drive their four-wheelers on her property, and so we were very reluctant to actually go to them directly. We contacted the grandfather, and he said they had the right to shoot it off their porch, and they were shooting it off their back porch into her woods. And I don't know if you've ever heard of automatic weapon firing at night into the woods. It echoes off. If they were target shooting, as the people were during the daylight hours behind my mother's house that were most nice, and they said they'll text her in the future when they're going to be target shooting, so she'll know when she's sitting there that that's what's going on when somebody's firing a gun for an hour. But they were just shooting off their porch, and I drove over there, and it was not illuminated, so they could not have been target shooting. It was just random shooting at night. Now, you know, it's different in the daytime, but certainly at nighttime that's risky, and I don't know what they'd be hunting. And also, my sister-in-law has a dog that runs around out there occasionally, and so this is, I think it needs to be looked into, and I would encourage you and ask you to please have a study commission or research or something about this. I'm not against guns. I'm not letting people shoot, but there will have to be a regulation, and as the density of the people living in rural areas increases and houses so close together, this needs to be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. Our next speaker, after Megan sanitizes the podium, would be a Miss Dorothy Battle. Good morning, Miss Battle.
Morning.
Good morning.
Dorothy Gibson Battle, 13343 Taylor Store Road, Nashville, NC 27856. Good morning. Giving honor to God for our life and respecting this board. I have appeared before you many times with the same quest, That is to rid my community of one Mr. Ted B. Williams, illegal firearms training range, formerly Yard Dog and now called Force. After I was seated this morning, Mr. Tyson came up and told me that Mr. Williams had been served. But as I said, the horse is out of the barn now, so I'm already here. So I'm just going to speak to you briefly. I am highly upset. Mr. Williams was there yesterday. He was there Saturday, which was Easter.
You just take your time, Ms. Bowden.
And as the lady that spoke previously before me, this has nothing to do with the Second Amendment or gun rights. It's just trying to live in our homes. But I'm just gonna pray briefly for you what I had to listen to. I recorded this on the 27th of March from my back porch. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. But this is what we have to listen to from sometimes 5 hours at a time, as Mr. Williams chooses. If I come out to work in my garden, if I come out to sit on the back porch or the front porch, this is what I have to hear. And it's no secret, it's been going on since 2015. I have complained to the Sheriff Department since 2017, and to Mr. Tyson since 2018. And it's really getting to be unbearable. And I have, like I said, I'm not gonna play the whole thing for you, but I have many, many more recordings. And like I said, it just goes on and on, 5 hours to 8 hours, whatever he chooses. And it's at his discretion. And like I said, it's getting to be really unbearable. Thank you.
Is it anyone else that's here this morning that would like to speak to the board about any item that is not on the agenda?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Belfield.
I know we don't comment on those, but this just keep going on and on. I just think we as a good, sheriff's not going to do anything about it. I think we just, as a governing body in Nash County, need to use some common sense and have respect for one another. And some people just don't. And that calls for some action as far as I'm concerned. And we need to take a look at being serious and take some action. That problem can be solved.
Thank you, Mr.
and
Belfield.
to the satisfaction of both sides.
Thank you, Mr. Belfield. We'll now move on to item number 6, which is a public hearing inducement agreement, and I will call on Andy Aggie to make this presentation. Andy, I understand you have some guests with you today.
I do.
Whenever you would like to introduce them in your presentation,
Yes, I will.
typical to have them here this morning.
Yeah, I will. I do. Okay, good morning, and I hope everyone had an enjoyable Easter's weekend. I am excited to announce today that a large and important corporate citizen, Cummings, Inc., located in Nash County, has plans to initiate a major multi-million-dollar expansion and investment. As a part of that expansion, Cummings has requested the county to offer an incentive to induce their commitment to perform this expansion and upgrade in machinery and equipment. Cummings is a mid-range diesel and natural gas engine plant, which produces engines for more than 500 customers and is a major employer in the county, going on now 40 years, with more than 1,800 people employed at their location. Cummings is undergoing a $42 million multi-year transformation to modernize their facility to become more flexible and efficient and ensure future success. The investment will also help retain 30 positions at the Cummings facility. Building a pipeline of talent through local community colleges, especially Nash Community College, is a priority for the Cummings leadership. And current employees will be offered training opportunities if interested in the new roles. John Judd, plant manager, and Ray Anderson, finance director, are present this morning. And we'll be saying hello and available for any questions from the board. And also, if you want further information, I could turn it over also to Vince Durham, our county attorney, who has invested a good amount of time and hard work on this inducement agreement, and he's available for any questions as well. So we can bring John up now, or do you want to open the hearing?
I'd be glad to have him come up now.
Okay.
He and Ray to come up now would be great.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Glad to have you, sir.
You too. Thank you. Just wanted to take a moment and thank the Nash County leadership for listening to us, and just thank you for all you do for our community.
Yes, hi, and I'd just like to thank the commission for the support. You know, Cummins, we've been making an investment in the community and the plant for years, and we don't have any plans to go anywhere, so it's nice to know we have a caring commission to help us with our projects. Thank you.
Well, we certainly think that we should be on the thinking side of this. I know y'all have been here a very long time. I will give you a little story, show you how old I am, I guess, but I used to be with the engineering department with the city of Rocky Mount. And I recall near the end of my time there, we had an economic development director at that time. It was a county function named Bill Rose, and I don't know that either one of y'all ever had the opportunity to meet him, but he was a fascinating economic development guy, and I remember him calling me. I was in engineering to his office one day, and the way he worked, he would go sell something, and then he'd expect the city to make it work. And he called me to his office one day, and what he had to tell me was that y'all were coming, and the city's part would be to run water and sewer from the Abbott at that time, all the way through the swamp, through Battleboro, up to Whitaker's, and provide water and sewer to you. And that we would be doing that at no cost. And I said, Mr. Rose, you got to be kidding. You haven't promised that, have you? And he said, yes, I have, and that's what you're going to do. And indeed, we did do it, but I just remember how he operated, and, but it was a great investment for Nash County and the city of Rocky Mount at that time, and it has proved itself many times over. It's been right at 40 years, because that's about how long I have been in my second career. But I do want to thank you on behalf of the board that everything y'all have done for us, the employees that you have employed in Nash County and the surrounding counties, and certainly the way that Cummings has always conducted themselves as citizens of Nash County. It's always been a pleasure. I don't recall many times in my 18 years on the board when you called on us to do anything much. I do remember one snowstorm years ago that you called and asked us, could we do anything in the world to help get your employees to work? And of course, we did what we could, but road maintenance is out of our domain, but certainly we were able to work with the state and get it improved somewhat. But any other commissioner wish to say anything? I'm just delighted to have you here this morning, quite frankly. And John, on your behalf, and Ray, I don't know your background. I do know that John is a Nash County native and attended high school here, and it's just great that you're still here. And Ray, you may be the same, and I apologize for not knowing that if that is the case.
7 years, I've been here 7 years.
7 years, okay. Well, you're a native of Nash County now. We officially declared that this morning. Any other commissioner wish to say anything?
Well, it's been a great asset to Nash County.
They have
Ever
indeed.
since I've been watching, ever since 1968, the accomplishments they're making and what it brings to Nash County. And we sure appreciate that. I wish we had many, many more.
Amen on that, sure. But we are pleased to do what is asked in this inducement agreement. We will conduct a public hearing in just a moment to see if we have any citizens that have anything to say for or against it. But other than that, we're pleased that it was able to be worked out between y'all's legal staff and our legal staff. These things can get a little cumbersome sometimes. It looked like this one flowed pretty well to me, and it was a no-brainer for us. Andy, what else do we need to do? You mentioned you may want to take a photograph at some point. Do you still need to do that?
Yes,
What-
right up front.
Right up front, okay. Who do you want in the photograph? This is your show, sir.
You're the chairman.
Okay,
We'll take the chairman, and who else would like to go in?
okay, and I hope you will join us as well. Mr. Arrington, this is in your district. Would you mind joining us also at the podium? And of course, you have a vested interest in this situation also, I think, but certainly it's in your district if you would come down front with us.
You look good. I'm gonna take one with the camera, then I'm gonna take one with my phone for social. And Amelia's gonna get one here too. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would you like for me to bring up any of the details of this agreement?
I think we should, prior to the public hearing, Mr. Durham.
The first one is, as you will note, the agreement in your agenda package does not have a name of the company, and that was because they had not made the announcement yet. The actual agreement is with the Consolidated Diesel Company and North Carolina Partnership and a subsidiary of Cummins, Inc., a Indiana corporation. The initial investment will be made this year or by the end of this year, and we have agreed to make rebates on up to $42,088,000. As it turned out, they actually are going to invest more than that, but we already had the agreement done and ready to go. Also, they will pay taxes on the new, that new investment, capital investment in the year 2022, and we will begin making rebates for 50% of that amount of the newly created tax beginning in 2023 through 2027. The agreement also provides that the company may, at their option, invest an additional $41 million in capital expenditures before December 31, 2025. If that takes place, the county is agreeing in this inducement agreement to make 50% refund of those net increase in taxes through the years 2027 through 2031. The agreement does provide that if they terminated operations totally, or if employment is less than 50% of that exists on December 31, 22, they will agree to repay the county a pro rata percentage of the incentives that we have made, and that would be the full amount in the first year, 2/3 in the second, and 1/3 in the third year, if they did not maintain operations for those 3 years. Any questions?
Questions from the board on that? I think we're good, Mr. Durham.
Okay, thank you. And as you know, you've got to have a public hearing to approve economic development incentives in North Carolina.
Right.
Thank you.
And we've got that properly advertised for this morning?
You do?
Okay. All right, if no other questions, I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this matter.
Move we go into public hearing.
Moved by Commissioner Belfield, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing to consider this inducement agreement for one of our existing industries. And if there's anyone here this morning that wishes to speak for or against this proposed inducement agreement, the board would be glad to hear from you at this time if you would come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. So is there anyone here that wishes to speak for or against it? Seeing no one moving to the front, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? The public hearing is now closed. Comments or questions from the board? Any other comments about this? Seeing none, pleasure of the board, or to entertain a motion for approval.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms.
I
Belfield,
offer motion to approve the agreement.
I have a motion to approve the inducement agreement as stated in the agenda. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? The board is pleased to approve that inducement agreement, and thank you again for being here this morning, but more importantly, thank you what you've done for Nash County for the last 40 years, and look forward to a portion of the next 40 years. Personally, I do, and many other citizens do. Any other questions about this or comments?
Just thanks to Cummins for being a great community partner and economic partner.
Amen. Thank you, Ms. Leggett. All right, with that done, Vince, have properly taken care of everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving on to item number 7 is a 2020 Community Development Block Grant concerning Corona. And we'll call on Patsy McGee at this time to make this presentation. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Nash County has been awarded $900,000 in Community Development Block Grant coronavirus funds by the state of North Carolina. The North Carolina Department of Commerce Rural Economic Development Division requires that the Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt certain plans and policies which must be signed and returned to the state per our grant agreement by April 17th. In addition to my brief memo included in your packet is from the grant administrator, the Wooten Company, memos, a program manual, and analysis of impediments to fair housing, which includes attachments and related resolutions. So our recommendation will be to adopt these resolutions, but before you do that, I'd like to introduce Kyle Touchstone, the Economic Development Coordinator with the Wooten Company, and also with him today is George Collier, the Funding Programs Advocacy and Strategy Lead with the Wooten Company. And Kyle is going to talk to you, give you some more details about the program manual and the assessment of fair housing, and then we can answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McGee. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Kyle Touchstone from the Wooten Company, 120 North Boylan Avenue in Raleigh. Really appreciate you taking a look at these today. I know I was just here last month for some initial approvals, and as Ms. McGee stated, these documents are due to be signed and returned to the state by April the 17th so that we can hopefully get this funding rolling from the state into the local hands. As Ms. McGee stated, what you have before you is a program manual with all of the required plans by the federal government, including language access plans, equal opportunity plans, fair housing activities, procurement standards, local job initiatives, and so on. There are so many that I won't go through all of them, but ultimately, these are requirements by the federal government to ensure that there is no discrimination and that there is equal opportunity for all residents of Nash County. Also for approval this morning is the analysis of impediments to fair housing. This is a document that has to be, if you are under community development grant program funding, you have to update this every 5 years. And so the last one that we have on record as being approved was in 2012. So we had to adopt or create a new one that we have for you for adoption. And ultimately, it looks at any fair housing issues that you may have in your community. As in 2012, it was shown that you had a lack of affordable housing, a lack of availability of rental units, and a lack of home buyer education services. For this 2021 analysis of impediments for fair housing, we found that it was consistent with 2012 and identified goals to continue expanding outreach to the community as far as fair housing education, continue to have public hearings and public meetings regarding fair housing, and to continue researching and seeking funding opportunities for whether it is the direction of the county to build new fair housing or find funding to help update housing to meet today's standards. So, and as part of that, and as a part of this grant agreement, there will be fair housing activities that take place each quarter to make sure that you're in compliance, but also to make sure that residents within Nash County are aware of the fair housing opportunities for each of them. And with that, I will pause, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take those.
Board members have any questions at this time?
Well, just affordable housing, I think we, in Nash County, I don't think we've done enough yet. But that doesn't mean a criticism. It means that there's a need there, and we should get on and take advantage of any grants that we can get to provide affordable housing out here in the county.
And I will add that that is consistent across the state. The state has a statewide analysis of impediments to fair housing, and it is true in the state as well. Most communities, as you know, are stretched as financially, and you're having to cover many government services. But I do know that Ms. McGee and also the county manager, they've been very proactive in pursuing grant opportunities for housing. We have been involved in the past with some of the scattered housing grant programs with Nash County, and we'll continue to look for those funding opportunities. Thank you.
Other questions?
I have a comment.
Sure,
Just
Mr. Knight.
correction. In several places, my email address ends with .org instead of .gov.
Okay, we can correct that. Sorry about that.
Other questions for board members? Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Actually, hold on just a second, Meg, for Megan to come up. Okay.
So in order to adopt these two, the program annual resolution and the assessment of fair housing resolution, and that will include adoption of all the plans and policies that we need to do for this program.
Is it permissible to do this in one motion, Mr. Durham?
Yes, I think it'd be fine. But, well, the two resolutions, I think I'd probably do both separately.
Do them separately? Okay. Anything else, Ms. McGee?
No, sir.
Okay. Other questions from commissioners? If not, I'd first entertain a motion for adoption of the program manual resolution.
Move approval.
Have a motion by Commissioner Belfield, second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries, and we adopted the program manual resolution. And the next motion would be to adopt the assessment of fair housing resolution. Entertain a motion for that.
Move approval.
Moved by Commissioner Belfield,
Second.
second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well, and the assessment of fair housing resolution is hereby adopted. Ms. McGee.
Thank you.
And I would note that that particular item included 148 pages, as was mentioned, quite a bit in here. We'll be moving on to item number 8, which is the new replacement elementary school financing resolution. Ms. Wood, are we going directly to the, do you have anything to say first or not? Okay, I'm fine. Just want to give you the opportunity. Mitch, come forward, and I'm going to ask you to give us your last name so I won't mess it up, sir.
Yes, sir, I'd be glad to. Mr. Chair, Mitch Bergoglio with Davenport and Company, represent the county's financial advisors, and I think we have a couple items before you this morning. The first is related to the new elementary school financing that you all have considered in the past. You've adopted an initial resolution for this financing to move forward with the Southern Bank proposal for a 1.65% interest rate over 15 years. This is the county's match, the county's contribution to activate the $10 million needs-based school lottery grant. for the replacement elementary school. So this will be a financing, $10.15 million, 1.65% over 15 years. This is the board's final action on this financing. There is a school board approval and an LGC approval still required prior to the closing of the financing, which is scheduled for April 22nd. So I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the financing. If you all choose to move forward with your action this morning, there is a resolution in front of you, a single resolution for adoption.
All right, any questions of Mitch at this time? We've discussed this several times before.
I would just point out,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, that you are agreeing under this resolution to approve the loan agreement with Southern Bank, the deed of trust, the construction agreement, which allows the schools to complete construction of the school, and a lease agreement whereby we will be leasing the school and property back to the school board during this financing.
Correct. Yes, sir. Other comments? I'd entertain a motion to approve this resolution.
Motion to approve.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
No.
Let the record show the vote was 5-1, with Mr. Belfield voting in the nay. Okay, with that approved, we'll move to item number 9, which is Central Nash Water and Sewer District refunding discussion, preliminary finding resolution, and a sworn statement of debt. And Mitch, I'll let you continue while you're at the podium, sir.
Yes, sir, I'd be glad to. And so y'all have a memorandum, a hard copy of the memorandum in front of you in case it's helpful. Some of the numbers get a little small. But my thought is I'd like to give you all a summary of what we've done here, working with staff related to a potential refinancing for existing Central Nash Water and Sewer District obligations. And then if you all choose to move forward with any of the action items this evening, I think Mr. Durham will need to go into, I guess we'll need to adopt a motion to go into session as the Central Nash Water and Sewer District Board.
Correct.
So working with staff, we identified a potential opportunity to refinance existing Central Nash Water and Sewer District obligations. 6 USDA loans are outstanding for the Central Nash Water and Sewer District. 4 that were put in place in 2009, a 2012, and a 2014 loan obligation. Those loans have final maturity dates that range from 2048 to 2054. So USDA loans are longer-term obligations, typically beginning at a 40-year term. Those loans carry an interest rate of 3% to 4.5%. Given the current low interest rate environment, we worked with staff, prepared a request for proposal for banks to see if we could get a lower interest rate and shorten the term of the amortization of these loans, pay them off more quickly, get them off the county's books, and save interest without increasing the payment too much. We went through this process, submitted RFPs to various banks. The county received 5 responses for a general obligation refunding bond of the Central Nash Water and Sewer District. Responses were received from First Bank, Capital One Public Funding, and Truist Bank. First Bank provided the lowest interest rates at a 2.07% for a 15-year final maturity and a 2.20% for a 20-year final maturity. So First Bank was the lowest interest rate provider. They will allow the county to, in the district, to prepay that loan in whole or in part at any time without penalty. So that is the same prepayment provisions that the USDA loan has, which is the most flexible prepayment you can have. You can choose to prepay it in whole or in part at any time. There were no closing fees associated with the First Bank loan, and I think probably the most important thing to consider here on page 3 is a potential, is the summary of the potential savings results. And what we see is for the 20-year option, total savings over the life of the loan because we're shortening the term of the financing, total savings would be about $4.25 million. Those savings, however, are not realized until fiscal year 2042 and beyond, when the old loans would have still been paying debt service, but they are now gone. During the first 20 years, while this financing would be outstanding, the payment for these bonds would be about $80,000 higher. So your payment would be increasing by about $80,000 over the first 20 years of the financing, and then after that, you would be done making payments. You will paid off the entire obligations, and you would achieve about $4.25 million of savings after that. In discussing with staff, we understand that the Central Nash Water and Sewer District does have cash flow available. We'll be able to cash flow the additional $75,000 to $80,000 annual payment within the current budget, so there would be no need to change revenues in order to cover this increase under the 20-year option. The 15-year option does come with a slightly lower interest rate, and the savings would be higher, $5.1 million over the life of the existing bonds. But that annual payment, shortening it further to 15 years, would mean it would be about $250,000 more per year, which is a little more of a burden on the cash flows of the district. So in working with staff, bond counsel, our recommendation would be to consider the 20-year financing option, which would result in savings of about $4.25 million over the life of the loan. It would also result in taking 6 different obligations, combining them into one obligation for purposes of the financing. So you would go from 6 loans to 1 loan. Your payment would be about $80,000 higher for the first 20 years, but then after that, you would be done. You would have paid off all of the obligations, and through the life of the existing bonds, you will have saved about $4.25 million in interest. I know I hit you with a lot of information this morning, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions from board members at this time?
Yeah. It seems like to me that the shorter the number of years in paying a loan back, it should be, interest rates ought to be cheaper. But the length, you end up actually, to me, I look at it, you're paying more. And that's even individual loans. That the shorter the number of years, the better the interest rate.
Yes, sir, absolutely. And that's where we're going from the current loans. They're 3 to 4.5% interest rate. Under the 20-year option, it's a 2.2% interest rate. So you are receiving a lower interest rate under this approach.
Mr. Belfield, if your question was between the 15 and the 20 that we're looking at, the 15 is less. I'm not sure I fully understand your question, maybe.
Maybe I need to put my glasses on here and we can.
I would certainly need to put mine on to see it. Yeah, your 15 is 2.07 and your 20 is 2.20. That's on page number 2.
Yeah.
You okay with it?
No, I was just, yeah, well, as far as, I mean, it's still good. I was just asking a question about, that seemed to be the trend in all lending.
Yes, sir, lately, certainly in a very good interest rate environment.
And that has always bothered me for years, that they do that lending agencies do that. Seems like it's shorter the number of years to pay it back, you ought to have a lower interest rate.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Lamb?
I may.
Sure.
First of all, I'd like to thank Davenport for working with staff regarding this proposal. We did consider the 15-year However, that would pretty much take all of the money, positive cash flow that we have, and would, quite frankly, necessitate a rate increase. We feel like with the 20-year option, we can do it without a rate increase. We can shorten the life of the loan, of the loans to a single loan that would be paid off in 2041 instead of 2054. And I think, as I said during the budget meeting, this is a little different for government to do because it seems like too often government wants to finance things that our grandchildren will pay back. And we're doing the exact opposite here. We're paying it off earlier so that our grandchildren will not have to pay off after 20 years our obligation that we're making today. So just want to commend the staff and Davenport for their work on this matter, and I certainly recommend it to the commissioners.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lamb. If I could just say one thing about your comments, you said wouldn't require a rate increase at this time, and that would be because of this action.
Right.
You know, we're bound by a water cost in this particular district, and we may have a rate increase at some other time, but it would not be because of this.
It would be because of who we're purchasing water from.
For many other possible reasons.
right.
We really don't know. I had two concerns, Mr. Lamb, and you may could answer one of them. I'm always leery when we go pay off USDA funds early to be sure that they are in full agreement and do not mind if we do that, because we depend on them so much. I just wouldn't ever want to do anything. If it hadn't been for them at this point in time, we never would have had this water district. But do we know that that doesn't alienate USDA to pay off a loan early? Can anybody answer that question?
It does not alienate them because they're able to take the money and reinvest
somewhere
it in other communities.
Right.
So they have no objection. I know Donna had direct contact with them, and so they are fine with it.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I could just add, we've done these type of refinancings or payoffs for several other folks, and some of them have received other USDA loans since current USDA loans have been paid off.
Okay. And the second question for you is, you said you received 5 quotes, and I see 3. Did we really receive 5, and who were the other 2?
If I said 5, I apologize, I misspoke. It was
Okay,
3
it was 3 that
bids.
we got.
We did receive 15 and 20-year options from the 3 folks.
Okay, that's fine. And do you have an idea of what the difference would have been on the school you just spoke about? We got 1.65, and on the water district, we got 2.20, or we got 2.07 on a 15-year loan to be compared to the school. Why the difference in those two numbers?
Well, so, there's a couple things that play into that. One is timing, right? We took the bids at different points in time, and we have seen interest rates trending up a little bit since we took the school bids. The other is different credit. The school is an installment financing secured by the school, subject to appropriation by you all as the Board of Nash County, but it is a loan with Nash County.
Right.
This particular loan is Central Nash Water and Sewer District, so it's only it's a smaller section of the county. And quite honestly, I think banks had to get their minds around that. We spent a lot of time on the phone educating them about what this was. So I think that's part of the difference as well.
Cool. Oh, okay, that's a good explanation about it being the district itself. I understand that now that you mentioned that.
And Mr. Chairman, it's also the nature of the collateral. You've got distribution lines.
Right.
That's our collateral.
The bank likes to see what they might get.
Excuse me?
The bank likes to look at what they may get.
Right.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? At this time, Mr. Durham, we're going to move right on forward with this, is my understanding, so I'm going to go into a Nash Central Water District meeting?
Yes, if you would,
Okay,
ask for a motion and a second
Okay.
to go and convene that board.
okay. At this time, I would temporarily pause the Nash County Board of Commissioners meeting and entertain a motion to go into a meeting for the Nash Water and Sewer District.
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on that motion? Everybody know what we're doing? All in favor say yes. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now in a meeting of the Central Nash Water and Sewer District, and it is to consider the proposal put before us to change the financing and move forward with the bank financing to pay off USDA. I think the first thing we're doing is consider approval of recommending the winning bidder for the refunding of USDA obligation boards. Do I do it all together, Mr. Durham, or do you want individual ones?
I think it'd be better to do individual ones.
Okay, and the first one would be to approve the lender.
Yes, First Bank.
Okay. All right, I'd entertain a motion to approve First Bank as the lender for this process.
So
So
moved.
move.
Got a motion by Commissioner Leggett and a second by Mr. Bellfield. Okay, any questions on that motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Hadn't done many of these. I guess the next resolution that would need to consider adopting preliminary finding resolution.
Yes, sir. That's the first resolution here. It'll be to make certain findings associated with the issuance of the refunding general obligation bond and to ratify the submission of the application to the local government commission.
Okay. Entertain that motion.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion stands approved as well. And the last motion, as I understand it, would be a motion to adopt the sworn statement of debt.
Yes, sir,
Which is
and
attached.
and let me just clarify this one. The sworn statement of debt is part of this final resolution. Part of the resolution that we'll be adopting is acknowledging that the sworn statement of debt is available. And the action that will be taken is part of your packet. It's an order authorizing $11.6 million general obligation refunding bonds. So this is an order that will be adopted by you all, will be published, authorizing the issuance of the general obligation bonds. As these existing bonds are all general obligation bonds of the Central Nash Water and Sewer District, and the new refunding bond will be a general obligation bond backed by the full faith and taxing power of the district itself.
Gotcha. Okay. Entertain that motion.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion stands approved as well. Mitch, anything else the board needs to do?
No, sir, I believe that covers us for today.
All right, we thank you for being here.
Yes, sir, thank you. And we'll be back for one final action on the Central Nash Water and Sewer District refunding.
Okay. At this time, I'd entertain a motion to close the Nash Water and Sewer District meeting.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Bellfield. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are reconvene as the Nash County Board of Commissioners, and we'll move on, Megan, to item number
9. No, number 10.
10.
10.
Item number 10 is a fee schedule amendment requested to revise the electrical permit fee for commercial solar farms. For the board, we do have a extremely lengthy agenda today. I'm trying to keep it moving. Don't let me get beyond you. Call me out, stop me whenever you got something that you need to add and I miss seeing you, please. Mr. Tyson, what you got this morning, sir?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
As you said, this is a fee schedule amendment. The current electrical permit fee for commercial solar farms is set at $5 per solar panel or string of individual solar modules. That's the definition of a panel from the National Electrical Code. That fee was established approximately 9 years ago with the adoption of our first solar farm project, has not been adjusted since. And so what you see on the screen before you is the current fee schedule for both residential solar panels and commercial. You see they have the same fee, $5 per panel, with a minimum fee of $55 per project. While the early solar farms that were approved by the county were relatively small, they tend to be increasing in average size over time. Our most recently approved solar farm, the Phobos Solar Farm, to be located on both sides of Frazier Road, east of Highway 231, takes up or will take up approximately 1,057 acres and will be by far the largest solar project in our county yet. The current electrical permit fee for commercial solar farms can result in very high permit costs when it is multiplied times the number of many panels that can be needed for some of these very large projects. Therefore, the planning staff and Phobos Solar LLC, the project developer, have collaboratively and jointly proposed this fee schedule amendment. The fee schedule amendment is modeled after our neighboring jurisdiction, Wilson County, and it is based on the actual electrical output capacity anticipated for the solar farm in megawatts. There are three primary ways in North Carolina that our research shows solar farm permits are priced, and those are through the number of panels, which is the method we use now, the cost of construction, or the electrical output capacity, which is the method that is proposed before you. The new amendment, you can see, makes some changes to the terminology, just to clarify that accessory solar panel arrays, solar panels that might be mounted on the roof of a structure, whether it's residential or commercial, will continue to be $5 per panel with a minimum fee per project of $55. And those projects, of course, tend to be much smaller in scale. But for commercial solar farms, the new proposed fee would establish a $1,000 fee per megawatt of electrical output with a minimum requirement of $2,500 per project. The packet also includes a fee comparison table. These are all the previously approved projects, solar farm projects in Nash County's jurisdiction. They are ordered by those that have the most number of panels at the top and the fewest number of panels at the bottom. And what you see in the far right-hand column is the effect that the application of this fee would have had if it had been adopted at the time these projects were approved. Everywhere you see a yellow box, that is a decrease in the amount of the permit fee, and everywhere you see a red box, that will be an increase. And what you see is in the very smallest solar farms with the fewest panels, you have a relatively modest increase in the permit fee that would be charged. But where it has the most impact is up at the top of the table, where you have the largest solar farms with the largest number of panels. It makes a potentially significant reduction in that permit fee. There is, this proposed fee should be less complex to calculate, should be easier to verify, and it should be seen as more reasonable by our solar farm developers who are looking to invest in very large projects in Nash County. There is no public hearing required for this. Our finance director, Donna Wood, assisted me with consulting the UNC School of Government. Because we're revising the application of an existing fee, we do not need to have a public hearing. Mr. Brett Hanna is on hand this morning with Phobos Solar LLC, and I'm sure he'll be glad to answer any questions that the board may have in addition to myself. And so with that, I'll take any questions that the board has on the staff report.
All right, board members, this is a rather significant change that we're considering, and I have been involved in it a little bit along the way, so understand it pretty well, but I know most of you have not, so please ask any questions that you may have of Mr. Tyson at this time.
I've got several
All right.
questions, Mr. Tyson.
Ms. Leggett?
The solar panels that are put up, either private, residential, or either commercial structures, are these subject to property tax?
You're talking about accessory solar panels like on the roof of an existing structure or a new structure?
Both residential and commercial?
I am going to have to refer to our tax administrator.
At this time, I don't think the residentials are, but the commercials are. They are taxed, and they do receive an exemption amount also.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then have two more questions. The fee that you were talking about, that is a one-time permit fee?
It is. It's an electrical permit fee that's paid at the authorization of construction of the project.
Okay, and then the last question, any fee structure change would not be retroactive? We would be changing it as of...
Absolutely. It would only take effect from projects that were permitted from today forward if it were adopted.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Mr. Belfield?
We establishing this fee, it's going to be across the board going forward, whether they're small or large.
Correct. If they're commercial solar farms, they would be subject to the same fee.
Other questions?
My observation is it seems like we're penalizing the small solar farms. It's going to cost them more. That's just an observation. Are we trying to curb the smaller 20-acre tracts and that kind of stuff?
I don't think that we're trying to curb them. The group that was brought together discussing it decided to propose a minimum fee of $2,500. Of course, that is adjustable if it would be the will of the board.
I think what we found, Mr. Tyson, if you would reiterate this, is that we don't see many in that category anymore. They
Correct.
seem to get larger and larger.
The trend seems to be that they're getting larger and larger, and in fact, we have a relatively large one that has been submitted that will be reviewed by the planning board and could be before you in your next meeting, and that we have not seen a very small one for a long time.
It seems like the end receiver of the electricity doesn't have as much interest in those smaller ones as what
Correct.
I've been reading, Mr. Combs. So I don't know that we'll see many more of those, quite frankly. Could change way down the road, and we could revisit this, so we actually adopt this fee schedule every year in our budget process.
Correct.
Mr. Bland, let me see, any other commissioners got comments? Mr. Lamb?
Just for informational purposes, and the solar attorney may be able to provide information on this, but several years ago, there was a law passed in the General Assembly that suggests that you can't charge more than the cost to administer the permits and everything. And so these really, really large ones got out of kilter because if we used our old fee schedule, it certainly would have resulted in a larger fee than would arguably be justified under that statute.
Other questions, comments? Mr. Tyson, if I recall, I believe that what we are going to was actually one of the suggested methods by the current person that's building the large solar farm in Nash County in evaluating that fee.
Correct.
What was the original fee for that one?
Well, it's difficult to say because we know the number of anticipated solar modules, and if that were to be multiplied by $5, then that would be north of $1 million for a permit fee. Of course, it would have depended on the specific design and how many of those modules are strung together into what the code considers a panel. But it would be very large.
It would be something that, what Mr. Lamb just explained, we would have a very difficult time justifying as it relates to the cost to provide the service. Other questions?
I guess, boy.
Mr. Harrington?
County manager.
Yes.
Do you think this change will bring more revenue or less?
It will
Over
bring
time.
less than we would have gotten under the old schedule. However, I think the old schedule might have prevented future expansion and new solar farms from coming here if we did not amend it. Plus, we would be opening ourselves up for a lawsuit because we would be charging more than was justified. But definitely, we will be bringing in less per solar farm than we would have under the old schedule.
Anyway, we'll try and invite larger farms.
All right, other comments or questions? Seeing none, the required action is to approve or deny the request for fee schedule amendment, and I'd entertain a motion at this time.
Move for approval of the fee schedule amendment.
I have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any additional questions? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. The fee schedule stands adopted. Thank you, Mr. Tyson, and the others for all your work on this item. Glad to get it resolved, quite frankly. All right, want to keep moving? Need a break? We good? All right, we'll move on to our first quasi-judicial public hearing, which is item number 11. It is a conditional use rezoning request to rezone 47.05 acres on Old Smithfield Road to RA20-CU for the Old Smithfield Road subdivision. Mr. Tyson, you're present. Please proceed, sir.
This is one of 4 very similar requests that you have on your agenda today. So in the interest of time, I'm going to be very detailed with this one, and then in the following 3, I'll look for ways to try to expedite the report because they have lots of similarities. You might also recall that this was a request that came before you 2 months ago as a general rezoning, and it was the board's recommendation that it be resubmitted with a site plan that would make it a conditional use rezoning. And so that's what we're going to review this morning. The subject property is on the screen highlighted in red. As you said, it's 47.05 acres of land owned by Ned B. Coleman and the EMA Land Development LLC. It's located on the north side of Old Smithfield Road across from Skeet Road in the R40 Single Family Residential Zoning District. And that's the darker green color that you see throughout the zoning map is the R40. The property is located north of Highway 264 bypass and east of the town of Bailey. It's currently undeveloped, partially used for agricultural cropland and partially wooded. The property is not in a regulated floodplain. The Beaver Dam Creek crosses the property around the center, right along in there. And of course, that creek would be subject to 50-foot wide riparian stream buffers, which would limit disturbance around the creek itself. The property owners have submitted this request to rezone the property from R40 to RA20CU, medium-density residential conditional use, specifically for the development of a 59-lot subdivision, and we'll look at the details of that proposal shortly. There are 4 substantial impacts that would happen to the subject property if this were to be approved. Number 1, and most fundamentally, the minimum lot area would be reduced by half from 40,000 square feet to 20,000 square feet. So this rezoning would double the potential number of lots that you could hypothetically subdivide from the property by reducing the minimum lot size by half. There are 9 land uses, which are highlighted on this excerpt from the table of permitted uses, that are currently permitted for development under the R40 zoning district that would no longer be permitted for development under the proposed zoning district. And so the proposed zoning district is slightly more strict in terms of land uses. The primary one of note is double-wide manufactured homes, which are currently permitted but would not be allowed post-rezoning. The others include a rural family occupation, radio or communication towers over 60 feet in height, solar farms, non-hazardous solid waste collection sites, utility field offices, water treatment plants, horse shows, and/or turkey shoots. Thirdly, if approved, the property could only be developed in accordance with the proposed site plan, which in this case is the sketch plan for the subdivision that we'll review shortly. And because of the conditional nature of the rezoning, there is the opportunity to attach conditions that would address the development's compatibility with the surrounding properties and its compliance with the applicable ordinance requirements with the consent of the applicant. If we can go back to the zoning map, I just want to review the existing zoning situation in proximity to this property. There is an R20 zoning district to the south of the property that has long been established for Perry's Mobile Home Park on Cedar Tree Drive. And so R20, that's a general rezoning, but this would be the same density that is permitted in that zone. And then very similar to this request, there's 5.5 acres to the east on the right-hand side of the map that the intersection of Old Smithfield Road and Friday Road that the board rezoned in 2018 to this proposed same zoning district, R20CU, and that property was subsequently developed for 10 residential lots that were subdivided from that property right there. As I've mentioned previously, on February 1st, this board denied a request to rezone the same subject property from R40 to RA20, and instead recommended that the applicant resubmit as a conditional use rezoning with a proposed subdivision sketch plan to serve as a required site plan. When we review the land development plan, it designates this area a suburban growth area, and the proposal would be consistent with the recommendations of the plan. The plan supports the rezoning of property located within this area where public water service is available to either RA30 or RA20. Of course, that's 30,000 square feet per lot or 20,000 square feet per lot at the board's discretion. The subject property does have access to Nash County Public Water via an existing 4-inch water line, which runs along Old Smithfield Road. And permitting higher density residential development is consistent with the plan to accommodate significant residential growth in this area. It would not be considered spot zoning because the subject property already is and will continue to be zoned for residential use, similar to the adjacent and surrounding properties. Approving the request will permit smaller minimum lot areas and increased density, but the new zoning district, as we discussed, is more restrictive in terms of land uses that are allowed. The large size of the property means we're creating a new zoning district and not an isolated lot of distinct zoning. The property has access to public water. It's consistent with the land development plan. And because it's conditional, the development would be limited to the approved sketch plan only. And if we can turn our attention to that sketch plan, in order to show more detail, this is oriented 90 degrees from what you've been looking at. North would be to the right-hand side. It's such a long piece of property. This is the best way to show the detail on the screen. But this is Old Smithfield Road, and then again, this is the north of the property. This sketch plan was proposed by Stocks Engineering. It proposes 35 new residential lots in Phase 1, which is from Old Smithfield Road up to the Beaver Dam Creek, which cuts through the middle of the property. And all those lots, and 24 additional lots in Phase 2, which at this time, because there's no road frontage to the north, would require a stream crossing there permitted by the state, but 24 additional lots on the north side. The plan includes one stub road to the property to the north. As you can see, the main road there continues on to the north to provide for future connectivity. There are 2 stub roads from the property to the east, one right here and one right there, and 2 stub roads to the property to the west, one here and one there. And all of that is to provide for interior connectivity when there's future development. Nash County has a maximum 1,200-foot block length. And so if these skinny properties in the future were to be developed, they would run into a block length problem if they were not able to connect to one side or the other. It does not create an expectation that these properties have to be developed, but it does allow for the future possibility. All these lots are either 20,000 square feet or greater and meet the 100-foot minimum lot width requirement of the proposed zone. There are 2 shared cluster mailbox kiosks, one for each phase as required by the U.S. Postal Service. And of course, the developer would be required to construct new water lines within the interior of the subdivision to connect each new lot to the existing Nash County Public Water System. I do want to note that since the planning board, this particular stub has been added as a result of planning staff conversation with the developer, and that is the only change from the time that the planning board reviewed this, which is a minor change, but I wanted to point that out because it's something that evolved late in the life of the project. The Technical Review Committee considered this request back on February 25th and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered the request on March 15th, 2021. Sharon and Stephen Eatman of 10654 Pace Road and the owners of the adjacent property to the west did speak in opposition to the request, noting the increased residential density, an increase in traffic, the potential impacts to the creek itself, and sewage disposal concerns. The Planning Board had a split vote of 5-2, 5 in favor of recommending approval of Consistency Statement A, approval of the request to rezone the property from R40 to RA20 CU, and approval of the conditional use permit, which will authorize the development of the subdivision itself. This is a 3-motion process to adopt a consistency statement, then approve or deny the zoning map amendment, and then finally to approve or deny the conditional use permit. The conditional use permit requires the board to adopt findings or 4 conclusions. First, that the project satisfies the applicable requirements of the ordinance. Second, that it will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Third, that it will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Excuse me, there's 5 criteria. 4, it will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. And 5, it will be in general conformity with the land development plan. And as you can see in the staff report, there are some suggested findings from the TRC and the planning board for your consideration. And then finally, there are 4 development conditions that are suggested for attachment to the conditional use permit. Number 1, the property shall only be developed in accordance with the sketch plan. Number 2, it can be developed for any of the land uses that are permitted in the standard RA20 zoning district. Number 3, all subdivided lots must be served by Nash County Public Water, and that system will be extended by the developer as necessary. And number 4, any significant or substantial modifications or changes to the design once it's approved by this board could trigger a re-review by the TRC, the planning board, and of course a reapproval by the Board of Commissioners if in fact it was a substantial change to the design. This is a conditional use rezoning. The decision to rezone the property is a legislative decision, but the decision to issue the conditional use permit or not that will authorize its development is a quasi-judicial decision. And so because those 2 are intermingled, we will hold a quasi-judicial public hearing. And upon the opening of that, I would ask to be sworn in, and I will offer the staff report and the case file as evidence to be submitted for the record. And before we do that, I'll be glad to take any questions that the board has.
Questions of Mr. Tyson on this matter? Seeing none, any other comment, Mr. Tyson?
No, sir.
All right, I'd entertain a motion to go into a quasi-judicial public hearing to hear this motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on that motion? I will point out that this was in Commissioner Combs' district. Mr. Tyson may have said that, I'm not sure. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. The motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a quasi-judicial hearing to hear anyone that wishes to speak for or against this particular Rezoning request, conditional use, we will need to swear you in individually, as we have done since COVID times. And prior to coming to speak, we'll catch you when you come up to the podium to speak for or against it. And at this time, I'd ask the clerk to swear in Mr. Tyson while he is at the podium. And I will need to pause between each speaker to have the podium sanitized. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I would just ask if the board would accept the staff report and the contents of the case file as evidence for the quasi-judicial public hearing.
So done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Megan. Thank you, ma'am. First speaker, either for or against this item, can come forward. And if you would place the clerk and have her swear you in.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. If you would state your name and address for the record, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir. Sharon Eatman, 10654 Pace Road in Bailey. We are the owners of the adjoining property to this. The facts are this. We had requested that it be rezoned to the 30 rather than the 20. The planning board did approve that, and when it came to you, you even made a comment about it. But Mr. Tyson, when it came back before the planning board, he told them that they had approved the 20 rather than 30. I don't know if you recall that, Mr. Tyson. Now, the property on this side is being asked to be rezoned, which I'm sure it's by the same people who would then again want to do the 20. And that is going to make the traffic and everything else a tremendous burden for Old Smithfield Road. Then we've got the old Beaver Dam Creek. It has a lot of water that goes through it. Putting a bridge over it, I feel like will do tremendous damage to it, besides all the trash and everything else that this amount of people will cause. And cutting the timber on that property, which I think will cause additional erosion. In the last time that we were here before you guys, it was, they wanted to, the people that are asking for this rezoning, agreed to the 30 so that they could go ahead and get it done. And I just feel like the 30 would be much better for the community, for the property, and everything else if it were left at the 30 rather than the 20. Thank you.
Ms. Eaton. Megan, other speakers at this time that for or against this item? Mr. Tyson, did you need to say anything from your seat about this?
I will just confirm what Ms. Eatman said. The first time that this request was considered by the planning board, when it was a general rezoning, she's correct. They did recommend a rezoning to RA 30. And I may have misspoke at the planning board meeting just because we have so many projects. But I can confirm she's correct. The recommendation that came to you last time from the planning board was for RA 30. This time, the planning board has recommended RA 20 with the site plan that you have. But what she stated was correct, and I apologize if I misstated that at the planning board meeting.
Okay, thank you, sir. Megan. Next speaker, name and address.
Yes, my name is Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering, representing the owner, and our address is 801 East Washington Street, Nashville, North Carolina.
Good morning.
Morning.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Kevin with Stocks Engineering, and we have been representing the owner for a couple of months now, trying to go through this process. And just a few things I did want to point out. I think Mr. Tyson has given you a pretty good summary of the piece of property itself, but the plan that we proposed does follow the existing land use plan that you guys have adopted. We have had extensive conversations with DOT. They're part of the TRC process, so they've evaluated the driveway location and the traffic on that road and have made their recommendations, and we've incorporated all of their comments and recommendations into the site plan that you have before you today. Any concerns that you or the neighbors have with environmental or erosion control will be addressed throughout the design process. So we have to go through extensive permits when we are developing the property, and North Carolina Erosion Control will certainly be involved and have to issue a permit for that, as well as if we do cross the creek, we will have to get permits from the Corps of Engineers and the Department of Environmental Quality. I also would like to point out that at the first planning board meeting that we came before you, the adjacent property owner to the east did recommend approval and was in favor of this property being developed as well. So I did want to point that out. So, and again, I'll be happy to answer any further questions you guys have about it.
Any questions of Mr. Stocks?
In
Mr.
this
Combs?
first phase, I'm assuming is down to lots 19 and 17?
That's correct. So the first phase will really be from the main road out front up to the creek crossing. And that's kind of where we're stopping at this point. Again, like we had talked about before, from a feasibility standpoint, we're not sure that crossing the creek will be feasible for the number of lots that are back there. But so we stop in phase one in front of that creek crossing.
How many of these lots have to be cleared or in the woods?
So I can't be exact, but the existing tree line is probably pretty close to where the two stub streets are shown right now. So it is farm field out front for the first probably 16 lots. And then where the stubs start will be probably where the wood line is pretty close. And again, any issues that result from erosion control from that clearing will have to go have a permit through the state.
Other questions, Mr. Combs?
Not right now.
Okay. Any other questions from any commissioner? Well, Mr. Stocks, oh, Mr. Varnell. He's been there so long, he's going to become a Stocks, I think. Okay, thank you, sir.
I got another comment. I'm sorry. I noticed most of these lots are more than the 20,000.
They are. So the nature of just the way the property lays out, it's a little wider than a standard 100-foot wide by 200-foot deep. So they end up being roughly around 250-foot deep each, which puts most of those lots at around 25,000 square feet on average.
Have you got are all of them each lot having their own individual driveway?
They do, yes, sir.
They do have their
Yes, sir.
individual driveway, which, that's good. None of them will have access on Old Smithfield Road. They're all to the street that
That is correct. We placed a 5-foot non-access easement along Old Smithfield Road for the two lots that do abut it, so they cannot access. All driveways would be served internally to the subdivision.
Okay, thank you.
All right, no other questions? Thank you, Mr. Barnell. Next speaker on this item, either for or against it? Anyone else? Seeing no one, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
Move to close the public hearing.
Motion by Commissioner Belfield, is there a second?
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. The public hearing is now closed. Mr. Tyson, any other comments you'd like to make at this time?
No, sir.
Any other questions of Mr. Tyson? Only question I have, it's my understanding in accordance with our ordinance, if we had stuck with the R30, it could have been developed R20 anyway with the clustering method that we currently have by just setting aside some land in the creek area.
Correct. If it had been rezoned to RA30 as a general rezoning, then the applicant would have had the opportunity to utilize the cluster development option. And as you say, the most likely area to set aside the cluster common area would be the wet area around the creek itself.
So it really wouldn't be much different than what we're looking at here today.
We probably would have ended up with fewer lots, but the lot overall, but the lots that we had would be essentially in the same size range as what we're looking at.
Okay, correct. Mr. Combs?
And with R30s, just a comment, they could have put mobile homes on there, double wides.
Correct. I believe what they asked for was RA30, which does not allow mobile homes, but the current zoning does allow mobile homes.
But the R20 does not.
This RA20 does not.
Okay.
Again, this is in Commissioner Combs' district. If there's no other questions, I'd entertain a motion to adopt a consistency statement with those items listed in the agenda to go along with the consistency statement.
Just a comment first.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate this development. It's a true subdivision. There's no houses on existing road. There's no driveways for two lots, and I just appreciate the way it looks. And I don't believe in the people that oppose would see a lot of difference, because most of these lots are larger than 20,000 square foot, and they got to keep it this way, from what I'm understanding, the way it's presented. So in light of that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve this
Consistency statement.
consistency statement.
And that includes item 1 and 2 and the lettered items under each one of them?
Yes.
Okay. I have a motion to approve the consistency statement A. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Since we got many of these coming up today, any questions on this item or what we're doing? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign.
And another comment, the precedents we've already set.
Let me
Thank you, brother.
state that the motion is hereby approved.
Thank you.
Mr. Combs, go ahead, sir.
We have neighbors right down the road that we've already approved R20s for, and this is a small development, really, and that's just a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Combs. Moving on to the next motion that we need a motion to approve or to deny the zoning map amendment. I'd entertain a motion at this time.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve the zoning. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Zoning stands approved as well. And now I call for a motion to approve the conditional use permit with those items listed under that as well.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? Mr. Tyson, have I covered everything you need covered?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries as well. Thank you, sir. We'll move on to, I'm gonna do one more, and then I'm gonna take about a 10-minute break if it pleases the board.
Go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Leggett? Okay. Item number 12 is a quasi-judicial public hearing again on a conditional use rezoning request to rezone 8.07 acres on West 97 Highway 9, West NC Highway 97 to RCCU for a self-storage warehouse facility. Mr. Tyson, if you'll present this request to us.
This is going to be in the same format as the last item. However, it will be for a commercial use instead of a residential use. The subject property highlighted in red on your screen is 8.07 acres. It's owned by the J&W Morgan Properties LLC, and it's located on the north side of West NC Highway 97 in the R30 zoning district. That's the green color that you see dominating the zoning map. To give you your bearings, the undeveloped property is north of the town of Middlesex, and it's to the east of the Samaria Crossroads, which is indicated on both the aerial photo and the zoning map on the left side of the map there. It is immediately adjacent to an existing manufactured home park, which is owned and operated by the same owner of this property, and that's along Rich Lane right here. It's in the Neuse River Basin, is not in a regulated floodplain or a designated watershed protection overlay district, and it does not appear to include any riparian stream buffers. There is no Nash County Public Utility Service to this area of the county, so any future development would utilize a private on-site well and septic system. The property owner has submitted this request to rezone the property from R30 to RCCU, specifically for the development of a self-storage warehouse facility. If we review the site plan, this is a zoomed-in version of the site plan. You can see a 900-square-foot proposed office building at the front of the complex, a paved parking lot in front of that with 5 parking spaces. Behind the building, a fenced and graveled area containing 8 self-storage warehouse buildings. There is some security lighting indicated at several points around the fence line. And there is a required 25-foot wide buffer on both the eastern and western sides of natural vegetation that will be required to be preserved by the developer to visually screen the facility from those immediately adjacent residentially zoned or used properties to the east and west. When we review the land development plan, it is consistent with some recommendations of the plan, but inconsistent with others. As you can see, it's in the yellow suburban growth area on the map right there. The land development plan does support the development of very limited commercial land uses within the suburban growth area if they meet 4 criteria: frontage along and access to either a major state highway or secondary road, location at a major intersection, proximity to similar land uses, and spatial separation from non-compatible land uses such as existing residences. First of all, because this is a conditional use rezoning, that would qualify this as a limited commercial land use because the development of the property is restricted to just a self-storage warehouse facility, if in fact it is approved, and it can only be developed in compliance with the specifically approved site plan and any attached conditions. It does meet the criteria of having frontage along and direct access to a major state highway, West NC Highway 97. It is not located at a major intersection. However, it is about a quarter mile east of Samaria at the crossroads of Highway 97 and Highway 231, which you can see in this orange color has been previously identified by the plan as a rural commercial area. And that is an area that is a key road intersection where the development of small-scale commercial and business services should be encouraged to serve the local customer base. So it is not actually within that area, but it is within a quarter mile of the center of that intersection, which is the center of that node of commercial area. The subject property is not located in direct proximity to other commercial or non-residential land uses, with the closest being back at the Samaria Crossroads itself. And it does not have significant spatial separation from the already existing residential development that's located across the road. It's also very close to the mobile home park, but as I noted, that is owned and operated by the same developer. But it does have proposed screening buffers that should help mitigate the impact of that facility to the east and to the west. In terms of spot zoning, this may be considered spot zoning because, as you can see, it's not immediately adjacent to the rural commercial zoning that's already established around the crossroads. However, it could be considered reasonable spot zoning because, again, it is on a major state highway and it's only a quarter mile east of that intersection. It's a relatively low-intensity commercial operation compared to other things that are permitted in a rural commercial zoning district. It's been determined to be appropriate for highway development, and of course, a mini storage like this serves a local customer base. The commercial use would be restricted to just that use. And what really weighed on the minds of the TRC and the planning board is the fact that previous self-storage warehouse facilities have been approved and successfully developed in similar rural highway locations within our zoning jurisdiction, specifically the Spring Hope Mini Storage on South NC Highway 581 and the 58 North Mini Storage on Highway 58. Both of those have similar profiles and were located in similar areas and have been successful and in fact have been expanded by this board in recent months in at least one case. Alternatively, the board could consider this unreasonable spot zoning if you determine that it's located too far from that rural commercial area at the Samaria Crossroads, or if you determine that this proposed facility would be too burdensome for the residential neighbors in that immediate area. The Technical Review Committee considered this request back on February 25th and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered it on March 15th. No members of the public other than the applicant were present to address the board regarding the request, and the Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of Consistency Statement A, approval of the actual zoning map amendment, and approval of the conditional use permit. This, again, will be a three-motion process for a consistency statement, followed by the map amendment, followed by the conditional use permit, approval or denial. And again, the conditional use permit will be subject to conclusions with supporting findings of fact and a list of development conditions. The property would be approved for the development of a self-storage warehouse facility only. It can only be developed in accordance with the approved site plan. The vegetative screening buffers would have to be preserved, maintained, or supplemented as necessary. And there's a list of other approvals that would be needed prior to construction: an erosion and sedimentation control plan approval from the state, a driveway permit from the NCDOT, well and septic permits from our Environmental Health Division, and zoning, building, and trade permits from our Planning and Inspections Department. And then, of course, any significant or substantial changes would potentially submit this to re-review and reapproval. And with that, I'll be glad to take any questions that the board has.
Questions of Mr. Tyson? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to go into a quasi-judicial hearing on this matter.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we now are in a quasi-judicial hearing to receive any comments for or against this rezoning or conditional use for the 8.07 acres. I will need to swear each speaker in as they come forward. Mr. Attorney, Mr. Tyson been sworn in previously. Does he need to be for each item, or does it carry forward?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Tyson has been sworn in one time this morning. Do I need to swear him in for each agenda item?
Yes, sir.
I do, okay. Madam Clerk, if you swear Mr. Tyson.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit the staff report and the contents of the case file to the board for acceptance as evidence in this quasi-judicial public hearing.
All right, so done, sir. Appreciate it. Megan? Is there anyone here that wishes to speak for or against this agenda item number 12 at this time? Good morning, ma'am. If you'll state your name and address for the record, good to see you.
Good morning. Good to see you. Maria Barber. I'm at 9608 West NC 97. That's the office number where we are located.
Yes, ma'am, good morning. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning. I just wanted to speak on behalf of J&W Morgan Properties. My name is Maria Morgan Barber. Billy Morgan was my uncle, and this was actually his property. He purchased that property so that nobody would build anything across from it, I believe, because his home place was directly across the street from there. So what we've decided to do, and again, as Mr. Tyson said, the property adjacent is owned by us now. The property across the street I have talked with the residents there to confirm they're okay with us doing this, and they had no problems at all. Talked with Ms. Wiggins, she's behind the property. She actually came and visited me Friday and said, do I need to be there? What do I need to do? I said, only if you want to contest us. And she said, no, ma'am, I'm tickled to death. She was happy with what we're planning to do, so I just wanted to affirm some of the things we are planning to make it look good. It's an ugly piece of property right now, so we're trying to make it look a little bit better. So just thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else to speak for or against this item? Farnell, if you'll be sworn in again, please, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Again, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering, address of 801 East Washington Street here in Nashville, North Carolina, representing the owner, who obviously just spoke to you guys. So the property has gone through a TRC review, been reviewed by DOT for driveway location. We have shown buffers on the property to help buffer it from the adjacent properties, but right now we do not see or have any issues with the adjacent neighbors. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions, Mr. Varnell? Thank you, sir. Earn your money today, Megan. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Thank you. Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Combs and a second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. The public hearing is now closed. Mr. Tyson, any following?
No, sir.
Comments from you, sir? Any questions, Mr. Tyson?
I've got a question.
Ms. Leggett? Let me get her, Mr. Belford, then I'll be right back with you. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Mr. Tyson, I wanted to know if, in this situation, after this piece of property was developed, if the developer wished to expand or add more buildings, for example, would they have to come back to us to do that?
They would. Any development beyond what's shown on this site plan would require action by the planning board and by this board. So they're restricted to the 8 buildings that they have now. And once they constructed those, if they wanted to expand, they would do an amendment to this, much like the one we did last month, I believe. So yes, they would be, to go beyond this plan, they would have to come back to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Belfield?
Mr. Tyson, it says what, for family, personal development, so there's no commercial operation going to come from this storage?
This will be a commercial operation. They'll be renting the mini storage units. So we're rezoning the property to rural commercial conditional use.
For mini storage?
Right.
Well, did it say that?
Self-storage is another phrase for mini storage. Self-storage warehouse is a term that our ordinance uses.
Okay.
And that's the only thing that would be permitted for development on the property if this is approved.
Okay, the word self-storage means mini storage.
Correct.
Well, I learned something else today. Okay, I'm clear.
All right, other questions of Mr. Tyson before we entertain a motion? Seeing none, our first motion, like before, would be a consistency statement, and this consistency statement has two items under it with a numerous alphabet individual statements under each of the two items. So I'd entertain a motion for either consistency statement A with the two items listed, or consistency statement B, which would be to deny.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Combs.
I make a motion we adopt consistency statement A for approval.
All right, we have a motion to adopt consistency statement A, included item 1 and item 2, and the following subtitles under it. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries. We'll move to the second motion that we need, which is to approve or to deny the zoning map amendment.
Make a motion to rezone to approve the rezoning map amendment.
I have a motion by Commissioner Combs to approve the zoning map amendments. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. And the last action we would need would be a motion to find the conclusion with supporting finding acts, and they are listed under that particular thing. There are a number of them, a total of about 9. Conclusion with supporting finding of facts. Motion.
And development conditions.
And development conditions. Thank you.
Make a motion.
All right.
What, all this, all of it.
Okay, we have a motion to.
Conditional use permit. Approve the conditional use permit, I think.
Okay. We're actually making a motion to
Approve.
find the supporting finding of facts and the, including the development standards that are listed with it. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion stands approved as well. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. At this time, I am going to call for about a 10-minute recess. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. I'll call us back to order at this time. During the break, I received a request through the clerk for the board to consider, we're now on item 13, to consider going ahead and moving to item 17 and take care of that item, which will be just a few minutes, and then go back to 13. Is there any objection from a board member to be making that move? Seeing none, item 13 is the Sheriff's Office awarding service record for retired detention transport officer. And I'll call on Major Wilson at this time and anyone else he may have with him. Major, if you would introduce the people you have with you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, board. Thank y'all for letting us go ahead and do this. Miss Walker, did you come up? Board, Miss Sonia Walker retired from the Sheriff's Office Detention Facility, and we'd like to issue her duty weapon. And after 23 years of service, and she unfortunately had to go out with medical.
Okay.
And she misses it every day, but thank goodness she's able to be here with us today. And her son, Carl, and sir, if you can bring your family up here with us.
Major Wilson, if you would put them right here and face the other way, I'm sure there's some of her family wishes to get a picture. and Jonathan as well. Well, here he comes right now. That's great. Glad to have all y'all with us this morning.
Sir, would you like to come down and take a picture with us?
Y'all go ahead. I do want you to let her introduce who's with her before you sit down.
I would. Ms. Walker, Board, this is Ms. Sonia Walker. This is her son, Carl Walker Jr., and his wife, Danielle, and have the 3 grandchildren. This is Ms. Patsy Lewis. She's a corporal in the detention facility that worked with Ms. Walker for years. Ms. Walker started in 1998. She worked for 23 years as a detention officer and a transport officer. From the time that I met her, just outstanding personality, positive every time, and working in that environment to stay positive every day that you see someone says something about somebody's character. She's just a very positive person, and unfortunately, she had some medical issues and had to go out, and she just told me a while ago that she misses it because she's bored, because for 23 years that was her family across the street, and she misses her family. But she knows if she needs anything, she can call on us and we'll take care of her. So to issue her weapon to her is Captain Bowen, who's the captain over detention facility. Let me get in the picture and we can take a picture while you do that.
Hold on just a minute, Don. Get them pulled together there. There we go. Sonia, on behalf of the board, we greatly appreciate your years of service. I know I see these grandchildren, you'll take that service weapon and put it in a very safe place. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Major.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Tyson, we'll start back with item number 13. Item 13 would be a quasi judicial public hearing on conditional use rezoning request to rezone 58.29 acres on Red Oak Brattleboro Road to RA20 CU for the Red Oak Brattleboro Road subdivision.
This is the subject property highlighted in red. It is a portion of a larger 74.79 acre tract of land. However, as you can see on the zoning map, the southern portion of that tract actually falls within the town of Dorches. And so the development of that portion, which is included in the proposed subdivision, would not be the domain of this board, but that of the town of Dorches. The property in question here is owned by Claudette D. Regis. It's located on the south side of Red Oak Brattleboro Road in the R30 zoning district. So you can see that green color there that dominates the property. It's located between the town of Red Oak to the west, which would be over here, and as already stated, the town of Dorches to the south, and that's where those 16.5 acres fall right there. It's immediately adjacent to the Dean's Mobile Terrace subdivision, which is inside this blue line on both maps to the west. That is a subdivision established around 1973. The subject site's undeveloped, has been used primarily for agricultural cropland. There is a pond and a ditch on the eastern side that will have to be evaluated to see if it will be subject to a riparian buffer that would limit development in the immediate vicinity of those features. The property owner has submitted this request to rezone from R30 to RA20 CU, specifically for the development of a 68-lot subdivision. The request would reduce by 1/3 the minimum lot size and therefore increase by 1/3 the number of lots that could potentially be subdivided from the property. Currently, it requires 30,000 square feet per lot, and the request would change that to 20,000 square feet per lot, slightly increasing the permitted residential density. There are 9 land uses that are permitted for development under some circumstances in the current zoning district that would no longer be permitted under the current proposal. Again, most notably, double-wide manufactured homes and duplexes are permitted in the current R30, but would not be permitted in the proposed. Also, rural family occupations, radio or communication towers, non-hazardous solid waste disposal sites, utility field offices, water treatment plants, horse shows, and turkey shoots would also no longer be permitted. The subject property, its development will be tied to the subdivision sketch plan directly that we'll look at shortly. And because this is a conditional use, there's the opportunity to attach conditions. The board will recall that you considered this same property back on February 1st as a request to rezone from R30 to RA20 as a general rezoning, and instead the board voted to deny that request and recommend that the applicant resubmit as a conditional use rezoning with a proposed sketch plan, which is what we're reviewing today. The land use plan designates this area that is outside of the town jurisdictions. The county area is designated as suburban growth area. It supports the rezoning of this property to either RA30 or RA20 because of the availability of county public water service. There's a 6-inch water line installed to the west of the property within extension distance along Red Oak Brattleboro Road, as well as 2 4-inch water lines installed inside the adjacent subdivision on Pine Street and Dogwood Drive. And so there are 3 opportunities for connection to the existing public water system. Spot zoning, the subject request would not be considered spot zoning because the property is zoned for residential now, and it will continue to be zoned for residential use. The request would permit smaller minimum lot areas and slightly increased residential development density, but as we discussed, the new district is more restrictive in terms of land uses. The 20,000 square foot minimum lot area requirement is consistent with many of the existing lots that are already subdivided immediately adjacent to the property inside the Dean's Mobile Terrace subdivision, particularly the connecting lots along Pine Street and Dogwood Drive that hover right at and around 20,000 square feet per lot. The large size of the lot would create a new zoning district, and we've already discussed the availability of water, the consistency with the land use plan. Let's turn our attention to the specifics of the actual subdivision sketch plan. This plan was prepared by Stocks Engineering. That proposes 68 new residential lots on the subject property. 15 additional lots would be proposed within Dorch's jurisdiction to the south. And of course, again, in order to show more detail, this is turned sideways from what we were looking at. So north is toward the road back here. This would be the southern or the bottom end of the maps we were looking at. But these 15 lots would be within the town of Dorch's to be approved. 4 of the lots would be accessed directly along Red Oak Brattleboro Road, and the remainder would all be accessed from the proposed new interior roads, including extensions of Pine Street or an extension of Pine Street and Dogwood Drive going into the adjacent subdivision, as you can see at the bottom of the screen. All these lots meet or exceed the 20,000 square foot minimum lot area, the 100-foot minimum lot width requirement. Lot 46 up here is reserved for any stormwater control measures that might be required as we go further into the development of this property. The design includes a shared cluster box mailbox kiosk near the subdivision entrance as required by the Postal Service. And of course, the developer will be required to construct new water lines within the interior of the subdivision to connect each new lot to our existing public water system. The TRC considered this on February 25th and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered this on March 15th. There were several members of the public opposing the request or speaking in opposition to the request, including Graham Perry of 5365 Red Oak Brattleboro Road, William Bill Davis of 5762 Red Oak Brattleboro Road, Eddie Lewis of 4870 Dogwood Drive, and Al Williams of 5586 Red Oak Brattleboro Road. The concerns that were expressed involved the increased residential density, some existing drainage issues that were observed with the property, concerns about sewage disposal, traffic safety, noise, and the proximity of the immediately adjacent livestock pasture land. This vote from the planning board was a split vote, 6 in favor and 1 opposed, ultimately recommending approval of consistency statement A, approval of the zoning map amendment, and approval of the conditional use permit. You have a 3-motion process for the consistency statement. I would point out, and I probably should have pointed out on the previous, that if you decide to vote against it, you'll need to make a determination that it is either not reasonable, not in the public interest, unreasonable spot zoning, or incompatible with the specific proposed location. Then a second motion to approve or deny the zoning map amendment, and then finally a conditional use permit motion with supporting findings of fact and development conditions that are extremely similar to the other residential rezoning we've already reviewed this morning. And so I'll pause there and take any questions from the board before we open the public hearing.
Questions of Mr. Tyson on this matter? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to open the quasi-judicial hearing on item number 13.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a quasi-judicial hearing, and the board would like to hear from anyone that is here to speak for or against this item. I will need, as we have been doing, swear you in each time you come to the podium and allow us to clean the podium between each speaker. At this time, Madam Clerk, if you'll swear Mr. Tyson back in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I would ask that you accept the staff report as well as the contents of the case file into evidence for this quasi-judicial public hearing.
Hereby accepted, sir. Thank you. Megan, if there's someone here that wishes to speak for or against this item, we'd be glad to hear from the first speaker now. Let's move forward. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
State your name and address again for the record.
Yes, sir. William Davis, 5762 Red Oak, Brattleboro Road, Brattleboro, North Carolina, 27809.
Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis, I do want to apologize to you again the other day when you called me for having to point out that I wasn't able to speak to you about this matter. I certainly hope you understood it being quasi-judicial. I really wasn't supposed to do that.
I
Gentleman over
understand.
there.
I understand, sir.
Okay, thank you.
The reason I stand is not in opposition to building houses in the area. The reason I stand is to opposition to the way the houses are being built. The first thing that I brought up was about the sewage system, and as everyone here knows that lives in the county knows that you have a septic tank and then you have drainage lines from the septic tank to disperse the sewage in the proper manner. When you put these houses so close together, and the gentleman said 20,000 or more, 20,100 feet, I mean, how much more 20,000? That's 20,000 feet. The drainage lines of houses that are so close to each other are going to be running into each other, causing an improper drainage of the system as it's supposed to work. And the property that's being proposed does have water provided by the city, which the developer said he's going to tap into rather than developing their own water system. But it has no sewage system. And because it has no sewage system, it has to present septic tanks and drain lines. And because of this, the closeness of these houses together and the improper seepage of sewage in such a small area, and the danger of that seepage, not only going to the surrounding wetlands and ponds on either side of it. I don't have, they moved the map, so I can't get to it. But it's also contamination to the shallow wells in the area, of which one is mine. Because of these dangers in the septic system that's laid out, it becomes a danger to the public health, which is not a reasonable area, a reasonable thing to be put into it. So the items that the gentleman mentioned about reasons for not passing it, it's not reasonable. It's not reasonable because there's no acceptable measure means by which to dispose of sewage without becoming a danger to the surrounding area. Another thing that I wanted to mention was you have the dynamics of the city and the dynamics of the county. And the city has water and sewer provided. It has all these amenities provided for close housing development. But then when you take those real close housing clusters and put them in the county, you don't have those amenities available to them. Yes, we do have the water, but no, they do not have the sewage system. When you're in the county, people move there for a little bit of space in their area. You know, nobody wants to reach out the window and shake hands with their neighbor like you do in the city. So therefore, it's not in the public interest of the definition of city as opposed to county. Another thing is that the town of Dorches, part of this property is in the town of Dorches. If you look at the map, which they've changed, if you look at the map, it shows the part that's in Dorches has got large land areas for development because Dorches would not accept the plan that they're trying to get you to accept here in the county. And that's why they did that. I've talked to the commissioners in Dorches, and I found that out. So that's why they changed their plan. And as you'll notice, the section in Dorches, it's got large land areas, not the concentrated areas in the 2,000 range cluster of the houses. Put a house on every other lot, or double the size of the lots, and you don't have any problems like you would have in your R30. So, you know, that becomes, it's not in harmony with the surrounding areas. He mentions about the Dean's Trailer Park. There's a couple of lots over there that are small lots in the 20,000 range, such as they're trying to build on this property. But those are small trailers in a trailer park. They're not houses in a clustered area that's packed on top of each other, or nearby packed on top of each other. Again, that's the harmony. Those three things alone are violations of what required, according to the gentleman's statement, to object the building of this particular spot. If they wanted to increase it and put double the lots and put a house on it, there's no problem. Nobody's got an argument with that. We got the argument with the danger to the area, the harmony of the area, and public interest of city-county life. You got wetlands. They're talking about their drainage system. Their drainage system that they're proposing is going into wetlands. As you look at the property, the property on the west side has got drainage lands, which they'll have to build they're proposing their roads going into Dean's Trailer Park, going over wetlands. I would assume you're going to have a bridge, and they'd probably have to get in touch with DOT about that. But their roads, just an assumption now on my part, because it doesn't say on the map, but for an area like that, you've got to have a two-lane road for the cars going past each other, coming in and going out. But going into Dean's Trailer Park, they're going into one-lane roads. It's a trailer park. They're only one-lane roads. We've been into it, looked at the roads, and you don't have that privilege to it, and the gentleman didn't mention about it, but you got two-lane roads going into one-lane roads, so you got a congestion problem there. You've only got one road going out into a heavily traveled road, which I think the gentleman mentioned the other day, over 1,000 cars. I think he said over 1,000 cars go over those traffic, so you got heavy traffic, and you only got one lane going out into it. The major difference in what the problem, what the zone is set at right now and changing it to the R20, even though I understand what you mentioned to me about, they can do what you darn well please, apparently. But the difference is the size of the lots. Put a house on the size of the lot that will carry the house. Don't reduce the area to potential problems for not just the people who live there, but the people who live in the surrounding area. You know, their problem that they're creating causes my well to go bad. Now, I've got to go out and spend an astronomical amount of money to try to get a deep well to compensate for the loss that I've got after my health goes bad because they find out that it's contaminated, because, you know, you always find those problems out later, not sooner. It's, you know, I beg the commissioners to consider all the situations that this proposal is. You know, it's a proposal for someone to make money on smaller different areas, making money on larger different areas. You know, take in consideration of the people. It's not just, we're making more money for the county, we're making more money to stick in my pocket, you know, we're giving substandard quality of property to the surrounding area. They're not going to have to pay for it now. They make the money now, but we got to pay for it later. I beg y'all to consider the entirety of this situation, not just the face value of it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Other people wish to speak on this particular item?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. You'll let the clerk swear you in, Clint.
Yes, sir, thank you. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Clint Henry, 5784 Red Oak Battleboro Road. Mr. Chairman, committee, I'll be short and sweet. Speak now or forever hold my peace. I'm 73 years old. I've been where I am at 5784 Red Oak Battleboro Road since 1976. Quiet, pleasant neighborhood. It's growing. I have no problem with growth. Let's keep it sensible. We put 68 homes across the street in sandy, loamy soil. Average homeowner uses 300 to 500 gallons of water a day flushed down. And most people think when you pull that handle or turn the faucet on that that's the end of it. That's just the beginning. That water has to go into the ground, has to be taken care of God's way, as by design, and I'm sure that those that will approve or not will do due diligence in making sure that that sewer water is safe. But let's just don't put 50,000 gallons a day into a 20,000 gallon a day ground. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Other speakers on this item? Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
I appreciate the chance to speak to the board. I will try to be extremely brief. In particular, in regards to this situation, there's 3 issues that I think really need to be.
Let me get you to state your name
Oh,
and
I'm so
address for the
sorry,
record
sir.
first. That's okay.
Alan Davis, 5762 Red Oak Battleboro Road.
Thank you, Al.
And the 3 issues, real quick, that I think needed to be pointed out were, first, the spot zoning. The gentleman made a comment as to the regards that were made to avoid the appearance of any spot zoning issues. However, I really think that if you look at the map here, you can see it's a half-hearted attempt and very cosmetic to create an appearance of scale transition, because the map actually, the complex comes into Red Oak Battleboro Road. However, what they've done is they've back-ended it into a trailer park so that they can say these 2 end lots here on a road that isn't even being occupied currently, except for a couple of houses at the very end. Well, these houses are small, the ones that have been there since 1970. So since these 2 houses are small, then we can go ahead and make the rest of these houses small, when all the other surrounding houses in the area on Red Oak Battleboro Road, on the road beside where they're developing, coming up to the crossroads, all those houses are all rated at 30. And so they're trying to put a 20 in. And I think the board saw that when they asked for a conditional plan for this location. However, as you can see, what they've done is they've put big swaths of land into dorches, trying to sway the appearance of this as a large complex. They put big swaths of land over on the side where they know that that area is going to have to be removed from the plan, because the water area there, you've got a beaver dam over here, and I can tell you, growing up in the area, those beavers love nothing more but than to flood that area. Now, obviously you can get rid of those beavers. They might have something to say about that, but you're not going to be able to get rid of the spiny mussels, which are endangered to that area. And the environmental agency has come in before and said nothing can be done on those wetlands because you have an endangered species there. So all those large areas on the end of the place where they say they're going to build the water embargo to, that's not going to be there. That's not going to be available to them. And they'll realize that as they get into the process, but unfortunately you will have already given them conditional approval, so they'll take away all the cosmetic parts, the big land there, the big land in the back, the attachment to the trailer park. And what they're going to do is throw essentially 85 units of houses, 85 families into a very small area right here, right next to some large families who have wells, who have children that go to school and sit on this road by the school bus. You have 85 families flushing toilets, putting junk in their trash cans, which there is no trash receptacles here. If you look at the plan, they notice that this should be a cluster area, and this should be zoned as cluster, but they don't do that so that they can avoid the 15% that they have to donate to common areas, such as places where natural trees will exist, where the trash can be, trash storage units can be put on the property, so that trash can be properly organized and disposed of. They don't do that. This should have been a cluster area, but in order to prevent the 15% waste for them, they decided not to do that. And they cut down, they try to sell you that hey, it's only a 1/3 reduction. But literally the property that they're proposing is a 50% reduction in what it currently is zoned at. Because you're going from 3,000 to 2,000, that's a 50% reduction. When you go up, the number looks smaller, but when you're going down, which is what this is, you're putting 50% more families into this area than what was zoned for them to be there. That is a very big impact on the area, and that does not meet for the standards of what existed previously. So when they say that, I apologize, one second, but when they say that it needs to be consistent with what exists already, it's not consistent at all. And these cosmetic changes that they put on the paper do not relay the truth of the matter to that area. Second thing I wanted to address real quick is the compatibility. This is very incompatible. These gentlemen have already talked before me about the issues with drainage and sewage and some very bad issues for the health of the community there. But that doesn't get into the thing like I mentioned about the trash. the increased residential density of 50% to this area, which is what they're proposing for you to give them, is going to put a lot of problems and a lot of strain on an area that is not ready. I mean, the land is not ready for medium to high density abatement. What it needs is the low-level it's low-level land, it's low-density level land, and that's what it needs because the soil can't contain that. And if you take all these properties, there's no room for any vegetation or natural growth that already exists there. I mean, it's property up to property up to property. You see no trees, no plants, no common areas, no greenery, no anything that a cluster would have allowed. So you don't see any of that. So what you've got is taken away all the issues that would even help with the drainage. So that stuff is a problem. And you've got, sewage disposal concerns, traffic safety, one road going in for 85 families, because I can tell you nobody's going to be using that dead-end trailer park. I mean, it's property that's not even being used currently. So everybody's going to be coming on that one road, that one outlet, that one little drive right there. And they realize that because they put the mailbox. They put a cluster mailbox there knowing this is a cluster situation. And so they put a mailbox at the end of the street saying this is where everything should be because this is the only common area we're giving you. One mailbox for 87 families. Now figure out how you're going to get to your school bus. Figure out how you're going to get your trash out of there. Figure out how you're going to get to work at 9 o'clock in the morning with all those cars running and only one road accessing it. You're going to have stormwater runoff impact. You're going to have trash refuge piling up. You're going to have the natural vegetative and natural state of this area is going to be destroyed. And that's going to have a large environmental impact. And if the spiny mussel doesn't stop them from development, which, they'll have to address that in the Army Corps of Engineers with the beaver pond, all these other things should already draw pause and say, look, we've already registered it for the proper level of housing that it can sustain, giving it a lower designation and letting it be, even under circumstances where you have to have the approval beforehand. The plan, I mean, it includes houses that the Dorches has said they won't even give you, so you're already cutting that off. The last thing I wanted to do was mention the conditions in which you said that it cannot be acceptable, and it can only be developed in accordance with the approved subdivision sketch plan. That's what a condition is. You say, okay, we'll give you what you want. We'll make this sustain more houses than it should, but only if you give us an exact plan of what you're going to do. Well, they're showing you with this plan that they have no interest whatsoever but in making those as small as you can. And they proved that with lot number 16, that y'all even had to go back and ask them, hey, it needs to be round there. It's a cul-de-sac. You put a square into there because it's the only way you could get 2,000 square feet legitimately into it. And they've cut these properties so razor thin that there's no area for any greenery, for any natural anything. And there's no conditions being given by this board to say, hey, we need to have answers about what you're going to do about trash. There's no dumpsters on this. There's no room for any dumpsters on this. Are all 84 families supposed to just throw their trash onto the street in bins that nobody's coming to pick up? Are they all supposed to take it down to the dump over by Hubbard School? I mean, what's going to happen with the trash here? What's going to happen with all this stuff? Where's the common area that's going to give these people the answers they need to what they need to do with the common good of this area? So because the spot zoning issue, I think, is muddy, because the compatibility is definitely incompatible with the existing people and the existing land itself, and because the conditions that the board is giving them as far as building this are not direct enough. They're not saying, you've given them, hey, cut number 16 correctly, but you haven't given them enough conditions that they need to meet to prove that they're willing to stand up to the responsibility of taking this property and making it into this kind of an issue for the community. And I ask you to take those three considerations, which are all three individually enough to deny this appeal, but individually they're enough. Together, they're massively enough. And I think you should take that into consideration and not accept it as it is, and make them come back with a better plan that addresses all these issues and addresses everything and puts it, even if you're not going to do the R30, that's fine, but they need to do a cluster plan, which gives the 15% of the allotted area that it should be to common area maintenance and common area stuff, and make this into a community, not just a place where you're piling houses on top of houses. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. We have someone else that wishes to speak for or against this rezoning matter? The last time I say good morning, but good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You could be sworn in again, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning again. Thank you for allowing me to come before you. I'm not sure if the previous testimonies or any experts in their field, I would like to offer up that.
Kevin, let me just get you to state your name and address one more time for the record on this particular item.
Yep. My name is Kevin Varnell, and I'm with Stocks Engineering. Our address is 801 East Washington Street, Nashville, North Carolina.
Thank you.
I graduated from NC State University in 2001 with a degree in agriculture and biological engineering, and have been practicing engineering in Nash County for almost 17 or over 17 years now. So I have seen a few developments and a few subdivisions throughout that time. So I would like to offer myself up, my testimony as an expert in some of these. I would like to go through a few of these things, just kind of real quickly, not to prolong the process. But if you will notice, we do have 4 lots that do front directly out to Red Oak Brattleboro Road. The rest of the lots are all served internally. But we did take those 4 lots that do directly access Red Oak Brattleboro Road and made those almost 1 acre lots. So if you look at them, they're well over 40,000 square feet. One, trying to just mitigate those lots that are against the road. 2, giving them individual driveways so we're not doing shared driveways for those lots. So that's like I said, the only lots that will front and not access internally to the subdivision. As far as the septic systems, long throughout this county and surrounding counties, the 20,000 square foot has been an adequate size for lots that have good soils. These soils will be evaluated by not only a private soil scientist, but by the county as well when they issue the septic permits. And I just want to point out that when they are approving and reviewing for the septic permits, they're not only allowing enough area for just that house and its septic permit, but also for repair area in the event that that specific system failed. So there's not only the primary septic system, but a backup as well. So when we're talking about septic systems and if they fail or not, there's already a built-in backup plan on top of 2 consultants and the county looking at the soils for each lot. So I did want to make that clear and point that out. And when in regards to sewer, typically when you see sewer for a neighborhood, we're talking about city subdivisions, city neighborhoods, city lots, and we're getting down to around 6,000 square feet. So 20,000 square feet lot is a very large lot compared to a typical sewer lot that you would see in the city limits. As far as the size of the lots and the reason that most of the developers are trying to push the 20,000 square foot lot, there's 2 things going on. One, the cost to produce the subdivisions are going up. Just like you guys have seen, a lot of the house costs and things like that are increasing as well. So when we're trying to provide an affordable house, a house that's in the lower tier and not the higher end houses, you're having to make the lots to the size that the property owners can actually afford to buy them and afford to purchase. So we're trying to keep that cost low. Another reason that we want to reduce the lot size and keep them 20,000 square feet, we have the same number of people coming to Nash County annually. So the number of people that want to live here is going to be about the same. And the biggest difference is we can actually take and concentrate those on a smaller amount of land and not eat up as much farmland as we would if we were trying to make larger lots. One other thing was pointed out about the endangered species. I would like to present as evidence a letter from our environmental consultant, Terracon. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know who, I've got copies for everybody, or I can hand it to the county attorney or the clerk.
The clerk, if you would, Mr. Varnell.
Thank you.
Very quickly, in summary, there are actually multiple endangered species that can be found in this area. And according to their report, it's actually up to 7 species are likely found in this area. So not just one, not just the spiny mussel that you've heard of, but also in summary at the end of their report, they said it is the professional opinion of Terracon that the subject property does not currently provide habitat that could support any of the federally protected species listed below. And additionally, no state-listed species are documented within 1 mile of the study area. So we did have that evaluated and wanted to just make sure that we were not impacting any habitat or locations for endangered species there as well. As far as trash was mentioned.
Mr. Barnell, would you go back over that item just a little bit slower?
Sure, I sure will. So Terracon Consultants went out and did a study of the area and a study around the subject site. And there are actually 7 species that can be found or are likely to be found in our area. And then their report at the summary, when they went out and evaluated the site, it is the professional opinion of Terracon that the subject property does not currently provide habitat that could support any of the federally protected species. So they addressed the federally protected species, but then they also said that additionally, no state-listed species are documented within 1 mile of the area as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, you need to accept him as an expert, assuming you agree with his qualifications and rise to the level of an expert.
Is that my total decision as chairman?
Yes, it is, I think.
I would, knowing the firm and knowing Mr. Barnell, I would, and his education that he pointed out, accept him as an expert witness.
Thank you. The next item I wanted to point out was about trash collection. Right now, we have 2 options for trash collecting in the county for residential subdivisions. One would be rollout carts for private pickup. The second is the local refuge centers that the county has throughout the county. I'm not aware of any residential subdivisions that we currently have that have trash receptacles, trash dumpsters on site. That's typically reserved for trailer parks, things like that, commercial centers. So I'm pretty sure that the developer is not planning to put in trash dumpsters for this residential neighborhood. It would be left up to the individual homeowners for their private collection, just like every other subdivision in the county. And then one of the other points was about the common area. There was no common area pointed out. I would like to show that the SWQ lot up at the top is a non-buildable lot that does have 9 acres of open space that would be available to every resident within the subdivision to use like they see fit. We would potentially have to put in a stormwater pond on that lot, but that lot, again, is 9 acres, and our stormwater pond would be less than probably an acre, be around 30,000 square feet. So there would be plenty of land left over between the existing pond, the stormwater pond, and then the surrounding land for the neighbors there to use as well. So as far as the trees and wooded and buffers and things like that, if you look at the original aerial of the property, there are very few trees on the property as it is, as it stands right now. It's mostly farm field, but certainly the developer would be willing to add trees, on the common area and different things to help spruce up that and make it look a little better. So I'd be happy to entertain any questions that you guys have.
Questions of Mr. Barnell from board members?
I've got one question.
Ms. Leggett?
You mentioned about the stormwater area, that would be available for open space. How would the residents access that area?
It directly connects to the cul-de-sac, the third cul-de-sac on the left. That lot actually has a direct connection to the cul-de-sac, so it goes from public right-of-way straight to the lot. And that's not an actual house lot, so the one that's at the very end of 3 is actually a portion of the big main lot.
Other questions, Ms. Leggett?
And the road in the neighborhood, the proposed neighborhood, that would become a publicly maintained?
Yes, ma'am. All roads will
highway?
be public right-of-way.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Anthony?
Did you have information on environmental impact study or possible, like they say, sewage drainage into that area?
Yeah, well, the sewage and drainage is a soils issue, and so obviously, once we get into the design, the county actually reviews and approves the septic permits. So that's when the soils would actually be evaluated and looked at, would be at that stage of the process. So at this point, we're not quite ready for the county to look at the septic permits, but that would be addressed when it's time.
Okay.
Other questions from board members? Mr. Barnell, on your layout, the road, the lots that front Red Oak Brattleboro Road, which I see you made the frontage such that you don't have to have shared driveways, but behind those lots, you got a proposed 20-foot wide access easement. What is that about?
That was a request of TRC to be able to access and get to the mail kiosk if the residents did want to walk.
And the mail kiosk goes on which lot?
The mail kiosk is actually on we're in front of lots 65 and 66. It's a pull-off, just like the Postal Service and DOT have proposed. And it's right across from, I guess, the first street to the left.
Give me just 1 second.
Can't find my mouse.
There you go, right there. The black areas on the screen. What went away?
I think they did it.
Oh,
Okay, I do see that now, and that is to give them a way to walk to that.
that's right, if they desire to, instead of driving into the subdivision and picking up their mail from the mail kiosk.
So I see it comes on out to the proposed street.
That's correct.
Okay,
And that, like I said, that is a DOT-approved mail kiosk layout.
all right.
So you're not talking about a sidewalk, you're just talking about like a maintained grass area?
That's, for now, that's right. And like I said, that was really a request of TRC, not something that we had thought about. So we can certainly put some more thought into how that really works. But like I said, that was really a request so that right now, all the residents inside the subdivision can walk to the mail kiosk if they wanted to. Those four felt kind of separated from it. So they wanted to try to figure out how to include those back into it if they did want to walk. So that's why the easement was set up, was just to give them that right to do that.
So it really set up for those 4 lots fronting on the main street.
That's right, that's right.
Okay, I understand it now, but I just didn't know why you had that easement in there. The tie-in back to Pine Street, is that Pine Street, it says on here is a state-maintained street.
It is, both of them have state road numbers, so they are state-maintained streets.
Okay, so okay.
And obviously, the tie-in is a requirement of, planning staff and DOT.
I heard it referred to a trailer park numerous times. Is that a rental lot trailer park, or is it individually owned lots, I think?
Right now, it's my understanding that they're individually owned. Now, are they rentals and?
I understand that.
I do not know, but
Sure.
most of the lots I've selected were individually owned.
But they're not, they are an SR number, which is answer to my question.
That's correct.
Gotcha, okay. Other questions?
Does each one of these lots have individual driveways?
Yes, sir, they do.
Other items?
I've got one more question.
Sure.
The road front lots, I think there's 4 of them. Would they be able to have their own mailbox? Or are they part of the subdivision?
They would be part of the subdivision, the way the postmaster looks at it. So that's why they would come back and use the mail kiosk that we have internal to the subdivision as well. Now,
Okay,
the postmaster may allow those 4 to have their own, but for right now, we just included it as part of the mail kiosk.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett.
Thank you.
Do we have another speaker on this item, for or against? Seeing no one coming forward, I'd entertain a motion to close the quasi judicial hearing at this time.
Motion to close.
Motion by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Public hearing is now closed. Mr. Tyson, you got any further statements you'd like to make concerning it?
No, sir, not unless the board has any other questions.
Other questions for board members?
One question.
Sure.
You know, the existing trailer park, Dean, trailer park, has there been any report of a complaint that their water has been contaminated or have a problem with their drinking water?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I think it's important for the Board of Commissioners to understand that the environmental side of it, what we're doing is a rezoning matter, and the environmental part of it, approval and continuing study of that, is done after we rezone a parcel and is really not a part of what we approve here today. It would be another probably lengthy process by the environmental health, which comes under the Nash County Health Department. But we just are not in a position to consider any environmental as it relates to sewer or water in what we're doing here today, and of course, it is on public water. Adam, when I look at the consistency statement B, this board, if they choose to go with a consistency statement B, which would deny it moving forward, we've got to state the reasons why.
Correct.
And you give some examples here of what it could be, but I just don't see where any of these work with this particular piece of property. Could you elaborate a little bit on what it would take to go to a B?
Well, I think the things that are listed under B, it's not reasonable, it's not in the public interest, it's unreasonable spot zoning, or it would be incompatible with the proposed location. Those are categories for reasons why you might deny this request, but you would have to choose which of those or one or more that you're citing, and then the board would have to give an example of what you mean. So you wouldn't just say it's not reasonable, you would say it's not reasonable because the RA20 will allow residential density that is not compatible with the adjacent area, which in this particular case would be a difficult case to make because of the mobile home park lot size next door. But these statements alone provide you the avenues that you need to go down to deny it, but you would have to provide, or you would need to provide a reason underneath them. Now, having said that, the rezoning of the property is legislative. It's not quasi-judicial like the issuance of the conditional use permit. So you're free to go down any of those avenues you want to, but you will have to state a reason why.
Okay. All right, and again, the question that I asked earlier, I think would apply here. If we were to use R30, had been requested by a couple of speakers, it would still allow them the avenue of clustering this and go to R20 lots.
Correct.
And with the large amount of land they've set aside already, I just don't see where it would change the layout any.
Right. I do think you would potentially end up with fewer overall lots, but as I said before, the number would depend, like you said, on the amount that's already set aside for that stormwater lot. And of course, those lots would be no smaller than what we have proposed here because they could go to the same 20,000 square foot rate through clustering.
I'd really, looking at the 9 acres, but I don't see where it could potentially change anything, but that would need to be decided by a designer.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all the questions I had.
And I'm not sure where the number 85 comes from. This is 68. Well, I guess that's the additional Dorches.
Yeah, that must include that, is what I summarized.
Yeah, I think that's 83.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, any other questions on this particular item? If not, our first action we would need to take is to adopt a consistency statement A or consistency statement B. And I entertain a motion for one of those at this time. And A would include the 2 items that are listed along with it, with the alphabetical items under each one of those 2.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'll recommend consensus statement A. And yes, with the understanding that this will all be stick-built homes.
Okay.
And the environmental study, like I said, will come in, and I make that motion.
All right, we have a motion to adopt consistency statement A, included the two numeral items under it, and those alphabetical items listed there. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries. The next motion that we need to adopt is to approve or deny the zoning map amendment. And I'd entertain a motion to approve or deny the zoning map amendment at this time.
So moved, Mr. Chair, we approve the
All right.
zoning map.
Have a motion by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I got a second. Mr. Belfield, by Mr. Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries as well. And the third action we would need to take is the one that confuses me most of the time, is the development conditions. Conclusion of supporting facts, findings of facts, which includes there are 5 of those, and it would include the development conditions. So I'd entertain that motion at this time.
We approve the conditional use permit.
Okay. What we need, Mr. Arrington, is conclusion of supporting finding of facts and development standards.
I'm sorry.
Is that what your motion was, I think, is it?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, is
All
there a
right.
second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? Mr. Arrington, we good with your motion, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries as well. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. That takes care of item 13. We're now on item number 14. Number 14 is another conditional use rezoning, quasi-judicial, to rezone 9.7 acres on Chapman Road to RA20CU for the Williams Ridge Phase 4 subdivision. Mr. Tyson?
And I'll note that this is not one that you considered back in February. This is the first time for this particular request.
Correct.
Which makes it distinct from the other residential rezonings we've looked at this morning. The property consists of 2 adjacent tracts of land totaling 9.7 acres. You can see the area in red is what is up for rezoning, and this blue line divides it. It's a portion of this parcel right here, and then a portion of that parcel right there. The properties are owned by the C.T. Williams Corporation in the case of this portion, and then this portion is owned by the Williams Ridge Homeowners Association. They're located on the west side of Chapman Road, which runs right here. It's currently zoned RA30, single-family residential. Property is northeast of the town of Bailey in the area known as the Green Pond community. The site's mostly undeveloped, has been used primarily for agricultural cropland. The property owners have submitted this request to rezone to RA20CU for the development of 16-lot subdivision within the red area, and we'll look at the detailed site plan in a moment. The request would reduce the minimum lot size from 30,000 square feet to 20,000 square feet, increasing slightly the permitted residential density. The land uses would stay primarily the same. There's one minor exception, or 2 minor exceptions. Radio or communication towers over 60 feet in height would no longer be permitted, and a nursing or convalescent home could potentially be permitted in that zone. However, that would be unlikely given the size of the lots that are being proposed, and also a nursing or convalescent home would first require the review and issuance of a special use permit by the Board of Adjustment. So there would be other layers of review that would have to happen for that, and it is not likely based on the layout anyway. Number 3, the subject property could only be developed in accordance with the proposed sketch plan, and of course, there's the opportunity to add conditions. Want to go back to the zoning map and review the recent rezoning actions. Back on October 7th, 2019, this area right here that's shown in orange on the south side of the road was rezoned by the commissioners. It's approximately 25 acres from R40 to RA30, and that's what the orange color signifies. The property was subsequently developed for the Williams Ridge subdivision Phase 1 and Phase 2. Phase 1 was 16 lots around the perimeter, beginning here and extending over to there. And then Phase 2 was 4 additional lots down Juniper Road. That Phase 2 was delayed because it required the construction of a new water line down Juniper Road, which was accomplished. And so those 4 lots were recorded in June of 2020. You'll recall that these lots utilize the cluster development option. So even though it is zoned RA30 for 30,000 square foot lots, these lots that have been subdivided hover around the 20,000 square foot minimum lot size. And in exchange for that, they have established a common area, which is over here. It includes the cluster mailbox that supplements those smaller lot sizes and is owned and maintained by the homeowners association. You might recall that last month, I think we looked at the subdivision of this adjacent property to the east on both maps here for the subdivision of 11 new lots. That did not require a rezoning because all of those lots are at the 40,000 square foot density level, but that was approved. You'll notice that those lots are not shown yet because that map has not been recorded, but the board did approve the subdivision of that property into 11 new lots. The land development plan uniformly identifies this area as suburban growth area. As we've discussed several times, when public water service is available, as it is here, the plan supports rezoning to either RA30 or RA20 at the board's discretion. The subject property does have access to an existing 4-inch water line along Chapman Road. The higher density residential development would help accommodate the residential growth anticipated by the plan for the area. It would not be considered spot zoning because the property already is and will continue to be zoned for residential use. It would allow slightly smaller minimum lot areas and only slightly increased residential development density. And there's only that minor change to the permitted land uses we discussed. The proposed new residential lots would be similar in size to the already existing 16 cluster lots of phases 1 and 2. However, if they were rezoned, they would not have to set aside additional cluster area. The size of the lot would create a new zoning district. It has access to public water. It's consistent with the land use plan, and it has a conditional nature. If we'll look at the details of the actual proposal, the area that is to be rezoned would include these 16 lots here around this new proposed road off of Chapman Road that would end in a cul-de-sac. None of these lots would have access off of the existing state road. They would all be accessed off the interior proposed new road. They would all have individual driveways. All the lots either meet or exceed the 20,000 square foot minimum lot area and the 100-foot minimum lot width. The developer, of course, will be required to construct a new water line from Chapman Road into the interior of the property to serve all the new lots. One thing of note is that you'll notice that this portion of the subdivision is currently tied up in the common area that is owned by the homeowners association and used to offset the cluster lots. So this does create a reconfiguration of the cluster area. Instead of all being behind these lots, there would be a portion that's behind the lots on the west and then a contiguous strip here that connects to the other portion behind these lots. It will slightly reduce the amount of area that's in the cluster common area, but it doesn't reduce it beyond the minimum of what's required by the ordinance. So it would take it from the current 4.5 acres to 4.13 acres, but as long as it remains above 4.09 acres, which is the calculated minimum required by the ordinance, it could be approved. But it does change the shape of the common area. It stretches it out, which could be seen as a negative. What could be seen as a positive is that more of the lots actually have direct access to the common area, or more of the lots that are owed direct access by virtue of them being cluster lots. The Technical Review Committee considered this request on February 25th and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered this request on March 15th. No members of the public addressed the board regarding the request. It was a split vote of 6-1, with 6 members of the Planning Board recommending approval of Consistency Statement A, approval of the rezoning map amendment, and approval of the conditional use permit. This is the same three motion process that you have pursued all morning long, so you're very familiar with that. And the conditions are very much similar to the other residential rezonings that we've looked at. And so I'll be glad to take any questions that you have before we open the public hearing.
Any questions from a board member for Mr. Tyson at this time? Any commissioner? Mr. Lamb?
Yeah. I've never heard of a commons area that's compact after the sale of lots relative to that commons area to be reconfigured in such a way. It may be normal, may be case law that allows it, but it's highly unusual. I've just never seen it. And
the question I asked the developer is, does he still retain full authority over the homeowners association at this point to authorize the reconfiguration? And he assured me that he did.
so none of those other lots have transferred?
They have been sold, but the homeowners association has not been turned over from the developer to those homeowners yet.
Normally, that's tied to a number of lot sales.
Correct.
At some trigger point.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Good question. Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Entertain, if no other questions, entertain a motion to go into quasi-judicial public hearing on this matter. It's Ms. Leggett's district.
Second.
What, I don't have a motion yet. I'm looking at a motion to go into the public hearing.
So moved.
She did.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Leggett, a second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a quasi-judicial public hearing, and as we have done all morning, as you come up to speak on this item, we need to have the clerk to swear you in, and we'd be glad to hear from anyone that wishes to speak for or against this item. And at this time, while he's at the podium, first ask the clerk to swear Mr. Tyson in on this particular item, number 15. Excuse me, number 14.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I ask that you accept the staff report as well as the contents of the case file into evidence for this quasi-judicial public hearing.
All right, so done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll be glad to hear from anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this quasi-judicial public hearing. If you would come forward and have the clerk to swear in first and then state your name and address for the record. Good afternoon, Ms. Finch.
Good afternoon. I'm Jane Flowers Finch. My address is 1810 Craig Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
No,
And I'm,
let's have the clerk swear you in then.
okay, well, I'm happy to be sworn in. I'm here as an attorney to argue, and I'd like to ask questions of your expert witness if I could, or cross-examine them, or I'll testify, if that's what you call it.
I don't have an expert witness on this item yet.
You just swore him in.
I didn't swear him in as an expert witness, but
Okay, well, he was still a
let's get you
witness.
sworn in. and
It's
then
okay, he's not an expert, he's a witness, so I could ask him questions.
Let's swear you in, then we'll
Okay.
work through the procedure.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Well, I guess you placed your left hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
First of all, Mr. Chairman, I've done this before, but it's very important, having been involved in some matters. I would like to state, to preserve an objection if there's been any ex parte communications by any members of the county commissioners with any of the developers or their attorneys or people affiliated with that. If in fact that should become out evidence in the future, I would like to preserve objection now. I state that because I have been involved in a matter previously, and it was stated the parties did not object at the hearing, so therefore I want the objection on the record, Mr. County Attorney, that in case that should be revealed at some time in the future.
So done, ma'am.
I want to say, Mr. Tyson, you said this development in item number 14 is right across the road from the next development, right? And how many houses is number 14 going to put in there? I didn't get the information on that one.
Adam, if you could answer from your seat, I'm going to try to keep y'all separated.
Yeah.
So when you're saying item 4, I don't have the agenda, is that the next?
No,
item?
the one Chapman Road, the one you just talked about. How many
What we
houses?
just talked about will add 16 new lots.
16 new lots, and how many there now?
Total of 20
20.
on that same parent tract.
And so that's a total of 36 will be there? And you stated in your statement that it would only slightly increase the residential density?
Now, the rezoning will change it from 30,000 square foot lots to 20,000 square foot lots, which would allow 1/3 change in the residential density.
And this Chapman Road development is right across the road from the Stony Hill Church and Whitley Road development, isn't it?
Correct, which is next on the agenda.
Yeah. And the developer for the development on Chapman Road and Stony Hill Church Road is the same person?
Same developer, same property owner, same developer.
Okay, that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. My name's William Ferris.
Okay, you have.
I'm at Ferris and Thomas Law in Wilson, North Carolina. I will swear in, but I am speaking on behalf as an attorney for Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
And commissioners. Thank you. I represent C.T. Williams in this particular matter, and one of the things that I think Ms. Finch did a very good job of pointing out was that there is development around which makes it consistent with the surroundings. And that's one of the things you look at when you're making a decision in this matter. So she did a good job of making it clear that this is consistent with everything around them. The other thing that she pointed out was that there is going to be on your next agenda item a larger development that we're going to ask you to approve. The reason that's important that she pointed that out is because where this feeds out is actually on the Chapman Road rather than on the Stony Hill. And that to me is important because, I mean, I think she was making a point to make it very clear that there is development going on all around there. Well, part of the reason there's development going on all around there is because it is a development zone, as you know. We are trying to develop that area and make it consistent with everything around it in terms of having it developed as one large development. If you have 6 or 7 different developers go in and take up property and then go in and piecemeal it together, it does look piecemealed. But in this particular instance, if you look at the whole map, they've got a development across the street. He's got the development that's already been done, which is the 20 lots. And then he's got the cut-in development that they're asking you to approve as well. Interestingly enough, that he talked about, and I thought the same thing when I looked at this common area. I thought, you don't have that happen hardly ever, really, when you take a common area and modify it. Luckily, the common area hasn't been turned back over to the homeowners. But the second thing that's interesting about that is that it did actually make it more accessible for an overwhelming majority of the homeowners that are there. So the common area actually became more accessible by this development. And if you look at the prior one and this one, it actually makes it more accessible to more places. So I stand to answer any questions you may have, but we're excited about this particular track and the track that comes next.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Other speakers on this item? Thank you, Megan. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Mr. Tyson, we'll give it back to you. You got any additional comments for the board?
No, sir.
All right, any other questions from the board for Mr. Tyson at this time?
I've got just a couple, Mr.
Sure.
Tyson. A couple of similar questions as we have from the previous topics. Are there going to be shared driveways within this access here?
There is no requirement for any shared driveways because all the lots will be required to have their driveway on the new road, and obviously that small new road will not exceed 1,000 cars per day. So it'll be individual driveways for all new lots in this section.
Okay. And also the mailbox access for this section will be on the main road, Stony Hill Church Road,
Yeah,
or
that's-
else this pedestrian access easement?
Right, there'll be a pedestrian access easement to the common area, or there's a driveway here with a circular drive for vehicular access to the mailbox kiosk.
Is Chapman Road paved at this time?
Chapman Road is not paved at this time, is my understanding. It is also my understanding from the NCDOT district engineer that in order for this road to be approved as being constructed to the state road standards, that it will have to be paved from the entrance back to Stony Hill Church Road. And so if my understanding with the DOT is correct, these lots could not be recorded until both the new road was constructed and the existing Chapman Road was paved from the new road back up to Stony Hill Church Road.
Thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? Seeing none, we again have a 3-step process. And the first one is to adopt a consistency statement A with the related items, or a consistency statement B. The consistency statement A has 2 numerical items that each have alphabet items listed under it, 1 A through D and 2 A through G. and entertain a motion for approval of one of those consistency statements at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I move for adoption of consistency statement A and the conditions noted below.
All right, have a motion for consistency statement A. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries. The next motion we will need is approval or denial of the zoning map amendment. I'd entertain that motion, one of those motions at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the conditional use rezoning request.
I have a motion to approve the rezoning request. There's a second to that motion.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. The third motion would be a approval or denial of the conditional use permit, which would include the development conditions and the 5 items listed under the conclusion and supporting findings of facts.
Mr. Chairman, I offer the motion to approve the conditional use permit with the conclusions and supporting findings of fact.
All right, and development conditions. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ayrton. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries as well. Thank you, Mr. Tyson, and the other speakers on this item. We'll now move to item number 15, which is an additional quasi-judicial public hearing on conditional use rezoning 148.52 acres on Stony Hill Church Road and Whitley Road to RA20 conditional use for the Williams Grove subdivision. Mr. Tyson.
This subject property is located in close proximity to the request we just reviewed. The request we just reviewed would be located here on the south side of the road, and the subject property that we're considering now is directly to the north across Stony Hill Church Road, and it's inside the red perimeter there, consisting of 3 different tracts of land. All 3 are owned by the C.T. Williams Corporation. They are on the north side of Stony Hill Church Road and the east side of Whitley. They are located northeast of the town of Bailey in the area known as the Green Pond community. You'll notice that there are 2 zoning districts within the red perimeter area. The 2 properties to the west are zoned R40, and the eastern tract is zoned RA30CU, and we'll talk in a little bit of detail in a moment about how that came to be. The property is immediately adjacent to the White Oak Hill subdivision that was developed between 1999 and 2001 to the north here on both maps, this long property, as well as across from the Glover Oaks subdivision, which is across Whitley Road on the west side of the map on both versions. That was developed between 2004 and 2006. Both of those were developed in accordance to the current dimensional requirements, meaning they had a minimum lot size of 40,000 square feet. The site is mostly undeveloped and been used primarily for agricultural cropland. There is 1 existing residential dwelling located on the property at 3706 Stony Hill Church Road. The property owner has submitted this rezoning request to rezone all of the property within the red perimeter to RA20CU, specifically for the development of 207 additional lots. They would be part of the Williams Grove subdivision, and phase 1 of the Williams Grove subdivision is this row of lots right here directly along Stony Hill Church Road on both maps. Approval of the request would reduce the minimum lot size that's required currently from 40,000 in the green and from 30,000 in the orange down to the proposed 20,000, increasing the permitted residential density. There are 9 land uses that are currently permitted in either of those 2 existing zoning districts that would no longer be permitted under the proposed RA20. The most notable, as always, is double-wide manufactured homes, which could no longer be permitted on the property. The others listed include rural family occupations, radio or communication towers, solar farms, solid waste disposal collection sites, utility field offices, water treatment plants, horse shows, turkey shoots. If approved, the property could only be developed in accordance with the proposed site plan, which in this case will be the subdivision sketch plan, and it is conditional, so there's the opportunity to add conditions. If we can go back to the zoning map, on October 7th, 2019, the board rezoned the 25 acres that we were just discussing on the south side of the road from R40 to RA30. And then that property was subdivided for the cluster development of the Williams Ridge subdivision, phase 1 and 2, 16 plus 4 equaling a total of 20 new lots. And then, of course, we just approved a plan for 16 additional lots in the interior of that property and rezoned it to RA20CU. On August 3rd, 2020, the Board of Commissioners rezoned the eastern tract, which is inside the perimeter of the rezoning today, and including the phase 1 lots that run along Stony Hill Church Road from R40 to RA30CU for the development of the Williams Grove subdivision. That was a 78-lot proposed subdivision, and 19 of those lots are the ones that you see running along the road, which have been subdivided and I believe sold. That was recorded on December 3rd, 2020. You'll recall that within this orange perimeter, the board approved a site plan or a subdivision sketch plan at the 30,000 square foot level, and it looked like this. Of this site plan, those first 19 lots along the road have been recorded, but the request is to rezone the remainder of these lots to reduce them in size from being around 30,000 square feet each to being around 20,000 square feet each, and we'll see the proposed new sketch in just a moment. On February 1st, the board was presented with a general rezoning request for these two properties that are inside the red perimeter, the two western properties in the R40. And of course, you'll recall that you denied that request and recommended that the developer resubmit it as a conditional use rezoning with a proposed subdivision sketch plan, which brings us to where we are today. The land development plan uniformly identifies this area as suburban growth area. Because public water service is available, it supports the rezoning to either RA30 or RA20 at the board's discretion. There's an existing 6-inch water line running along the length of Stony Hill Church Road. There is also an existing 4-inch water line running along Whitley Road right here, both providing, both within reach of the subject property. Furthermore, the Public Utilities Department a while back determined that the existing water system has sufficient capacity to accommodate the new residential lots at either density if they were at 30,000 square feet or if they were at 20,000 square feet. So there's not a capacity concern when it comes to the water system here. Spot zoning, this request would not be considered spot zoning because it's already and will continue to be zoned for residential use. Only the density is changing. The new zoning district is more restrictive in terms of permitted land uses than the current zoning district. It creates a new district within which multiple residential lots will be subdivided. It has access to public water service. It's consistent with the recommendations of the land use plan, and it's conditional, meaning it can only be developed subject to the approved sketch plan. So let's turn our attention to the approved sketch plan. And this is such a large property, the developer has provided an overview map that shows you how all these lots fit together. And then it is broken down into 3 individual maps that provides more detail. This is a total of, it is prepared by Joyner Keeney. It proposes a total of 207 additional residential lots. 16 of those lots would be accessed directly from Stony Hill Church Road. So these 19 lots, which are kind of empty there, they already exist and they're not included in the rezoning. So you would have 16 additional lots along the frontage of Stony Hill Church Road here. 9 lots that will be accessed directly along Whitley Road here. In a previous iteration of this subdivision, we were told by the NCDOT that they would not be allowed to have individual driveways along Whitley. However, the recent traffic study conducted by the DOT revealed a relatively small number of vehicles there, and so it does not trigger the requirement for shared driveways. So there are 9 lots proposed with direct access to Whitley Road that would have individual driveways. Of course, when we looked at these 19 lots here, Stony Hill Church Road is already above 1,000 vehicles per day. So these lots use shared driveways, and there's a proposal that we'll speak about in a minute for the additional 16 lots to use shared driveways because of the high traffic on Stony Hill Church Road. That leaves 182 new lots that'll be accessed exclusively from the proposed new interior roads, and would have individual driveways from the network of new roads that are proposed here. If we go to the detail, you have one entrance of the subdivision off of Whitley Road. So this is Whitley Road here. You have the 9 lots at front, one entrance here, a stub road to the property to the north, and there is a pending conditional use rezoning from another developer for the property at the north that would connect with that stub if in fact this plan is approved. You travel to the right, you see more connected roads. There's a stub here to the interior, this property here, which would hopefully prevent that from needing additional driveways along Stony Hill Church Road were it to ever develop in the future. When we proceed to the east, you have one of 3 entrances off of Stony Hill Church Road. This, I believe, is a continuation of Juniper Road. And so we were right here on our last request looking at those 16 lots. This would be a continuation of Juniper Road. It goes back here. There's a stream buffer that is potentially located here. The developer is hopeful that the state will determine that it terminates here. So this is an optimistic plan. Should this buffer be upheld by the state, there may be some of these lots that have to be converted to open area or common area because of the environmental concerns, but this is an optimistic request. Then there is a further back road back here that has a stub to the adjacent northern property for future connectivity. You can see number 2 of 3 entrances off of Stony Hill Church Road coming in here. This is that same entrance I was just indicating. That's a continuation of Chapman Road, which we were just discussing needing to be paved. And then there is an entrance that has been left open between the 19 lots here that would provide access to the interior. This is a special use permit, a special use lot that's been designated around an existing cemetery that will have a 10-foot access easement back to the interior road. So that cemetery does not need to be a part of any individual owner's lot. It can be owned by the developer, and it can be visited and maintained via that access easement. All the lots either meet or exceed the 20,000 square foot minimum lot area and 100-foot minimum lot width requirement for the proposed zoning district. The design includes a special purpose lot. Oh, well, I've already talked about the cemetery. There's also a mailbox kiosk lot, lot 67, which I believe is right here, providing an interior turnaround on private property to be owned by the Homeowners Association for mailbox access. The developer, of course, will be required to construct new water lines following the new roads within the interior to connect each new lot to the existing Nash County public water system. If we turn our attention to the lots that front along Stony Hill Church Road, because Stony Hill Church Road has over 1,000 vehicles per day, the ordinance requires those lots to either be extra wide beyond the 100-foot minimum lot size, or they can request a waiver for shared driveways if the board agrees that shared driveways is essentially equivalent in accomplishing the purposes of the ordinance to having extra wide lots. So if you look at the blue shared driveways, from here to there have already been recorded as part of Phase 1. And then from here down are shared driveways that were included in the previously approved sketch plan, but obviously not yet constructed because that phase is, they're asking to reconfigure with slightly smaller lots. And then there would be 4 additional lots down here that would need a waiver for their 2 driveways. So it's a request to grant a waiver to reapprove these, which were part of the previous approval, but with slightly smaller lots, and to add on these 2 driveways in pink, which would serve 4 lots. So if the waiver is approved, they would have the shared driveways. If the waiver is not approved, they can still construct lots that are directly adjacent. They would just have to make them essentially double wide or 1.5 times wide if they were able to add additional lot area. Essentially, the waiver gives them the most number of lots possible along the heavily traveled road with shared driveways. But that is up to the board's discretion to grant that waiver or not. Without approval, those lots would have to be combined so that there are fewer along the road. And as we already discussed, those lots that front directly on Whitley Road to the west don't share this concern because the NCDOT determined there's an average of only 168 vehicle trips on that road currently. And we had a discussion about how many of these lots to credit to that Whitley Road, and it still does not drive the traffic above 1,000 vehicles. The next development that fronts on Whitley Road will have to deal with that increased traffic, but this one does not quite trigger it. The TRC considered this on February 25 and recommended approval. Planning Board considered it on March 15th. Alice Plauche Evans of 9092 Whitley Road addressed the board in opposition, and Jane Flowers Finch on behalf of Louise Finch of 4462 Stony Hill Church Road. They cited concerns which include the potential increases in residential density, the potential increase in traffic, the need for additional government services, as well as the lack of existing local commercial businesses in proximity to this development. This was a split vote by the planning board, 5 members voting for approval, 2 members voting in opposition, and of course the majority carried an approval for consistency statement A, and approval of the request to rezone from R40 to RA30 CU, and approval of the conditional use permit. This will be a 3-motion process. If the board wishes to adopt consistency statement B, you would simply need to list your reasons for why this is not reasonable, not in the public interest, unreasonable spot zoning, or incompatible with the specific proposed location. Motion number 2 would be to approve or deny the zoning map amendment. And motion number 3, the conditional use permit. Wrapped up in the conditional use permit is also the subdivision waiver request. It is possible to approve the conditional use permit, but not approve the subdivision waiver that allows the shared driveways. And so you'll just need to if indeed that's the will of the board, you'll need to distinguish that when we get to that motion. And I'll be glad to assist you when we get there, when we see what the will of the board is. And that's about it that I have. I'll be glad to take your questions.
Questions for Mr. Tyson from board members at this time?
Did you say the lots on Whitley Road would have individual
Individual
They will
driveways.
not be shared driveways on Whitley Road?
Correct.
Other questions, board members? Mr. Belfield?
Just a comment, shared, I'm always skeptical of shared driveways because conflicts can happen sometimes the way it's used. And this is awful big project here, 148.5 acres. Shared driveways could end up being a problem.
Right. I do want to make it clear that it's only the lots that front on Stony Hill Church Road. So the vast majority of these lots, all the interior lots and all those on Whitley Road, will have individual driveways. Not trying to sway you, I just want to point out that it's only an issue for those individual lots that front on Stony Hill Church Road.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Other board members, Ms. Leggett?
I've got a question about some of our planning requirements. I don't know if now or later on would be the most appropriate time.
Does it concern this particular item? Do now would be a good time?
Okay. One of my questions is, in our planning requirements, is there any threshold at which, when you pass that, going into a larger development where Nash County requires additional amenities in the neighborhood? For example, whether it be, in an unincorporated area like this. I know cities often require it, but, sidewalks, green space,
Right.
things like that. Do we have anything in our land development?
There is no specific threshold in terms of number of lots where you are required to offer additional amenities. Additional amenities, if requested by the board, could be required by a condition that's placed on the rezoning. But there's no specific number of lots that triggers the requirement of the type of things you're talking about.
Okay, and then another question. One thing was mentioned about the need for additional government services. Same type of question. At what point is that become required?
The government services, I think, that were being specifically mentioned were additional burdens on law enforcement response for this property. I'm not sure how to, at what point does it become required?
Well, I guess that an area would need to look at becoming incorporated.
Okay. I don't have a good answer to that.
That's fine, no problem. Thank you.
I think she's thinking about things too, like where you send all these folks, children to school.
Right.
Bailey School is already 6 miles away. I mean, this brings on a lot of thought.
That's right. And the fundamental question here is the lot size, and the lot size is tied to how many people are going to live in this particular area. And so it's absolutely reasonable and expected for this board to factor those things into your decision when deciding about the appropriate residential density.
I think that's part of the reason we approved R30s back in August for the first 90 acres. Now, why are we here again trying to reduce it from 30 to 20? That just throws up a flag in my mind.
All right, other comments or questions from board members? I don't know that Mr. Tyson could give you an answer for that statement.
I have a question.
Let me make sure, I've got a couple of questions, but let me finish the board, Mr. Z. Mr. Lamb, I'll be right with you, go ahead.
Mr. Tyson, is it possible that someone purchased lots in there, maybe purchased 2 or 3 of them and just put their own home on that, on all 3 of them, or maybe on 2 of them?
So let's say I'm a potential buyer, and instead of buying 1 lot, I want to buy 2 or 3 and combine it into 1 larger lot and put my home in the middle. Yes, that is definitely a possibility.
I've seen it.
Un-
I've seen it in other counties.
Now, I'll say that there's probably very likely a set of covenants or homeowners association rules that person might have to contend with. But speaking on behalf of the county's regulations, once 3 lots exist, if somebody wanted to buy those 3 and combine them, there would be no problem with the county's regulations.
Other board members' questions? Adam, 2 quick things. We discussed quite a bit the last couple of months about a new standard for DOT and the number of driveways on certain SR numbers. We, as a board, look to that. There's been some help for us moving forward with road front lots on SR numbers. Could you update us on where you think that might be today? Because I know it was been considered. It left some flexibility with DOT, but has it been narrowed down any more that you could share with the board in making these decisions?
Well, I think that the DOT district engineer is comfortable with the county's threshold of 1,000 vehicles per day requiring something other than individual driveways, whether that be extra wide lots, fewer lots, or shared driveways. And then there are other thresholds at the 3,000 or 4,000 vehicles per day that might trigger actual road improvements, like a turn lane or something of that nature. But I believe the NCDOT district engineer has kind of settled with when the county requires you to address the traffic at 1,000 vehicles per day, that they're going to parallel that.
Which is somewhat different than what I understood originally.
Correct.
So what's I'm asking you a question, tell me what DOT's done, which is not fair. But share any knowledge that you may have with it.
My general thought or interpretation is that the policy that was released from the DOT provides a lot of flexibility for the individual DOT district engineer to assess the conditions of a potential development and make a decision without having very hard defined thresholds. But the DOT engineer is a member of our TRC and weighs in on each proposal as he has done here.
All right, and could you, for the benefit of the board, we have to grant a waiver in this case, accepting the dual driveways in lieu of additional frontage. Could you give us a guideline by which we should take that request under advisement and to make our decision? Is there anything you could guide us on that, or is that an unfair question for you?
Well, I mean, I can tell you that the TRC and the planning board recommended approval of the waiver for being consistent with how the board has issued other waivers for shared driveways. The DOT has given their approval, provided that each shared driveway is 25 feet wide and will include an access easement, and the developer has accommodated that. So in terms of being consistent with past decisions, an approval would be, but that does not tie the board's hands to not assess this as its own independent project. So in terms of a recommendation, I think I can tell you the TRC and the planning board recommended approval, but you're certainly not constrained by that recommendation.
Do you have any further explanation that you could give this board, because we are in growing pains and we're in need of an update on our land development code to take care of some of these, but could you give us any further, and I may ask the attorney the same question, guidelines on what you feel this board's part may be in making decisions that are not in tune with the technical review committee or the planning board? You seem to have a pretty focused idea of that all of us hadn't necessarily agreed with, but I just need to hear it again this morning if you could do that.
Well, I'll give my interpretation and then I'll let the attorney remark on that. It's my understanding that the decision to change the zoning from a general zoning district that allows 30 or 40,000 square feet lots to a conditional use zoning district that allows 20,000 square foot lots is a legislative decision. And as long as you reference what the land use plan says, you are free to make a determination that is contrary as long as you explain why. There is no obligation to follow the land use plan in every instance. Otherwise, there would be no need for this public hearing process. We would just consult the plan and approve or deny the project. Now, once you rezone it, the decision to issue the conditional use permit is quasi-judicial. And so if you go over the first hump of rezoning it to RA20CU, then it would be difficult for the board to turn down the conditional use permit for this particular subdivision unless you identified something about the subdivision that was deficient. But before we get to that point, I believe the board has the full authority to decide whether or not to change the zoning and to change the lot density, because that portion of the decision is legislative. And as long as you reference the land use plan, you're not obligated to follow the land use plan.
Yeah, that made it real clear to me, sir. I appreciate it.
I think you can say no.
I understood that. Other questions or comments from board members? All right, I think we're at the point where we need to have the public hearing, and I would entertain a motion to go into the quasi judicial hearing on this item, number 15 on the agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a quasi judicial hearing for this particular item, number 15 on our agenda. You have seen us go through it several times this morning already, and now we're in the afternoon, but we still would need you to come up and get sworn in first by the clerk, and then state your name and address for the record. And we'd certainly be glad to hear from anyone that's here to speak on this item at this time. And prior to doing that, I will have the clerk to swear Mr. Tyson in one more time.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that you accept the staff report and the contents of the case file as part of the evidence for this quasi judicial public hearing.
All right, staff report and case file has been accepted, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here today and wish to speak on this item, for or against, we would like to hear from you at this time. The first speaker would move on to the front. Ms. Finch, I do need to swear you in again, according to my instructions, if you don't mind.
Okay. Mr. Chair, my name for the record is Jane Flowers Finch, 1810 Craig Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Development and growth can be a good asset for the county, and I very much would like to see that done very, very carefully. But it's very important for there to be proper and sufficient consideration for the planning and management. And you have the privilege and opportunity to do it now rather than 2, 5, or 10 years from now when it's a problem. Mr. Williams' company's got this development plan. He and I went to high school together, and he's a fine man. But I have problems with it in that it's very, very high density. If you take the development he's done on Chapman Road and this development that he's doing here, you've got 268 houses. You're going to have more people sitting on those 4 tracts of land, 5 tracts of land, than it lives in the town of Bailey, which is several square miles, or at least 1 square, in this small space. That's a lot of people on Stony Hill Church Road. And people are moving here for affordable housing, but they're also moving here for space in the countryside. But there's not going to be any space. This plan right here, I figured out how you put these two together. We got these in the mail, were sent to the landowners. My sister-in-law lives right beside this project. She has property access on the Whitley Road. There's no, in this space, he doesn't have any common areas. This is 207, more than 207 houses here, because he said these ones over here were not included in it, 16 or so of them. So this is a lot of houses, and there's no little park with a gazebo or something like that. He may make the argument that right here, a few places might be some open space where there's this water issues, but if there's water issues there, I've dealt with the Army Corps and Engineers, they may not let you play over there, I don't know. But there's no space, and then we've got the traffic issue, and he said every hearing I've been to, that Stony Hill Church Road has over 1,000 cars per day. Now, at this hearing, it's my understanding that this developer has the burden of proof to show that this development will not materially endanger the public health or safety, that it will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting property, that it will be in harmony with the area, and that it will be in conformity with the land development plan. I don't think it shows you those things, and they have the burden of proof on that. The landowners, I don't know if there were traffic engineers consulted by the county, but the landowners can't afford to come in here and hire traffic engineers and all these urban planners and all to come up here and offer evidence on all of this. I feel like the duty is on our county elected officials to carefully look at this plan, and I ask you to do that. And you can make it different than what he's exactly wanting to do. But there needs to be, I would request for you to, I wanted to call you out the court, have reasonable vegetation buffers. I really regret that all the houses are built down Stony Hill Church Road. I could have seen a residential buffer with a fence, a lot like is done on a development on 581 between Green Gables and Flood's Chapel, and it's lovely, and it just kind of creates a better ambiance, and whether we're just going to have packed houses just packed in here. And then they've got to be sure that the trash is dealt with. Is everybody going to have a trash can out there? I mean, in a few years, you're going to have trash cans, and then any requirement that have people have automobiles sitting in their lots that are not operable. In cities and municipalities, you have restrictions on that, so you can't have everybody having a few junk cars sitting in their driveway and trash building up outside because they don't have a trash pickup plan or just trash disposable plan, and it makes it for a very unsightly and unpleasant neighborhood, and this is a lot of people. And then this gentleman in a previous situation talked about, we have septic tanks where you're going to be dispersing the fluids from the sewer system back out into there. Can all that dirt out there absorb all that waste? Are they all going to work, and what septic system is going to be used? I'm sure before they give them permits that they're going to get the right kind of septic tanks in there. And also, but traffic is a big, major concern. Somewhere, I've tried to go back and find it. I read it in something of your materials that you could figure 10 trips per day per household with cars. 10 trips per day. And I can't go hire a traffic engineer, but you know they're going to have several trips per day. And if there's already 1,000 trips per day on Stony Hill Church Road, and you're going to have 260 some houses out there, and that's, 2,600 trips a day minimum. Even if you cut that in half, you're already at the capacity where he just said a few minutes ago that you may have to do something different to the road when you get to 3,000 trips per day. That's a substantial increase out there. And it's important with all these people out here that you have pedestrian space. Ms. Leggett mentioned about not having sidewalks and stuff. Stony Hill Church Road is already a dangerous place to walk. I have walked Stony Hill Church Road from my mother's house to my sister-in-law's house, and that whole walk on 581 to Stony Hill Church Road, it's a nerve wrack. Cars come along real fast, and people need to be able to get out and walk. And if they can't get out here and walk along the road, you know where they're going to walk? They're going to walk on my sister-in-law's farm. And you know what? She doesn't want them there. She does not want them there. trespass, they steal her pine straw and her pine cones. And there just came an article out this week about people stealing people's pine straw, and it's a commodity. And and I need to let y'all know something. I did not know this until yesterday. It is a crime in North Carolina to steal pine straw. I don't know if y'all knew that, but just a little hint. Pine needles are a commodity, and you cannot just take them. So we just don't want people out there taking stuff. And also going on there with their four-wheelers and walking. They need to have a common area that's green and open. And the traffic is significant, as well as the services of emergency services for ambulance or for the fire department. I assume Bailey still has a volunteer fire department. I do not know if they have any, at least part volunteer, if it's not totally volunteer. And that's significant for that many houses out there. It's just very, very concerning. And then the other issue is schools that Mr. Cone mentioned. If you have 260 houses out there, even if you figure one child for every 2 houses, you've got 120 children. If you have 1 child per house, that's 250 children. You figure 25 children per class, just figure out how many teachers you need to add. Right there's 8 or 10, and you're getting in the capacity is not there. My sister-in-law's on the school board in Johnston County, and she told me Johnston County is growing by 1,000 students every 2 years. They're having to build a new school every 2 years. That's a big, and we need to do that, but we need to be factoring in that kind of thing happening. I'm done preaching. I please hope that you will take into consideration our very, very grave concerns about how this is going to impact the community. And like I say, it may be that I think to require more vegetation, to reduce some of the lots and have some green space needs to be considered. And I would prefer to see it go back to R40 and have larger lots. And because I think with the septic systems and all the things we're dealing with, that would be the best. Thank you very much.
Mr. Veras?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Once again, I'm Will Ferris. I represent C.T. Williams. I practice at Ferris and Thomas in Wilson, North Carolina. And the first thing is she's going to have to recharge that battery at some point, Mr. Chairman. As you said, she's worked hard on that. I'd like to have her follow me around at some point just to do that. That's a neat thing. In seriousness, I must let you know that Mr. Williams went to school with her, and I used to go to her house. I love that area. When I was young, I used to go out to their house. One of the things that's surprising to me is that we shouldn't lose our common sense in this area. And when we start talking about trash disposal and cars sitting in driveways inoperable and not taking care of your road and everything, that's what we have restrictive covenants for. You yourself, and maybe not you, but maybe you, Mr. Chairman, but there has been developments that have been approved in Nash County where they were not developed correctly. the restrictive covenants were used to make sure that people were doing the correct thing. That is the teeth that come in with disposal of trash, with taking care of your lot, with taking care of everything associated with your house. That's the teeth that you have as a homeowner to say, my next door neighbor is not being consistent with this area. That's something that you don't have a lot of times if you're driving through the county. But here you actually have self-regulation within a subdivision. And that's something that you don't have, on a tract of land that might be 2, 4, 8, 10, 12, 18 acres. The other thing that you don't have, and I think it's really important, your question, Commissioner Cohen, your question to him was, why are we coming back from 40 to 30 to 20? And I think it's real important to tell you that the reason we're coming back is consistency. Right before this, you have 20 right across the street. In this area, you have 20 as well. The other thing is when we're coming back to ask you about the shared driveways, I've noticed, I've sat through the whole meeting. Didn't have to, but I wanted to. And throughout this meeting, one of the things that you've brought up in every single one, sorry. One of the things that you brought up in every single one has the shared driveway issue. And I think that's a legitimate issue. I think that when she brings up common areas, that's a legitimate issue. But what the developer is doing is within the realm of development. The shared driveways are a way to make sure that you have safety. The shared driveways are a way to make sure that you have harmony within the community and you don't have just chaos. You've already approved, mind you, a large portion of those driveways were approved all the way to the last 2 were approved. So all it's asking to do is approve an additional 2 with different configuration, as he told you. Now, you can do that separately. I believe that's what he said. You could do it separately and say, we're not going to do this, but we will approve the subdivision. I understand that you have concerns. I understand that she has concerns about greenways. I also understand that the chairman said that we do need to update some of our development standards. We do need to update some of our things. In fact, in Sims, which is a development right near Bailey, or area right near Bailey, as you know, they've had the same thing going on with developments coming in. One of the things that I like, though, about this development, and one of the reasons, and I don't just take any case that walks in my office, the reason I took it is because I like the idea of a consistent area having the same developer. So you're not going to have, I'm not going to say it's Cary where you have cookie cutter the same thing, but what you have is you have some consistency in your builders, you have consistency in your lot sizes, and you have consistency in your plan in terms of your subdivision. You're using the same engineer to do it. You're using the same developer to do it. You're using the same builders to do it. What that does is that provides consistency. It makes it a nicer area when you're going through that area. Now, in terms of being packed in, let's not forget that we are in the county and that in the city, I think the average is 6,000 square feet a lot of times with these particular lot sizes, 6,000. So it's not like we're making Bailey into a Green Pond area into a city. What we're making it is a development in the county. And not all people can afford 10, 12, 15, 20, 50 acres of land, or even 40,000 square feet of a lot. And so what we're doing is, and as I think as he said before, or the engineer said before, was one of the reasons that there has been this shift to smaller size is because you want people to be able to afford the lots and the houses. But the other thing is that cost of building has gone up tremendously, as you know. And because of that, we do have to look at that and see if it's even able to be done under a development. I think it's a wonderful idea, Commissioner Leggett, that you would talk about sidewalks and talk about extras like that. In fact, in Wilson proper, they've actually put that in there to where you have to have sidewalks if you do a new development. The weird thing about it is you have like a Walgreens and you have to have a sidewalk, but then it just drops off into no man's land because the next place doesn't have to have it. But in subdivisions, it's very effective. The question is it cost effective as well? So there is a balancing act to that. And I do think it's a wonderful idea, and I do think it helps in a lot of times in the city and in county when you start doing development plans and you start doing the next development plan. Consistency and cost always come in. The question is you've taken, if you move it to this, there's certain things that you can't have. I think there's 8 different things that you can't have. One of them, I believe, is mobile homes. So instead of having a mobile home park, there's nothing wrong with that, but instead of that, you have homes that are at least 1,500 square feet up to 2,000 square feet, in excess of 2,000 square feet sitting on property. And one of the homes I looked at that's being done is a 2-story home. It's a nice home. And so that makes affordable on a lot size that's affordable, an affordable house that's really well built. So there is, as she said, going to be a lot of lots in that area. By its very nature, I wish, I'd love to see, I'd love to go back to the one with the overhead of the lots. I'm not sure how to, yeah, right there.
Well, you want to see the western part too? That's just focused on about that.
Oh, no.
Does that work?
Yeah, that works. That's perfect. I'm assuming you guys can see that on, it won't come up, I'm sorry. Well, just leave it like this. So my point is if you have that particular project and you just have it sitting in the middle of the county with nothing around it, then you don't really have consistency. But if you take and move back from that and see everything around it, you see Williams subdivisions are all around that area. And then what he did is he has an end road that goes into the potential for another subdivision. And you're exactly right. If that subdivision happens, there needs to be someone saying, okay, what are we going to do about the traffic here? And that someone is you're fortunate to have a DOT person that sits at the TRC meeting. And that DOT person sat at the TRC meeting for this particular project and did not raise the concern. And so one of the concerns that she has, I mean, he's the expert. He's the one that's worked with the state, and he didn't come back and say, we're not going to approve it like this. What they said is we recommend approval based on this particular plan. As recent as February, March, we appeared in front of you, and you suggested us come back. You suggested that my client come back and submit a conditional use on this specific site plan. And that's exactly what we did. We went back and did a specific site plan, and that's why we came back to you. We completely understand the concern when you have development in the county. We completely understand that you want to do it in a manner that's consistent with growth, but also to be palatable to the people that have been there for years and years and years and years. And that makes sense. Now here, this area is a suburban growth area. That's what it's been designated as. And it's an area that the reason that you're seeing developments go there is because they're welcomed in that area. And when you start pushing and saying, well, we're just not going to have that, then maybe you need to back off on any type of growth and just say we don't want to have growth. The problem with that is if you go to Johnson County and they're opening up a school every 2 years or a year, well, that's a beautiful thing. We shouldn't be upset about that. That brings a lot of things. That means that Johnson County's getting economic development. The Cummins diesel thing that saved you 30 jobs, hopefully there'll be other jobs that come in and need to live and want to live in Nash County and bring you ability, tax base to the county so that you can give out those incentives like you did not 3 hours ago. That's the idea behind development. You want to be able to use that to your benefit to bring in companies that will support your school building, that'll support your ability to have good schools and good developments and everything associated with it. And so what we're saying is we're in a growth area. We know that these are difficult, sometimes, developments to do because you have people that have strong emotions. But at the same time, if we're going directly by what is required, we're trying to be consistent with the area. It's not spot zoning. And we're trying to follow, the other thing is about the traffic, there's 4 entrances and exits. I was recently in a planning board meeting in Nashville, I think, and there was only 1 entrance and 1 exit to a subdivision. And there was a lot of concern about the traffic in there because it was feeding out to a major roadway. And I think that makes sense. But you have 4 entrances and exits, 1 on one road, Whitley Road, which by Commissioner Cohn's questions, 178 cars, but there'll be more now. And then 3 on the most busy area. And the reason you need 3 is because you don't want them all on one area of that road. And so what we're trying to do is be conforming within what is required of us with the county, but also to be understanding and with the knowledge that, hey, he grew up here. He's not coming from Chapel Hill. He's not coming from D.C. He's not coming from New York. Not there's anything wrong with that. But the man grew up here. He wants to leave a legacy. And if that legacy is a nice subdivision that he's pieced together from all these tracts of land, we ask that you do that, and we ask that you allow it. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Anybody have a question of this presenter? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
We have any additional speakers on this item? Mr. Williams, is your engineer here, and is he going to present anything? I'll need to swear you in.
Yes, sir.
Cecil.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
My name is Cecil Williams. I live at 6765 Jordan Road, Elm City. I'm a lifelong resident of Nash County. And basically, I'm here to say that in my heart of hearts, we have done all that we can we've come to the board gave us direction as what they want us to do. We've gone back and done followed those directions, and now we're back, and we're hoping and we'll get approval today, because as I have said before, every lot out there is under contract, and all we're waiting on is just approval. So I would appreciate that. If there's anybody got any questions, I'd be happy to answer. You got every lot that's on this drawing under contract? Yes, sir. I can show you. All 200 and some of them? Yes, sir.
Other questions from Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you consider any layouts that actually reduce the traffic onto the Stony Hill Church Road, that, like the ones adjoining that road, cutting those out and actually putting those entering on the inside of the
Talking about
neighborhood?
interior-only subdivisions?
Sir?
You're talking about interior-only?
Yes.
Subdivisions? I did one of those in my life. It was called Williams Point on Highway 97. I was proud of that subdivision, I still am. We spent a ton of money to have those lots front, have a highway and put interior lots. And if that's required by everybody in every subdivision in the county, then I think that's fair. But if I go do that, then how am I going to compete with the guy that got approved at the same planning board meeting I was at? He got approved on Graham Brantley Road. I think you're familiar with that. And you are too, Mr. Cohn. He got approved for 40-something acre subdivision, only got 20 lots or less out of it. And it's all road front lots. It's all 1 acre lots. but it's all road front lots. And it didn't have to come here because they used existing, they didn't have any changes to the ordinances as far as zoning and whatever. They just used the zoning was there. Like I can go now and use the zone. If you take me back to 40,000, if I go back to 40, I can go and put the subdivision in with road front lots and do the shared driveways, and that's the end of it. But if we're gonna if we're gonna get away from shared driveways, we're gonna get away from, my only thing I'd say is we are following the rules that are currently in place. All of them. And we're trying to do what this board wants us to do. We're trying to obviously maximize for ourselves, but we are following every rule and going through every step that's required. And I just won't be fed out of the same bucket everybody else is fed out of. That's the only thing I want. And the only people who can tell me that is y'all. And right now, we are following every rule that's in the UDO by the book, and my engineers are doing it, they're doing it by the book. That's all I know to do. And so we're at y'all's mercy to, I hope, approve this, because we are by the book. Any questions? I think the biggest thing here, Cecil, is the density of it and the amount of lots. It's all in one cluster. You know, it ain't like that across the road where you got 25.
Okay.
Here you got 200 and some, just.
Yes, sir. And in this meeting we're in here right today, y'all have already approved 115 acres of rezoning. With the 40-something acres that was approved by the planning board without having to come here, that puts it up to over more than what I'm doing, 150 or so. Subdivision land has been approved. And it don't make no difference to me whether it's 5 lots over yonder or 10 lots here or 200 that's in a real organized fashion, that we ought to get the same benefits as these other ones that they've got that are smaller, but combined, they're more than what we're doing.
I guess one comment I would make here, what we've done today so far, we've only made one step down. On the western portion of this tract, we're talking about going 2 steps down from R40 to R20 is what we're being asked to do on the southern portion of this tract.
I don't believe that one on Smithfield Road was, I believe it was R40. So she's saying we'll be being asked to go to R20 on that one from 40 to 20.
Yes, sir. And I thought the one on Old Smithfield. Stand by.
Old Smithfield was from R40 to RA20C.
And I'm not sure about Regis Road. It might have been R30. I don't know what it was, but I know, anyway, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
Other questions of Mr. Williams? Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank y'all. Anyone else that wishes to speak on this item? Not, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved. Close the public hearing.
Second. I heard most of you speak. I'm on Business Third District. Have Ms. Leggett make the motion. I think Mr. Outlaw was maybe seconded the motion. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Public hearing is now closed. Mr. Tyson, you have anything else for the board?
No, sir, not unless there are any further questions.
Any further questions? Mr. Tyson, 2 questions come to mind for me. And the thing that personally bothers me the most about this one, I think I've made it known before that I'm pretty pro-growth, it is the total number of lots that do not front on a subdivision street but on an existing street. We currently have 19 in this particular, on this side of the road that already front, and we're adding 25 more. So we're going to end up with a total of 44 lots that are fronting on existing streets, which seems to be the thing that has bothered this board the most for over the last 2 years, probably. And I think one thing that bothers them, and I'll ask this question in just a minute, is the fact that a lot of times we're seeing these done, and we see the road front lots develop throughout the county, but we don't ever see the rest of it completed. And so you end up with a SR road as lots along it for a long period of time and a lot of land left interior that doesn't ever get developed. And I've fully been a developer myself, understand why that takes place, because it is a tremendous cost now to put the improvements in and still try to hit a price point where we can continue to do affordable housing in Nash County. Is it anything within our ordinance that would allow us to have the interior developments done at least alongside the outside or the road front lots, or maybe even first? How could that be addressed? Or, two-part question, what can we do? I thought we had some help coming from DOT on these existing roads, getting so many road front lots, but it seems like, and I'm going to look into this some more, it seems like it has maybe not moved forward as much as I hoped it would to help us with this item. But that's my two concerns, is somehow to allow us to not allow so many lots on existing streets, but to build what a couple of the commissioners have called true subdivisions. And a true subdivision been one, and I think Mr. Combs said it may have been Commissioner Leggett, one that has interior lots that you turn off the main street, go in, and it eliminates a lot of the problems that we have concerns with here today.
Well, you have a two-part question, so I have a two-part answer. Your first statement was about ensuring that the interior development happens either concurrently or before all of the road front development. And so to address that, what we could ask the developer is, would he be willing to add some phase lines to this 207 lots and agree to develop it in a certain sequence, so that phase one would have to be developed ahead of phase two, and by dividing this up, we could ensure that some parts were developed sequentially. Now, what that would involve is the developer agreeing to add a condition and to draw the lines on the map. And of course, if he was not agreeable to that condition, the board could turn it down because that's the condition you wanted to see. So that would be my thought about ensuring that the interior gets developed concurrently with the road front lots and not just all the road front lots. The next question about the driveways along the heavily traveled road, the first step in doing that is to stop granting, if you no longer feel that the shared driveway waiver is an answer to the heavy traffic on these roads, then the board should stop granting that waiver. That will cause the lots along the road to have to be wider, and it is a disincentive for having those lots, because you'll end up getting more lots if you divide lots that only have to be 100-foot wide but can be served by an interior road, whereas they might have to be 200-foot wide and can be on the main heavily traveled road. And so if that's the board's biggest concern, we can look at an adjustment to the ordinance, but what you can do today in today's meeting is simply not approve the waiver. And then those lots would have to be wider, and there would be fewer, well, it'd be probably the same amount of driveways, but they would be spaced out. And that would be the first step to disincentivizing these lots along the heavily traveled road.
That brings a question is, some of these driveways, as was pointed out, are already approved as shared driveways but not developed.
Correct.
Is the fact that the request comes to us again in a different zoning request, does that give us another chance to look at that particular aspect of it?
I think it does, with the exception of the 19 that have already been recorded.
Sure, I
because they were
understand that.
recorded according to your original approval. But your shared driveways here, I think you do have the opportunity to take a fresh look at that because the lots that they're attached to have changed in configuration as well.
Okay. And then, well, you really answered the question, to try to come up with something, and we can solve all these problems, all these desires of the board in the adoption of a new LDC when we get to that point. But I'd like your answer in the fact that if you didn't approve the shared driveways moving forward, nothing to do with this development, but it certainly is going to give the developer a more incentive to do interior lots, which is what I keep hearing the board wants. It's interior lots and not lots on that, because to do a lot on an existing road, you would be having to double the frontage of it, is what it boils down to. You've answered my two real concerns with this particular one here. Other questions of Mr. Tyson?
Yeah, I got a question, and I'll address it to you, but they can, does the developer really intend, at the cost of building the road, to go in this big area and build all these roads right now? We mentioned phases. I mean, you gonna do it, you gonna build all these, and you don't know when the bottom falls out of this thing, and it will. And then you can't sell these lots. Is that your intent, to build all these roads right now?
I've closed the public hearing, and I'm hesitant about allowing other speakers to, or to bring them back up again, to be honest with you, and I don't know how.
Yes, we can do that all at one time. We've got equipment on standby ready to get in there. You can see the difference. I can see plainly the different phases that I'm telling you we got. If you want to see the contract, I was typically there to mark out the names of the builders that show the contract. Three builders, national builders, have already signed contracts to take down multiple, I'm talking about 50-plus lots. What one already, that just proved, it's 78 lots, one contractor picked them all up. Next two is there's two more contractors picked them all up.
And board, we've got to make our decisions on what we have here today. I appreciate Mr. Williams answered the question, but we have no method by which to hold Mr. Williams at this time to what he said. What Mr. Tyson has pointed out is, and I want to ask you, you're talking about inducing additional things on the map as it relates to phasing. Can it be done at this meeting without holding anyone up again?
I think what we would like to do is, if the board wanted to pursue that, what I'd recommend is that we take a pause and allow me to meet with the engineer and the developer to determine what those phases would look like, and then we can bring it back to you later in the meeting.
Well, that's not a decision for me to make. I will let the board make that decision once we move into
But I think we potentially could come to a proposal before you're done today, if that's the will of the board.
Okay, all right. Other questions of Mr. Tyson? If not, it's time to entertain a motion, and the motion would be for the adoption of consistency statement A or consistency statement B. And of course, A would include 1 and 2. 1 has A through E, and 2 has A through F. And of course, consistency statement B is for denial. So at this time, I'd entertain a motion that the board wishes to make.
I'm just curious if there's any other members of the board that wanted to discuss this any further. I know there was a line on our agenda for discussion amongst the board. I was just curious if,
Well, that's where we're at right
Okay.
now, is discussion of the board we can have now, or I can get a motion and then have further discussion on the motion itself. If you want to discuss it more, this is the time to do it. Any more discussion you want to have on this item, Ms. Leggett?
I'd just like to have a little bit more discussion, just the fact that today, we've rezoned several areas that were much, much smaller than this, and what we're looking at with this rezoning is a very large subdivision, which typically you would think about putting something like this in town or near town. And most of those would be subject to other requirements that are not required out in the county. I just don't like to think about, people buying up cheap farmland and putting a bunch of houses on it. I want to make sure that whatever we put out in the county is what's put in our county is going to take us into the future with good, solid development. And,
Leggett, if I could, I think really, in comparing to what we're doing on this one versus the other ones, it's, the size itself is a little bit hard for us to get real involved in. I think the key difference that I see here is the number of driveways on existing streets. If you recall, all the rest of them that we've approved, one of them had 4, but it had some 70 lots. That's a ratio that doesn't bother me as one member of this board, but this one, it just stands out because we're going to end up with a total of 44 in this area, and I don't think we really can get involved in too much about the size of the development until we do some changes in our LDC that would allow us to go there. Mr. Tyson, do you agree with that statement?
I think I agree with the fact that there's nothing that supports the board reviewing a larger subdivision with a different set of standards than a smaller subdivision. And that the fundamental question here is the lot size, not the number of lots.
And that's my concern. I don't think we should legally go there because I think it's not going to be in our best interest until we do some more work. But the distinct difference is the number of road front lots on existing roads as I see it. Mr. Outlaw, any comment? You look at me, not necessarily.
Well, I think we've talked about it enough, and we've talked about it for months. And I think Mr. Williams went back to the planning board, and he followed the rules. He's come back today, and he's presented us with something that the planning board has accepted based on our LDO. And so for that reason, I fully intend to vote for it.
All right, other comments before we get a motion? Again, I would just say I have a genuine concern about 44 lots on existing roads. And
Well,
I don't know how to change that.
Well, by changing the LDC.
Yeah.
Correct. but
And
we
doing
haven't
that.
done
And I would rather there not another rezoning request come back to us until that's done.
Mr. Combs, I hope you don't get 4 votes in that matter. because
Well,
there's
we
a lot
just need to
going
get it
on and
done.
we're
We've
in a
been
good
talking
time.
about it.
I agree with that.
We need to get it
definitely
Mr. Chairman, if that's something that this board desires to do,
Yeah.
then we can get it done, but we need to tell people that.
Oh, sure, we
When
got
they
that.
are submitting their applications, not when they sit before this board.
Absolutely. I
And
agree
that's,
with you 100%.
and that's the point that Mr. Outlaw made that I said some time ago. The applicants need to know before they start any kind of planning or presenting anything, but they need to know what's what. And I just think that we need to move on. They've done, we sent them back to the planning board. We need to move on today.
All right, any other words in discussion? Not, I'd entertain a motion for consistency statement A and the items listed below it, or consistency statement B. The pleasure of the board.
I move to approve consistency statement A.
With items 1, 2, and the alphabetical items under it included in the motion.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have a motion to accept the consistency statement A. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Combs and Commissioner Belfield at the same time. Any other discussion on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. We'll move to to motion number 2, which is approve or deny the zoning map amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the conditional use rezoning request.
All right, have a motion to approve the request from R40 and RA30 to RA20 conditional use. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Again, I have a second by Commissioner Combs, Commissioner Belfield at the same time. Any questions on the motion? If not, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. We're now on the motion for the conclusion of supporting finding of facts and the development conditions that are associated with that. I'd entertain a motion to approve that.
Mr. Chairman, can this be worded such that the lots be reconfigured to exclude double driveways on the SRs?
I would ask Mr. Tyson to
So
answer that question.
yeah, that would be a motion to approve the conditional use permit, but to deny the subdivision waiver, meaning that the lots fronting along Stony Hill Church Road would have to be reconfigured to be wider in order to accommodate individual driveways. So that would be approve the conditional use permit, but deny the subdivision waiver.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Leggett?
Yes, so moved. I move to approve the conditional use permit, but deny the subdivision waiver.
Okay, and that also includes the development conditions.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And a second. It's time for discussion, Mr. Belfield.
What effect is that going to have on what we already approved?
I would ask Mr. Tyson to answer that question.
So it will have no effect on these lots, which have already been recorded. But from this point to there, instead of having shared driveways, you'll end up having the same number of driveways, but each driveway will only have half as much traffic because they'll essentially have to combine every 2 lots here into 1 lot to meet the standard width requirements along a road that has more than 1,000 cars. So you're going to end up with the same number of driveways marked here, but they'll each serve 1 wider lot instead of 2 narrow lots.
Answer your question, Mr. Belfield. Yes, it does, and I had stated earlier my concern about shared driveway, but it's a part of the plan that they've carried back to the board, and the board approved and brought it back, so therefore, I would not agree with doing that.
Yes, sir. You'll get an opportunity to do that. Any other questions on the motion?
I would echo Mr. Belfield's sentiments.
Okay, understood. Other questions? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by raising your hand. All opposed to the motion, let it be known by raising your hand. Mr. Attorney, what do I do with a tied vote on this board?
It doesn't carry.
It fails based on our rules of procedure, I believe.
I know that, but I'd like for the attorney to state that.
What did you say, Z?
It doesn't carry, I mean, it's,
Yeah, it's in
it
motion
doesn't
failed.
pass.
Okay, motion failed, okay. Is there, that motion failed, is there another motion?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Bellfield?
I offer motion that we approve the conditional use permit subdivision request, waiver request.
All right, your motion would need to be you support the finding of facts, including the waiver request and including the development conditions. Is that your motion, sir?
Yes.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I got a second. All right, is there any questions or anyone doesn't understand the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by raising your hand. Ones that oppose the motion, let it be known by raising your hand. Okay, that motion carries 4-2. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir, Mr. Bellfield.
could we have a little short break?
Actually, I'm going to propose something different than that. Give me just a second, see where I'm at. That finished up item number 15, item 16, 17 we took care of, and according to my notes, if I looked at this right, and I asked the help of Stacy, I think 18 and the rest of the agenda includes only staff people and no more public. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I would propose and ask permission of the board to take about a 30-minute recess. I think our lunch is here and been here for a while. If it suits the board, I'd like to break for lunch and then come back in about 30 minutes, which will be 2:35. Anybody opposed to doing that? Okay, if not, I would,
Could sit here all day.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
there are members of the public here for item number 16.
item number 16, what did I miss? I'm sorry.
Quasi judicial hearing.
I didn't know you
Oh, darn, I forgot about that one. I'm very sorry. We'll finish that up for sure.
shouldn't take but a
I
minute.
jumped 16, I don't think that one would take long, even though it is another judicial hearing. I apologize for that, but we'll move on to item number 16, and then we'll take a lunch break. And Mr. Tyson, if you would present this additional quasi-judicial public hearing.
This is a request to amend an already existing conditional use permit. It does not change the zoning of the property or the boundary of the property. It's a 1.67 acre tract or portion of a tract surrounded in the red. It was rezoned by the commissioners in September 2017 to RCCU, Rural Commercial Conditional Use. You see it in the kind of pinkish color there, specifically for the development of Brown's Truck and Trailer and automobile towing service in the existing metal building. On May 7th, 2018, this board amended that use to expand the set of uses to not only be an automobile towing service, but to have a truck customization service subject to an approved site plan. That site plan required that all the vehicles, trucks, trailers be stored or parked behind the building, and it required some visual screening to be put there. The property owner has requested that this be amended to, number one, add motor vehicle sales as a third permitted land use, revise the site plan to allow an expansion to this building that would essentially double it in size, and to replace this set of vegetative screening with an existing, already constructed 6-foot-tall wooden privacy fence. And there's no change to the boundary of the zoning, as I said. The land use plan supports limited commercial businesses in this area. The board has already determined back on September 5 and May of 2017 and May 7 of 2018 that the two motor vehicle related businesses that are already permitted there were appropriate for this location. The question here is it okay to add motor vehicle sales? The thing to keep in mind is with the revised site plan, all the vehicles, whether they're towed vehicles, customized vehicles, or vehicles for sale, have to be stored behind the building and the proposed building expansion, and behind the 6-foot privacy fence, and behind this vegetated buffer of Leland cypress planted along the back property line there. And so there's already 2 existing commercial businesses, existing motor vehicle-related uses, and this would add a 3rd with essentially the same site plan, meaning that everything must be screened. The TRC recommended approval on February 25th under the one condition that the county determine or verify that all the screening has been installed before issuing the letter needed by the applicant for the North Carolina Department of Motor Vehicles to bring a dealer's license to have it issued at this location. The planning board considered this on March 15th. There are a number of 3 households listed in your report that spoke against it. They cited concerns about traffic safety related to increased customers, the rural residential nature of the area, and aesthetic concerns. The planning board voted unanimously to recommend consistency statement A for approval and approval of the conditional use permit with this revised site plan. This is a 2-motion process. You need a consistency statement and an actual motion to approve or deny the conditional use permit. And just to recap the 3 changes, it would add motor vehicle sales to the already existing automobile towing service and truck customization operation, provided that everything is screened behind the building. It would allow a 40 by 60 addition to the existing building, and it would substitute a wooden privacy fence for what was previously proposed to be a row of Leland cypress. The Leland cypress would stay along the rear property line. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Tyson, on this item? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. If there are none, I'll entertain a motion to go into a quasi-judicial hearing on this amendment for conditional use.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion stands approved. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a quasi-judicial public hearing on item number 16. We'd be glad to hear from any member of the public concerning this item, either for or against. We just would ask you to be sworn in when you come forward. And at this time, Mr. Tyson, if you can be re-sworn in again.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd ask you to accept the staff report and the contents of the case file into evidence for the quasi-judicial public hearing.
Okay, so done, sir. Thank you. Megan, have anyone here that wishes to speak for or against this item? Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir.
Timmy Brown, 11053 Lyles Road, Bailey, North Carolina.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Brown, I didn't mean to overlook you there. I apologize again for that.
No problem. What I need the dealer's license for, my son deals in high-performance cars, sells them, and we've got to selling so many that we have to have a dealer's license. We're not opening no used car lot, because these cars are $150,000, $200,000 cars. I'm not putting them on a lot nowhere, but you got to have an office to have a dealer's license.
That's correct.
And that's why I'm asking for a dealer's license or whatever, the dealership. Everything else will maintain the same.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
You probably won't keep them in that fence back there either, will you?
No, sir. They won't even be kept there, but, you know, we do so many that
Gotta have a
they're requiring us to get a dealer's
office
license.
somewhere, understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak on this item or against? Seeing no one move, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Have a motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Public hearing is now closed. Mr. Tyson, any other further instructions from you on this item, sir?
No, sir.
All right, what we need is a motion for consistency statement A or B. And if it's A, the item's listed under it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I offer a motion to adopt consistency statement A and all the conditions listed under below the numbers and the letters.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Second motion is to approve or deny the conditional use permit amendment. I'd entertain that motion.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the request to amend conditional use permit CU 170802 and to add motor vehicle sales as a third permitted land use at this location.
Okay, and the other two items that's listed under there as well.
Yes, sir.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your patience today. I hope you learned something being with us today. All right, we are now going to go for a lunch recess, and we would reconvene at about 2:45, 3 o'clock. Prior to the lunch break, we had got through item number 17, so we will pick up at item number 18. 18 is a resolution in support of naming the Sunset Avenue Wesleyan Boulevard Bridge in honor of Gus Tullis. This is a request I got from a businessman in Rocky Mount. The city of Rocky Mount was asked to do a resolution to let DOT know that they supported naming the bridge, and that's the bridge right there at Sam's Club, the big bridge that was replaced during the Wesleyan widening after our former DOT member, Mr. Gus Tullis, and normally the DOT likes to hear from the county that it's in if a municipality makes a request like that. And therefore, I had told the individual that I would bring it to the board today. You had the resolution in your packet that was delivered on your iPad. Is there any questions about this item? I would recommend that we do approve it. If we want it read, I'll be glad to ask Mr. Lamb to read it. You got it in front of you, Mr. Lamb?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you would, just read that for the public record.
Okay, resolution in support of naming the Sunset Avenue Wesleyan Boulevard Bridge in honor of Gus Tullis. Whereas Gus Tullis from Rocky Mount was appointed by Governor Mike Easley to the North Carolina Board of Transportation in January 2008, and whereas Gus Tullis was reappointed by Governors Beverly Perdue, Pat McCrory, and Roy Cooper to the Board of Transportation to serve until July 2020. And whereas Gus Tullis, by virtue of his membership on the Rocky Mount Urban Area Metropolitan Planning Organization Transportation Advisory Committee, and whereas Gus Tullis strove for transportation facility improvements in Rocky Mount, including the widening of Country Club Road, the 4-lane divided Winstead Avenue, the 4-lane divided Hunter Hill Road, and the widening of Wesleyan Boulevard. And whereas Gus Tullis worked diligently to improve transportation safety and supported improvements for alternative transportation modes in the local area and the state of North Carolina. Now therefore be it resolved that the Nash County Board of Commissioners respectfully request that North Carolina Department of Transportation to name the bridge on Sunset Avenue over Wesleyan Boulevard in honor of Gus Tullis as a way to signify and honor his contributions to the citizens of Rocky Mount and the state of North Carolina. Be it further resolved that upon said designation, the North Carolina Department of Transportation erect the proper signage to recognize this honor to Gus Tullis, adopted this 5th day of April 2021.
The only thing I regret about this resolution, and I'm in full support of it.
Yes, sir.
Very, very proud to support it, is that it doesn't say to honor his contribution to the citizens of Rocky Mount, Nash County, and the state of North Carolina, because he has made major contributions to Nash County, of which Rocky Mount is a part of.
We can add that. That's why I sort of hesitated when I was reading it.
I think we took verbatim what Rocky Mount briefly approved, but we can certainly make that change.
I think that'd be a good change.
Yeah.
I know he's helped the college quite a bit as well.
Mm-hmm.
A great thought, Mr. Outlaw. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
you gonna make a comment, I was gonna make a motion. You gonna make a comment?
Yeah.
Okay. You go
No,
before me.
no
Go ahead,
opposition to the resolution. It's, I guess, my question is, this is like putting a plaque, is naming the bridge, right?
That's correct, like you see on a lot of
Yeah,
bridges,
yeah.
it would have one
So,
of
you
the
know,
state signs.
being in the city of Rocky Mount, and I don't know how that works as far as who gets to name the bridge. That's my.
I can tell you what I was told when I got the call was that it came from a group of citizens in Rocky Mount, and they went to the DOT and asked them what it would take to get that done. And the DOT informed them that they would need a resolution from the city of Rocky Mount and from the county that it was located in. So I think it was all generated by a group of citizens in Rocky Mount. And I can't tell you who those were, to be honest with you. I can tell you who contacted me, but I don't guess it really matters.
So if both county and city government agree, then.
I think DOT has stated they would do it if we both agree.
Okay.
And this is not the first one of these we've had, Marvin. They generally like to hear from both entities. Comment,
It
Mr. Bell?
was, the resolution the Rocky Mount approved was unanimous.
That is correct. Very good
Unanimous,
point.
all seven
Yep.
members.
It was. And we were asked to do it first, and because it was located in Rocky Mount, I told the gentleman that I would prefer to have Rocky Mount take it up first, and then we would take it up after them. Or maybe we were asked simultaneously, I'm not sure, but at the time I was first asked, it hadn't been done by Rocky Mount. I just felt it was better to get them to do it first. Other questions or comments? If not, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
I move, Mr. Chair, that we approve this resolution with the suggestions that Commissioner Outlaw
Okay, great.
made on it.
All right, and the second that motion?
Second.
That's second from several of you at the same time.
I would defer to the others.
Mr.
I would
Outlaw,
defer to Mr. Arrington.
well, we all gonna get the vote on here in just a second. We got a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you. That will move us to item number 19, which is a resolution in support of the parking lot project at Miracle Park. I'll call on Thomas at this time to make this request. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioners. I'm here today seeking support from the board to pass a resolution that will allow the Parks and Recreation Department to receive funding from the Community Funding Project, formerly known as Earmarks, for pavement of the parking lot area at the Nash County Miracle Park at Coopers. An earmark directs federal funding to a specific project in a congressional member's district. Earmarks allow Congress to allocate funding for specific projects or programs without having to go through the standard appropriations process. As part of the minimum requirements, the submittal recommends a resolution passed in support of this project. At this time, I would like to read over the proposed resolution and then answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Resolution in support of parking lot project for the Nash County Miracle Park at Coopers. Whereas in the 2004 Nash County Parks and Recreation Comprehensive Master Plan, a need was identified for a district park at the Tar River Reservoir, and the plan was amended in 2008 to add a community park in the Coopers area. And whereas both parks were included in the 2014 Nash County Parks and Recreation Comprehensive Master Plan. And whereas in 2017, Nash County purchased 46 acres of land on Joyner Road just east of South North Carolina Highway 58 in southeast Nash County. And whereas the Nash County Miracle Park at Coopers is the first public park facility both owned and operated by Nash County. And whereas Nash County has received grant funding for the Nash County Miracle Park at Coopers from North Carolina Parks and Recreation Trust Fund, Trillium Health Resources, North Carolina General Assembly, and the Major League Baseball Fund, Tomorrow Fund. And whereas Nash County will receive $256,000 in donation from the Coopers Community Development Corporation. Now therefore be it resolved that the Nash County Board of Commissioners formally supports funding from the Community Project Funding, which is a revised version of earmarks of federal funding for congressional district-specific projects. If there, at this time, I would like to take any questions from the board.
Any questions of Thomas on this? I think it came up rather quickly.
Yes, sir.
Which is always good. Any questions or comments?
Well, I do, I'm very thankful for the opportunity to possibly pave this parking lot. It's something we had talked about potentially bringing up at some point in the future when we had funding. But if you hadn't had an opportunity to go out to the park, pick a nice sunny day and go out there and you can see the benefit of that park to Nash County. It's amazing the people that are out there, the children, the kids playing basketball, baseball, walking the trail. It's just a very nice park and a great addition to the county. I know Mr. Winston is very pleased.
Yes, sir.
Right. Other comments? If not, what's the likelihood of us getting it? Do you think it's pretty good, Thomas?
Yes, sir. If we get support from the community, letters from the county manager, commissioners that's in that district, and the chairman, and I got some letters that's coming from the CCDC as well, and we reach out to our district House of Representative or Congress member, I think we have a good chance. It's 10 projects that each Congress member in this area can take to Washington, D.C. for support of the project.
Okay. But you got one line that's supporting it or spearheading it?
We wanted to get this approved, and then Patsy, I will begin work hard this week.
Okay. Sounds great. Entertain a motion to approve the resolution?
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Certainly not. Motion carries. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Next item is item number 20, which is a contract amendment for the Wooten Company for the Northern Nash Water System Project. Call on Mr. Boone at this time. Boone, I hope this is the latest you ever make an appearance at a 9 o'clock meeting. Well, welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. That makes two of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. The item I have for you this afternoon is a contract amendment with the Wooten Company. As you're aware, we continue to work on the Northern Nash Water System project. And as you're also probably aware, that project is running behind schedule initially. When we bid the project, we'd hoped to be done in August of last year, of 2020. And due to a number of delays, weather delays, some changes in the scope of work, other items related to that project that we're continuing to work on and work through with the assistance of the engineer and with the contractor, we're behind. And as it stands today, we anticipate wrapping up work on phase one this summer. Contractor is currently telling us mid-June. I personally think that's a bit optimistic. but time will tell who'll be right about that. But nonetheless, with the project being behind schedule, there's still expenses associated with managing the project, the construction administration aspects of the project, processing change orders, payment requests, things of that nature, which the Wooten Company is assisting the county with, and also the ongoing construction observations. So that's the on-site inspector making sure that the project is constructed in accordance with the plans and the specifications that were developed in conjunction with the project. And again, when the project was initially conceived and bid, we anticipate the project being complete in August of 2020. We budgeted the contract administration and construction observation services accordingly, and those funds have been expended. And we've been working with the Wooten Company again through a number of issues. And this contract amendment would effectively provide for the funds required to reimburse the Wooten Company for the work they have done since late last year, 2020, on this project. So as you will note in your supporting documentation, this covers expenses through the end of March. That was 5 days ago. So we know they're still working on the project. We recognize that I will likely have to appear before you at least one, if not two more times regarding issues related to this project. Currently working on a change order for ELJ on this project because some additional work that we need to have done, which is a good thing because we've had more response, a higher response in terms of property owners interested in connecting to the system, and that necessitates some changes in the contract. But again, all that work requires additional contract administration, construction observation. So the amendment I have in front of you is in the amount of $128,800, and $28,000 of that amendment is related to contract administration. Again, that would take us to the end of March, and $100,800 for construction observation. So with that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions of Mr. Boone on this item? If there are no questions, I'd entertain a motion for approval. Move for approval.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries, Mr. Boone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next item is item number 21, and it was briefly mentioned to us during the budget work sessions. It's a Benny Brooks Act exemption resolution, and I'll call on Ms. Donna Wood to make this presentation.
Good afternoon.
Good evening, ma'am.
Okay. As the chairman indicated, this was the resolution presented to the board during the budget work session. The resolution delegating to the county manager or his designee the county commissioner's authority under the North Carolina General Statute 14364.32 to exempt specific projects from the Benny Brooks Act on a project-by-project basis where the estimated professional fee is less than $50,000. And the resolutions attached are included.
Okay. Donna, and I spoke to Mr. Lamb about this earlier this morning. A couple of commissioners had a question about this, and I think the way to answer the questions would be if we could alter the language just a little bit to say the county manager and put Mr. Lamb's name there. And the purpose in that is it would be in effect as long as Mr. Lamb is the manager, but at the time we had a different manager, we would revisit this. Is that easy enough for you to do?
That is certainly easy enough to do.
Okay, and it's just, moving forward with another board or this board, we don't know who would be in that position, and it could be a situation where the board didn't want to give up that authority. So as long as Mr. Lamb's here, I've got to get a vote from the board, but it expected that it would be approved, but we would like to have that in there. Any other comments or questions about this? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for approval as amended.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Mr. Belfield. Any questions on the motion? Wayne, do you have any further questions?
No, sir, that's very good.
All right, all in favor of the motion, let them be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
That could be a good thing.
Sir?
I said that project would be a good thing for the county. We've done them before, removing abandonment mobile homes.
Getting ready to talk about that.
That's the next item, Mr. Belfield. I just finished up item 21, I'm sorry.
I thought we were, I thought that's what we were on.
Do you
I'm
need
sorry.
us to revisit, or you okay with the vote you took?
Yeah, I'm ahead of you. I'm sorry.
You voted to delete your salary moving forward. Are you okay with that? I'm only kidding you, sir. You voted on this Minnie Brooks Act, which allows the manager to approve any fee under $50,000, and the manager been more specific to be Mr. Lamb in his tender. Is that okay with you?
Oh, yes, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just ahead of.
Okay, that's all right. I fully understand how it can happen today.
My iPad here, and I had it on the wrong thing. I had moved ahead of you.
I share your dilemma there, sir. We'll move on to item number 22, which is an abandonment manufacturing home grant, and I'll call on Ms. Wood again to make this presentation.
Okay, Nash County has been awarded a $27,000 grant funding from the North Carolina Department of Environment and Natural Resources for the Abandoned Manufactured Home Grant Program. These funds will be used for the demolition, disposal, and recycling of abandoned and dilapidated manufactured homes in Nash County. And the project ordinance is attached or included.
Okay, any questions on this item? Entertain a motion to approve the project ordinance.
So approve.
Moved by Mr. Belfield, is there a second?
Second.
I move that we approve it.
Okay, I got your motion, I got Mr. Arrington's second. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Again, if you need me to slow down, just tell me to slow up a little bit. I'm trying to get it finished up quick as I can. Item number 23 is the next item on the agenda. It is a COVID-19 grant ordinance amendment. Ms. Wood?
Okay, the attached project ordinance is submitted to amend the special revenue grant project ordinance. This amendment includes additional funding of $1,044,948 for the Health Department from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services through funding from the Federal CARES Act. These funds are to be used to carry out surveillance, epidemiology, laboratory capacity, infection control, mitigation, communications, and other preparedness and COVID-19 response activities. This amendment also includes additional funding of $265,627 for the Health Department from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services through funding from the Federal CARES Act. These funds will be used to support activities associated with planning and implementation of COVID-19 vaccination clinics. This ordinance also includes additional funding of $202,373 from the Upper Coastal Plain Council of Government's Area Agency on Aging, from the Aging CARES Act Nutrition Program to the Nash County Farmers Market. These funds will be used to provide locally sourced food boxes to disabled and older adults ages 60 plus within Nash, Halifax, Edgecombe, Northampton, and Wilson counties. These funds will be used to, let me skip to the next item. This amendment also adjusts the funding allocation categories for the coronavirus relief funds established under the CARES Act based on anticipated expenditures. And the recommendation is that we approve the amended ordinance with the additional funding.
All right, questions of Ms. Wood on this item? Seeing none, I entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I do have a question, maybe county manager might be able to. Are we receiving rather, any vaccine rather, from Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson?
Not directly.
Well, I mean, what, the vaccine that they have manufactured and made available, have we received any of that from those two companies, pharmaceutical companies?
Within the county, we received Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson. Not necessarily the health department, but the hospital got the Pfizer. They distributed it to other people. And I know in the last week, Johnson & Johnson has gotten here and it's being distributed. I believe Word Tabernacle is going to be distributing Johnson & Johnson at its next clinic, which is the one shot.
I was just wondering if Nassau County, the health department,
We've been getting Moderna, but I suspect we will be getting some Johnson & Johnson soon. We're going to have a 500 shot clinic, special clinic, and I believe that's going to be Johnson & Johnson.
Okay.
All right, that motion carried. Madam Clerk, you okay, Mr. Belfield?
I'm fine. I was just wondering if we have received any Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer vaccine.
All right.
Our first clinic, the one at Central, Nash Central, was Pfizer.
Okay.
The 900, the one that 900 people came through.
Okay, we're on budget item on agenda item number 24, which is budget amendments. Ms. Wood, you have 9 if you want to present those.
I do. Would you like me to present these on each one separately or all together?
We normally do them all together. If you
Okay.
see a reason that you need a separate vote, we can certainly do that, but normally we do them all together.
Okay. The first item is with medical examiner. This budget amendment appropriates additional funds for county medical examiner services. The request of $20,000 is an estimate based on the annualized spending to date to cover costs through June 2021. The next item is with ABC mixed beverage tax. This budget amendment appropriates additional funds for county ABC mixed beverage funds. The request of $40,000 is an estimate based on the annualized spending to date to cover related expenditures through June 2021. No county funds required. Next item is with Department of Social Services. This budget amendment is to budget 100% federal and state funds for heating and cooling expenses for qualified citizens. It's $30,250. No county funds are required. The next item is with planning and inspections. This budget amendment is to allow the county's telecommunications consultant, Cityscape Consultants, to perform additional reviews of cell tower modification projects related to the ongoing upgrade to 5G technology. These fees are paid in full by the applicant at the time of the project submittal. It's $5,000, and no county funds are required. The next item is with emergency management. This budget amendment is to budget a supplemental grant from the State of North Carolina Department of Public Safety. These funds are for projects related to Homeland Security planning, operations, equipment, training and exercises, and other emergency management performance grant requirements. It's $18,753, and no county funds are required. The next item is under cooperative extension. This amendment is to budget the final 5% from the North Carolina State University Ag Ventures $6,000 grant. This is $300, which is the last 5%, and no county funds are required. The next item is with the Sheriff's Office, Court Impact. This budget amendment is to budget additional funds for the electronic monitoring program. This is the inmate service provided to allow inmates that meet certain criteria to be released from the detention center with constant monitoring while awaiting trial. It's a request of $14,000. The next item is for county capital related to the detention center. This budget amendment is to appropriate capital fund balance for the detention center capital expenditures totaling $109,000. The items requested include installation of a skylight in the medical holding cell, call boxes in the east-west block, and upgrade the Tour Watch software. These items will allow for updates as identified by the state. The next item is with Parks and Recreation. This budget amendment is to budget funds that have been collected in sponsorship revenue for Nash County spring sports, including baseball, softball, t-ball, soccer, and flag football. No county funds are required. It's $5,276, and they are all my budget amendments for today.
Those are 9 of them. Any questions from the board on either of those 9 budget amendments?
The
Belfield?
budget amendment from ABC Mixed Beverage Tax, that's coming from the state, ABC?
That's coming from our ABC board locally, and these are funds that we pay out for mental and substance abuse assistance. And so whatever we collect in, we pay back out to support mental health and substance abuse related activities.
No county funds required.
No county funds required.
Any other questions, Mr. Belfield?
No.
Seeing any, no other questions, I entertain a motion for approval for the 9 budget amendments.
Make a motion to approve the request.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on either of the 9 or the motion itself? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Budget amendment stand approved. Thank you, ma'am. Next item is item 25, which is board appointments. I'll call on Stacy at this time. You're welcome to do it from your seat if you like.
I'll be glad to.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Just us here now.
Sure. But the first one is for the UNC Nash Healthcare System Board of Commissioners. I haven't received any additional information for replacements for these 2 individuals, so I'll go ahead and move on to the next one, if that's okay.
Mr. Lamb, any update on that?
I'm supposed to have a phone conference in the morning with Lee.
On this item?
Is the hospital? Yeah. Yes, sir.
Well, would you relay to him that the board would like to go ahead and get these taken care of?
I will do it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the next one is for the Consolidated Human Services Board. Terms for the following Consolidated Human Services Board members expire on April 30th, 2021. Dr. Tony Coates, Jeanette Pittman, Agnes Moore, Dan Davis, Sarah Thurman, Mike Stocks, and Bert Daniels. Please disregard that last statement there. Reappointment is recommended for members who are willing and eligible, and those are Dr. Coates, Jeanette Pittman, Sarah Thurman, Mike Stocks, and Bert Daniels. Members Dan Davis and Agnes Moore wish to be replaced on this board. And Mrs. Agnes Moore did make a request that her replacement be someone representing senior services, since that was the board that she was on when she was selected to participate.
Okay, to be sure, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to reappoint, 6, 7.
5 to reappoint, Dr. Tony Coates, Jeanette Pittman, Sarah Thurman, Mike Stocks, and Bert Daniels.
Entertain a motion to reappoint those 5 first.
So moved.
A move by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries. And Stacy, how do we go about getting the other 2 members, someone to fill their place? What is your suggestion on that?
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment before we go there?
You can, sir.
When we consolidated those 2 boards, I think we had over 20 members on those boards, and I think it was our intent or hope that board would be able to be reduced down, or it be a more manageable board. Is that something this board would be interested in? Would Mr. Hill be interested in that, or?
I think should be some interest there. We have done it one time before, maybe two.
How many
So-
members are on that board now?
And the statute does designate some specific professions that need to be represented on that board.
Right.
So if the board would like, I'd be glad to look into that and see what we could get it down to and still meet the requirements of the general statute.
Okay. And you will let us know,
I'll
and
let
then
you
you
know.
would expect us to, if we need to fill one of those.
I'll let you know next week so that we
The board may
know.
want to continue at the current level, but I think one of those positions was a psychiatrist, which we always,
Never could.
we never filled.
Correct.
Have we ever filled it?
No.
Never.
Okay.
If you could go ahead and approve the reappointments and those other two, we will see if either one of them does not require replacement.
They did.
I think we just approved the reappointment,
We did.
Oh, okay, okay.
didn't we, Madam
Yes,
Clerk?
sir.
It's getting late fall off, Mr. Lamb. All right, Mr. Belfield?
Minority representation on that board, what, we have a total of what, 17 on there?
Why don't we let Stacy get us a report and tell us how many we got, what
Right.
the representation is, and also how it looks on a district basis.
Right.
Okay,
And
will
then-
do.
Then we work on, is that okay, Mr. Belfield?
That's fine.
Okay, all
Will
right.
do.
Uh,
Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
The next one is for the Tourism Development Authority, the TDA. Terms for the following Tourism Development Authority members expire April 30th, 2021. Jerry Patel, Robbie Davis, Judy Carey Winstead, and Kay Mitchell. Mr. Patel is not eligible for reappointment, and he is a collector member. Robbie Davis, Judy Carey Winstead, and Kay Mitchell are eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment.
Correct. Any questions from board members on that? And that will leave us two collective members that we need to fill, excuse me. And those people are basically got back to work now for the most part, so I'll be able to bring some forward pretty quick now, maybe the next meeting. Yes, sir.
I don't know if we can or not, or if he would be interested, but if so, Mr. Patel might want to continue serving until we could identify a replacement. I know that's a pretty critical board.
Yeah, I think he automatically does continue serving until we replace him.
I believe so.
It's
Okay,
been in
great.
the past.
Great, great.
He has actually relocated and hadn't participated as much the last little while anyway, but he will continue that seat until we actually fill it, but we do need to.
Thank you.
For replacement there. All right, pleasure of the board with the ones that can be reappointed.
So moved.
Have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. And then the last one is for the Nash County Board of Adjustment. This one is a little lengthy, but we'll get through it here in just a second. Terms for the following Board of Adjustment members expire on April 30th, 2021. Cindy Joyner, William Parker, and Brandon Moore. Cindy Joyner has served 3 consecutive 3-year terms and is not eligible for reappointment. In addition, a regular member, Charles Johnson, passed away on December 11th, 2020, so we'll need to work on filling that seat as well, although it does not expire for another year. The planning director has recommended the following. The first is to reappoint William Parker as a regular member to serve another 3-year term to expire in April 2024. He's eligible and willing. Do you want to do these one by one, or you want me to?
I think we probably better do these one by one, because it's going to get a little bit confusing in a
Okay.
minute.
Okay.
So could I get a motion to reappoint Mr. Parker?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington, just ahead of you, Mr. Belfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries.
The next one is to promote Kenneth Mullen from alternative member number 1 to a regular member to replace Cindy Joyner to serve the remainder of his current three-year term and expire on April 30th, 2023.
Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. And anybody want any explanation how this board works, or everybody remember that you have alternate members, and when we lose a regular member, we would start moving them up, according from alternate 1 to alternate 2? Everybody good with it? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries.
And then the third is to reappoint and promote Brandon Moore from alternate member number 2 to a regular member, replacing Mr. Charles Johnson, who passed away, to serve another 3-year term to expire, it's a 4-year term. No, it's a 3-year term, I'm sorry, to expire April 30th, 2024. He's eligible and willing.
Great guy.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett, motion by Commissioner Combs. Any questions? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Number 4.
Chairman, it's 3:30, so I'll pause and let Mr. Lamb do the COVID call.
Oh, I thought they were on Tuesday. I don't know when they are. Go ahead. Sure we all know.
Welcome, everyone, to our Nash County COVID-19 response briefing for April 5th, 2021. This time we'll hear from Mr. Bill Hill regarding cases and clinics.
So when an officer, let me back up a second. You agree to. Okay, I'm with you. We've had a busy second dose clinic today. We're going to probably, time we finish, 540, 50, 550 maybe second doses. So that's a good thing. I always feel somewhat rewarded with getting those fully vaccinated, fully immunized, at least in 10 to 14 days after today. We've got another busy second dose clinic tomorrow here in Nashville, over 500. So that will net over 1,000, maybe 1,050 to 1,100 of second doses in the next couple of days. We will be at Ebenezer on Wednesday again, and we'll be doing a number of second doses, 200 some there on Wednesday. And we're working on building appointments, staying right there, and building appointments for first dose clinic just as soon as we finish the second dose clinic. So we want to stay there as long as we need to get some first dose participants in there. And then we are working really hard to try to, in our call center, senior center, all our folks working hard to get the numbers up for first dose shots on Thursday and Friday of this week. Having said that, we've got a good supply of vaccine coming in. I have reached out to Cummings on Thursday before the Easter break, have not heard back, but I did leave a message specifically with the Director of Safety over there, Gary Keffer. And also, we plan to reach out to some other industrial areas for special vaccine. Having said that, we look like the high number provider this week by far, with 1,300 that on the list. As we look at the list, we can see UNC Nash 700. Again, the health department's 1,300, Harvest 100, Medical Center over in Spring Oak 100, Eastern Medical, Dr. Crocker's Oak Group 300, New Beginnings 100, OIC, each of their offices 100, so that'd be a total of 200 for them. Rocky Back Kidney Center 100, and Southside Pharmacy 100 in Spring Hope. We have also heard before, just before we left on Thursday, that there have been up to 500 denials, or declines rather, and we have, I believe, and this, I'm not sure how official, but I believe we can count on 500 to add to our 1,300. So I think we'll be receiving about 1,800 first dose vaccine or shots this week, probably tomorrow. So having said that, the clinics look like they're out in different places. I named ours, and then, of course, there's some by the hospital also. I don't know if I should take the liberty, unless there's no one from the hospital to make that presentation. So without knowing that, I will certainly say Midpoint Church in Middlesex, UNC Nash. We appreciate UNC Nash extending themselves out in southern Nash County. Ebenezer Baptist Church, that's us. Inglewood Baptist Church, that's UNC Nash. That's looks like it's 4-7. That's the day after tomorrow at Inglewood Baptist Church from 11 to 3. The backing up a little bit to the Middlesex Clinic at Midpoint Church, that's tomorrow. It doesn't have a time there for that. And then hopefully a big one at Word Tabernacle Church on 410, which is April 10th, and I believe all day, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., and I'm sure they'll extend it just as long as people are coming in, even though they probably do have a set number of doses available. Walgreens, still by appointment, the best we can tell. Now moving to the numbers of coronavirus. We have seen since Thursday 103 new cases drop into the system, 103 new cases of coronavirus. That takes us to this particular strain of coronavirus, COVID-19 as we know it, 10,301 confirmed cumulative total cases. Excuse my redundancy. And then there's a total number of deaths, 175, no new deaths reported. At UNC, there are 27 currently COVID-related hospitalizations at our own hospital in Rocky Mount, of which 5 of 27 are in the ICU unit and 1 on a ventilator. So, that's pretty much my report. I hesitate to well, I think I will though. It's going to sound a little bit like doom and gloom, but I am concerned about a fourth wave. I am concerned, if you look east far enough over the ocean, what's going on in Europe. If you look north, what's going on in Canada. If you also look at the contagious nature of this strain, this B117, known as the United Kingdom, Great Britain strain, highly contagious. And this time it's really, really contagious with children, and the spread through children much more than the COVID-19 that we knew and have experienced for over the past year. So with that doom and gloom, we have some light. We got a vaccination available. And this is not propaganda to promote our vaccination program. This is serious. I think that's a good coat of armor. Everything I can understand and read about this, that is another really good coat of armor, especially for this British strain known as B117. So if you want extra protection, I would encourage everyone to, again, if they haven't been vaccinated, roll up your sleeve. You can't beat the price. You can't beat the convenience. And we're there for you to try to get these shots in the arms. I think that'll do it for me.
Great report. Great report. Great report. I appreciate all y'all are doing, and I can tell you're trying to get as many shots and arms as possible. That's great. Well, I think we're ahead of the game compared to many counties in North Carolina, thanks to your leadership. At this time, we'll hear, well, let me go ahead to Morgan Dowdy. I think she's got her weekly report for the call center? Don't you?
I've got the numbers.
Stacy, could you give us the numbers?
Yeah, so the call center did 1,579 calls last week. We are seeing a slowdown of callers for the first vaccine, so anything that our partners can do to help us to encourage folks that want the vaccine to call the call center, that would be very helpful. We are getting second dosers calling us, but it's really slowed down with first dosers, and we have opened up to all 5 groups at this point in time.
Great. Any questions for Mr. Hill, or will Mr. Hill for now? If not, we'll hear from Brent Fisher with Emergency Management.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our call volume for the last 24 hours, 911 was 210 calls for service, and EMS was 66. We're currently out at we've got staff out at the vaccine clinic site supporting that clinic, so things seem to be going well there. We'll continue to watch the weather. We've got some great weather for the first 3 days of this week, and we'll watch to see what Thursday and Friday brings with us, as it may affect the vaccine clinics. But we'll support it any way we can and continue to move forward as possible. I believe that's all I got to report, unless there's any questions of us.
Well, once again, I want to thank Emergency Management for helping with all these clinics. Y'all have been right there. Every single clinic we've had, and y'all are really making a difference. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other department heads have anything? Community partners, elected officials.
Mr. Lamb, could you possibly, when she said open up to all 5 groups, could you or Mr. Hill tell us exactly what that means?
Okay. Mr. Hill, could you explain what opening up vaccines to all 5 groups, does that mean everyone except over 16, I think it is?
18. That's right. We're not turning away anyone that roll up the sleeve. We want to get as close to herd immunity and as many folks vaccinated as we possibly can. So, yes, if they're over the age limit, we certainly do, and want to try to get that extended as much as we can, especially with the softening or lag going on with the first dose clinics. We need to get those shots in arms. Now, as I say that, I'm looking at a good steady line out here. At the vaccination clinic, I mean, they're steadily coming in, but these are mainly second dose cars coming through here today. But yes, is the answer. We're not turning anyone away if they meet the age requirement. Thank you.
And that age requirement is 16, correct?
I might need to check that. I think that's 16. I think that's 16 for Pfizer and 18 for Moderna. Hold 1 second and I'll get a clarification before you finish the report. I think it's 16 for Pfizer and 18 for Moderna.
Yeah, and let me ask you one other question that Commissioner Belfield brought up. I know the first clinic you did was Pfizer, and since then you've been doing Moderna. Have we got notice of receiving any Johnson & Johnson?
No, not at this time. There are recipients in our area that are receiving those Johnson & Johnson. I think the hospital over the last couple of weeks, but ours has been exclusively Moderna. And that's what it is for this week. All 1,800 would be Moderna.
Okay.
We've got a few Pfizer second doses, like about 30 to give this week, but primarily Moderna is what we're giving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Hill? Anyone else have anything to add to the discussion? Mr. Hill, if you could just let us know about that age, and we'll put it out on social media, what the age limit is.
I've just had that confirmed. I was right. 16 for Pfizer, need to be over 16 for Pfizer. So with us, with Moderna, it would need to be over 18 years of age.
Okay, thank you. That's quick.
Uh-huh.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anything else? If not, we'll be back. Remember, we're doing this twice a week now, Mondays and Thursdays at 3:30. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lamb. Next item on the agenda is 26, which is monthly tax report. Major Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I need to finish board appointments. I stopped
You
hard at 3:30 so we could do the call.
You indeed did.
We're back on number 4 under our Board of Adjustments.
Let me make a statement first, if
Sure.
we could. Major Wilson, I was handed a note that you were here wanting to present information on some things in y'all's budget request, maybe about the Bobcat and evidence building. We still have a number of agenda items, and we have a rather lengthy closed session after this. Well, we are going to have some more budget meetings. I don't have those quite scheduled yet, but I would really need for you to do that during those, because I know we're going to be here probably another hour or so because of the items in the closed session and an economic development matter that we're going to have to take up also. If that's okay with you, that's what I'd prefer to do.
Yes, sir, that's fine. I just handed handouts and I can bring them in the next time.
Okay, all right, that would be, actually, what you provided me, the board has already. What you sent me an email, because I provided to the rest of the board. But if you could, let's do those, we'll make sure we contact you at the next budget meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on to your item, Stacy.
Yes, sir. Number 4, the recommendation from the planning director is to promote Gwendolyn Wilkins from alternate member number 3 to alternate member number 1, replacing Kenneth Mullen, to serve for the remainder of her current 3-year term to expire on April 30th, 2023.
Give me just a second, my machine died when I wasn't tapping it here. Would you mind telling me again what we're doing? I'm sorry.
We are in the Board of Adjustments.
Right.
We're on number 4.
Okay,
To promote, the recommendation is to promote Gwendolyn Wilkins from alternate member number 3 to alternate member number 1.
and,
Did your iPad die?
oh, well, no, it just goes out if you don't keep it charged up. If you don't touch it every once in a while, and I got detained. So Mr. Mullins cannot serve anymore, is that what we're saying?
We have already, in number 2, we promoted Mr.
did.
Mullen to, yeah, I'm sorry that we
As I said, it's
had
getting
to.
late, I apologize. Your note got me off track here a
I'm
little bit.
sorry.
I got, we're okay, we're good. Everybody understand it but me, which I do now? All right, entertain a motion. for approval.
Motion to approve.
All right, thank you. Motion to approve and a second by Commissioner Ayrton. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Item 5.
Okay, number 5 is to appoint a new alternate member number 2 to replace Brandon Moore to serve a 3-year term to expire on April 30th, 2024. And then the same would be for number 6, to appoint a new alternate number 3 to replace Gwendolyn Wilkins to serve a 1-year term to expire April 30th of 2022. So we need to appoint 2 new members as alternate number 2 and alternate number 3 to the Board of Adjustments. And Mr. Tyson has provided a note that when considering new appointments, there's no one currently serving in Commissioner Districts 2 for Mr. Belfield or 3, Mr. Cohn.
All right, would you two gentlemen work on that and let Stacy know someone that you may be able to find to fill those seats?
Work on it.
Sir? Work on it the next month.
Yes, I'll work on it to see if I can get somebody and we have it next month.
Yes, sir. And you may want to make sure you understand that they are alternate members 2 and
Right.
3, and exactly what that means, you probably know, but.
Right.
It wouldn't require a lot of, well, it may, depending on how many members are absent, so you never know. Okay.
Okay, and
Got any more?
no, I'm good.
All right.
Thank
ma'am.
you.
All right, item number 26 is a monthly tax report, and I'll call on Mr. Doris Sumner to make this presentation at this time. Another very patient lady on our staff.
Good afternoon. I won't be before you long. Excuse me. At this time, I'd like to present the monthly tax report. As you know, this report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. However, it is recommended that you accept the report so that it be noted in the minutes. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be glad to answer those.
Anyone got any questions on the tax report? We might be about out of questions, but thank you, ma'am. And we do accept the report for the minutes.
All right, thank you, sir.
You continue on with item number 27?
Yes, item 27, we do have one refund request that we need approval so that we may disperse those funds.
Okey-dokey. You see that one
Yes.
refund request, entertain a motion for approval?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by like sign. Refund stand approved. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, we're now on commissioner comments. Any commissioner have anything they'd like to bring before the board at this time?
I just wanted to mention, if I could, that our May mid-month meeting, and you sanity checked me on this, Ms. Schatzer, our inside presentation is Parks and Rec, and that will be following the grand opening of the Cooper's Miracle Park. And our outside presentation will be the Nash County Public Schools, a presentation on facilities, I believe, was what we agreed to, correct?
Correct. Shannon Davis will be making that presentation, and it's an update on the recent updated report for the 5-year capital improvement plan that has to be provided to the state.
June would be our next mid-month after May, and so if you have any recommendations, let myself or Ms. Schatzer know.
Have we got Trillium lined up for one of those mid-month meetings to make their presentation? I think they've been doing it at a mid-month. Trillium?
He came before the board for his regular annual update.
Not this year.
Hadn't been this year.
The only thing we have lined up right now outside is public schools.
I'll speak with Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, see when,
That would be a
I
good
think
one.
it's July or sometime when he can
Okay.
talk.
All right, anything else from a commissioner? Well, you know I'm going to crow a little bit about housing starts in the county, and quite frankly, there's a lot to crow about for March. We actually had 52 new housing starts, which is probably may well be a record. I don't remember it ever being 52. That equates to 624 new starts annually. And the interesting part, I do include manufactured homes as well as stick-built homes, and out of those 52, there were 4 manufactured homes and 48 stick-built homes. And I don't shortchange manufactured homes at all, because those are very expensive. Actually, one on there this time is for $227,000. So those are as expensive as some of the homes that we're building. But I am amazed, quite frankly, in looking at the number of homes that are built over 400 and several of them this time over $500,000. So we're building a wide range of houses. Most of them probably average around between 220 and about 280. And a lot of that has got to do with the cost of materials in the housing market. have gone out of the roof, but I declare it just doesn't seem to have slowed down too much. Quite frankly, Mr. Boone can attest to this, I'm sure, because I think he's considered it at some point himself, but we used to buy a half-inch OSB board for about $7.89. Our report last week that my son shared with me showed it to be about $34 currently. So that's one item in framing a home, but it's across the board, quite frankly. So it's gone up even more than what steel has gone up. The only other item, well, that's the only item that I had to bring up during open session. So, Mr. Lamb, I'll turn it over to you this time.
Thank you. Couple things. The School of Government just put out a post on the American Rescue Plan, talks about water, sewage, internet, talks about we have a lot of authority on water and sewage in North Carolina. Internet, it talks about the limitations of local government spending money to develop itself internet. But since we're with a private, based on this article, I think we will be able to use that money. Along those lines, on April 13th from 3 to 4, we can get y'all the link if you want to listen. NC Pro and NACO is going to have a briefing to give us some guidance on the American Rescue Plan, the guidance from Treasury. So again, that's April the 13th from 3 to 4. Let us know and we can send you the link, or we'll just send everybody the link anyway. It's been mentioned before, but I've had I haven't had 5. Commissioners that I've worked for have had 5 clerks in my career, and I'm just amazed that for today's meeting, that we had the minutes from our budget meeting, and there was no Friday work. So she was here on Wednesday and Tuesday and got everything done by Thursday. And I just want to thank Janice for being so prompt, and she does a great job. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ziggy.
She has also, among those other things she was doing, she has sent the dates to the school system and the community college, and we're awaiting a confirmation of those dates. Remind you that on the 19th, we are going to recess today's meeting until the 19th for another budget work session. And again, I just mentioned Monday and Thursdays now. We have the COVID response briefing at 3:30. This month's February's sales tax that we got this morning was right at 1.4 million. It's a little lower than it's been, but February's 28 days. So that's part of that, but we are still very happy with those numbers. I do have one question. We talked about the subdivision issue that came up again today about building along highways rather than internal. I do know that there are cities and counties that have ordinances as part of their policies that if you have more than 2 or 4 or 5 lot subdivision, it must be accessible only from the inside. So I just want to make sure there was talk about not doing any more until we got it fixed. And I guess we need a little direction from the board. Do y'all want to have Mr. Tyson just put a hold on all of them, or I would rather direct him to go ahead and bring back to the next meeting some language that could be adopted by the board to change that. It was sort of mentioned not to have any more, so.
I said that.
Oh, you said that?
And we vetoed that.
You did? Okay, I just wanted to make sure because, well, we'll try to get some kind of language. We don't need to wait for the whole plan to be done. We can address that issue in an amendment, so.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and we might could do something, but I'm very leery of tackling one issue without our board studying the whole thing and deciding as a board what we want Nash County to be developed like.
Right.
It's a board decision, but I'm a little bit scared of taking one isolated thing like that and writing that without studying. I think what's more important, Mr. Lamb, is do whatever it takes to get this thing underway, and we've got funding for it. You borrowed the funding, but we'll put the funding back if that's what we need to do. But I think it's probably one of the most important things this board wants to see as quick as we can get it done. We don't want to do it so fast that we don't get it right, but it does seem like we've been talking about it for quite a while. So, and I don't think we got to wait till another budget approval to move forward with it. I think with what funds we got, we can at least get it started. But how does the rest of the board feel?
Well, it should be a part of our total plan. And I was just thinking while you were talking about it, what I have observed up in the state of Virginia. These subdivisions, they have one way out, and they have a wide street, and to get out on the main highway, there is a stoplight signal, which to me makes it a lot safer. Because when they move, pulling out, sometimes people in a hurry and pull out in front of people and cause a lot of accidents. But that's something that we can think about and do the total plan.
So of course, that's going to involve DOT and 99% of the cases.
It would.
They're going to dictate what signal applies.
I think it's something we ought to discuss and see what can be worked out of that.
Sure.
It looks like to me, in my observation, it's working fine in Virginia, especially most of the time I'm in Virginia, I'm the eastern part, and I noticed that that's what they have.
Right, understood. Other comments on that, Sue? You got anything you'd like to say? Or Dan?
Well, I just think we need to move forward with it. I mean, we keep on, and then you're setting precedents all the time, and then you go back and we decide to change something, then
right.
We just need to do it.
Okay, so
Move on with it.
I'll talk to Adam about getting the RFP out and getting that done, but there is no stopping right now of new subdivisions.
If Mr. Combs wants to make that motion, this board would have to vote on it. I can't make that decision.
Okay, it was just unclear. We would call it in the law
I'll retract that
dicta.
for right now.
You what?
I just won't make that.
Okay,
motion right
okay.
now.
He said, keep in mind, he said for right now. Mr. Allen.
I think that there are things, I think Adam's got a good read on what this board is feeling.
Sure.
And I think if they would just share that with people coming in and applying for rezoning matters.
Absolutely.
Say you can apply, but I can tell you there's not a favorable probably response from the board. I just want them to know coming to us what the expectations are.
I agree with
I don't have a problem with voting against what I voted for today, other than the fact that Mr. Williams came here with an expectation that that was okay. It was approved through the planning board. He came here expecting that that was an acceptable situation.
Well, but if the planning board tells them one thing, then it's hard for us to turn it down.
Well, that's why Mr. Tyson needs to give them some feel for what he feels like our expectations are, sir.
And of course, understand we got a very pro-development planning board. At the same time, we can tell them, but they may well not vote that way. I'm not sure.
It gives me, I feel like I can do differently.
Sure, I understand.
If they have been put on notice.
Yeah, point well taken. Other comments on that item? Mr. Lamb?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Good dope. Any other comments before I go call for a closed session? At this time, I'd entertain a motion for a closed session. Closed session will be for economic development and a number of items for attorney-client privileges.
Motion to go into closed session.
Moved by Commissioner Combs. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Do you want a quick recess before we start, or how does the board feel?
I have a point of personal privilege.
Yes, sir.
Hubert Davis is the next coach at UNC.
A point of personal privilege. Did you make a ruling on that, Mr. Attorney? He said Hubert Davis was the
It's
next
made the headlines.
coach at UNC.
Okay, all right.
That was a stretch on personal privilege, but we'll accept that. Are you okay with that, Mr. Boone?
I'm fine.
All right, well, how about the recess? Everybody okay to keep moving, or what? I do think it's gonna take a little bit of time.
Whatever you want to do.
Why don't we take a 5-minute? I don't see Andy in the room, and he's gonna be up. All right, there are no items to report out of closed session. Therefore, I'd entertain a motion to recess this meeting until 9 o'clock on April the 19th, 2021.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we stand adjourned. Recess, excuse me.